boats into rivers and the towering buildings into canyon walls. Lightning flashed occasionally through the darkness, reflecting off windows and briefly illuminating the cityscape in sickly hues. The thunderclaps that followed shook the ground under my feet as I trudged back to my unmarked squad car. As I walked, my baseball cap keeping the rain out of my eyes, I paid close attention to the storm drains. They were struggling to funnel all the rain down off the streets, given the immensity of the downpour. I don't know what drew my attention to the alley as I passed. Maybe it was the flash of lightning at the perfect moment. Maybe it was a flash of movement I saw out of the corner of my eye. Whatever it was, I found myself peering at a huge figure cloaked in black. He was hunched over, a petite woman held in his hands, her feet a full foot off the ground. She was limp, head lolling. It was as if she weighed nothing at all. The man wore a hood, and his eyes seemed to glow as they stared at me from that dark oval, the rest of his face obscured by rain and darkness. I froze in mid-step as the gears groaned in my overworked mind.
Don't move!
I shouted. The man dropped the woman and bolted away from me down the alley. I was running before the woman's body came to rest on the soaking alley floor. As I ran after him, I pulled my pistol out from my hip holster, shouting again for him to stop.
Police!
I yelled as he turned the corner on the next block. He moved with a natural fluidity that reminded me of a talented athlete, but I was a runner too. I had the medals from college to show for it. He led me into a part of the city populated by warehouses and old tenements. I kept up with him, not gaining and not falling behind. I watched him turn into an abandoned tenement. By the time I made it through the boarded-up door, I saw an interior doorway just ahead, falling closed on its own. Bolting through that door and then down a set of stairs, I soon found myself in a basement, surrounded by impenetrable darkness. Stopping at the bottom of the stairwell, I reached into the pocket of my raincoat and found my flashlight. The only sound other than rainwater dripping off my clothes was my heavy breathing. I clicked on my flashlight and shone it around. The light revealed brick walls and scraps of trash here and there. Next to an archway on the opposite side of the room, there was a piece of an old wooden headboard propped against the wall. I turned my attention to the archway. As I shone the light through, the dark, hulking figure rushed past, caught in my light for the briefest of moments.
Come out here now with your hands up!
I called. The basement reeked of death. I knew without a doubt that this was the man I'd been looking for. He was the reason I'd been out in the rain at such a late hour. He'd been killing people all across the city, leaving them drained of blood. A few of my coworkers joked that I was looking for a vampire. I knew better. I had no doubt that this person wanted to be a vampire. Maybe he even drank the blood when he got it out of them. But I was sure he wasn't sticking fangs into their necks to drink their blood. I didn't know how he was getting it out of his victims, but I would find out soon enough. The idiot had cornered himself in a basement, and the rotting smell told me he likely had some victims' bodies down here. Edging toward the doorway, I called out again.
Give it up! Not in the mood for this shit. Not tonight, asshole!
As I got closer, I could see that the room beyond the archway was slightly wider than the one I was in. When I was 6 feet away from the entrance, the figure stepped into my flashlight beam, back near the far wall. His head was down, the hood obscuring his face.
Good,
I said.
Now put your hands...
Another dark figure stepped into the light, and then another, and another. There were 4 of them, and they were all identically dressed, all wearing large black cloaks. The words stuck in my throat. I realized I hadn't used my rover to call for backup. Stupid. As I was regaining my ability to speak, all 4 figures snapped their heads up in unison, revealing gruesomely elongated and pale faces with faintly glowing red eyes. They smiled at me, fangs unmistakable even from this distance. They rushed forward all at once. I hesitated only a moment before firing at them, shooting them each in the chest twice, just like I'd been taught. They went down in a ragged line, stretched out from the back wall to the archway. I breathed heavily, the loud reports of the gunfire echoing in my ears. The first one I'd shot stirred, pushing himself off the dirty floor. I gaped, watching idiotically as the second one did the same. And then the third. I had no time for disbelief, no room for doubt. Looking down at my gun, I thought about running. Then I remembered the piece of broken headboard next to the archway. I raised the gun and fired twice more at each of the creatures, hoping it would slow them down as much as the first shots had. I only had one round left in the gun, so I ejected the magazine and exchanged it with my spare. Moving toward the piece of furniture, I holstered my gun and stuck my flashlight between my teeth. I grabbed the piece of wood, snapping it in half on my knee. I now had a wooden stake in each hand. I stepped back to the archway, shining my light at the floor. The creatures were gone. In their place were only small splotches of blood. Something moved over my head, and I looked up, illuminating one of the gruesome faces just as the creature dropped on me from the ceiling. I let myself fall, sticking one of the stakes up. As we hit the ground, the creature impaled himself on it, red eyes wide. He screeched before exploding into smoldering ash. Another creature was on me immediately too, wide mouth open, fangs glinting as it went for my neck. I dropped the stake in my left hand and used the appendage to stop the creature. My pinky and ring fingers accidentally slipped into his mouth, and he bit down on them, severing them like they were nothing more than carrots. I had no time to consider what had happened. I jammed the other stake into his chest, and he burst into ash. A third vampire grabbed me by the collar and threw me into the wall. I smashed into the brick structure face first, the flashlight in my mouth breaking a couple of teeth out before falling to the floor. But I managed to hold onto the stake. The remaining two vampires rushed me, one after the other. Although the flashlight had broken a couple of my teeth, it was still working fine. The device provided enough illumination for me to see the attack coming. I lunged up from the ground and jammed the stake through the first one's chest, then changed direction and hit the lone remaining creature with the tip of the stake that was sticking out of his comrade's back. They both burst into glowing ash. Knowing time was of the essence, I quickly grabbed the flashlight back up and swept it along the ground, hoping to see two things that belonged to me. Sure enough, there they were, around the area where I had killed the second vampire, my pinky and ring fingers. They hadn't turned to ash, despite being inside the vampire's body when I'd killed them. I swiped the fingers up with my good hand while holding the flashlight with the remaining fingers of my other. Upon stepping outside, I found that the rain had let up. I managed a crooked and bloody smile as I headed for the nearest hospital, my two fingers gripped gently in my hand. No one knew where the storm had come from, but it was the worst any of us had ever seen. The floor tilted sickeningly each time we drifted up or crashed down one of the massive North Atlantic waves. They were high enough to break across the 30-meter-tall bow of our cargo ship. And at night, the waves always seem even bigger. Beyond the glow of the ship lights, the dark distances are infinite. The rolling, black walls of water reach for the even blacker sky, scraping across it like the clawing hands of drowned giants. There's no help in a place like that. No rescue team that could arrive in time. No emergency number to call. No Christ to calm the waters. Just a few desperate primates clinging to a hunk of metal, caught in the path of nature's wrath. It was no wonder I couldn't sleep. If I had been able to catch some shut-eye in the heaving, creaking guts of the ship, I might not have seen the man in the water, and everything would be different. He was drifting toward us, just an orange dot on the crest of a massive wave. Only the flashing red light on his life jacket allowed me to track his position as he drew closer. We were his only chance. We all knew it. But my crewmates weren't born yesterday. In every one of our grim, tense faces, I could see the same reluctance, the same cold calculation. We all knew the dangers of going out there, and no one wanted to be the first to volunteer. Maybe it was because I'd seen him first, or maybe I just knew that, since I was one of the only crew members already in a dry suit, it had to be me. Whatever the reason, I headed for the door. Andre, a glum Russian who smoked more than he talked, nodded to me. He was coming too. I felt a surge of gratitude toward this man I hardly knew. now risking his life so that I wouldn't have to go alone. A whitecap sloshed water through the door the moment we opened it. The wind howled like a living thing, and it was a struggle just to clip into our harnesses. The cables that bound us to the ship were capable of withstanding hundreds of pounds of force, but that night, they felt as flimsy as butcher's twine. In the face of such awesome power, all we could do was hurl a life preserver toward the tiny, doomed figure in the orange life jacket and hope he'd be able to grab it in time. The ship was closing on him fast, and there would be no second chance. I hesitated. If I threw and missed, the man's death would be on my hands. I felt Andre tug the life preserver from my hands, and it made a strange arc as it flew through the stormy skies. Somehow, it landed in the path of the man in the orange life jacket. By swimming with the storm, he was able to reach the life preserver, but only just. As Andre and I hauled him in, I found myself glancing at the ever larger waves on the horizon and wondered if we were all going to drown in these frigid seas soon enough. We didn't even look at the man we'd fished out of the storm until we were back behind the ship's groaning metal walls. Whoever he was, his dry suit looked eerily familiar. With its red color and silver reflective triangles, it could have come from our own supply. Seawater dripped from the hair hanging over the man's face. I was working to free him from his life jacket when I noticed the logo on the orange material. It was the name of our ship. In fact, all of his gear was from our ship. Andre must have realized the same thing at the same time, because for a moment, there was no sound apart from the roar of the storm. We were paralyzed by the impossibility of it. Davis read the name on his gear, a name I'd never heard. We were a small crew, and I knew every
"You have to turn this ship around,"
Davis rasped through chattering teeth. There was terror in his sunken eyes, but it was more than fear of the storm.
"You don't recognize me, do you?"
He asked me accusingly.
"Andre, what about you? Please say you know me."
I had never seen the man before in my life, but somehow he knew who we were.
"What the hell is this?"
Andre grunted, picked the stranger up by his collar, and slammed him into the wall.
"Where did you come from, eh? How do you have our gear? Turn the ship around!"
The man shrieked. Droplets of chill water flew from his ragged hair as he screamed. We lurched over yet another huge wave. Everything that wasn't tied down slid wildly to the left. We all lost our footing. Davis freed himself from Andre's grip and took off running toward the bridge. I don't know how he knew his way through those twisting, badly painted hallways. I don't know how he was even able to move after being buffeted by the icy waves. But I did know that if this madman attempted to turn this ship around, we were all dead men. The moment one of those waves hit us broadside, it would flip the cargo ship like a toy. Then it would be the nightmare that I'd had since I'd taken this job, one that maybe all sailors have. The sickening pitch, the sudden rush of heart-stopping ice-cold water, the limbs that tire, the lungs that drown, the blackness that swallows everything. I could almost feel it nipping at my heels as I skidded on the slick floor and grasped for the stranger's life jacket. On the bridge, I could hear my crewmates whispering about our chances in frightened tones. Their conversations stopped dead when the stranger careened into the room.
Don't you know me?"
He panted. I could see the desperation in his eyes as they darted from one confused face to another.
"Don't any of you know me? Grab him!
Andre was yelling.
He's crazy!"
We pitched down another wave, and suddenly, everyone was too busy hanging on to worry about the stranger. A coffee cup fell to the floor and shattered. Davis grabbed a sharp ceramic shard and ran toward the one person who hadn't said a word, hadn't panicked, but instead had kept her full focus on guiding us through the storm. Captain Erica Mitchell. I'd served on this ship before Captain Mitchell joined, and I had to admit, I didn't think much of the idea of having a woman for captain at first. Ours was rough, hard, solitary work, and I wasn't alone in seeing it as a man's work. But after 7 years of serving under her, there was no one's hand I would have preferred at the helm. If there was anyone who could get us through this, it was her. And now her life was in danger. My fellow crewmen leapt to their feet, but it was too late. Davis had grabbed Captain Mitchell and was holding the ceramic shard so tightly against her neck that a trickle of blood flowed down her collar.
Don't any of you move.
The stranger muttered.
Don't any of you dare move.
Captain Mitchell kept her hands up, calm as always. The bigger problem, I saw, was that with Mitchell incapacitated and the stranger refusing to allow anyone near the helm, steering would be impossible. More mountain-like waves rose ahead of us. They were endless, and as awesome as they were terrifying. Gale force winds whipped the spray from the whitecaps, and for a moment, there was silence.
Let's all just take it easy.
Captain Mitchell kept her voice under control.
Let's start with you. Who are you, friend? What do you want?
Look,
Davis licked his lips.
see that clock on the wall? It reads 2:56. At 3:03, we're going to see something out there. Something even bigger than those waves. Something that wants to keep us trapped in our final moments, devouring our fear and anguish in a loop forever.
I think we were all staring at him with the same dumbfounded face, but a few of us were moving, creeping closer to the stranger, hoping he wouldn't notice until we were near enough to pounce.
Turning around in the storm will kill us all. You know it, I know it. But trust me, that's better than what's up ahead.
Lightning flashed. We could see nothing on the horizon but more of the endless storm.
Just think about it.
The man rambled.
What can you remember before the storm? Before tonight? Now!
The chief mate, who'd been a linebacker in college, tackled Davis. Captain Mitchell jabbed her elbow into his ribs, and he dropped his ceramic shard with a gasp.
No!
The stranger screamed.
You have to believe me. We're heading for a fate worse than death.
The clock read 2:58. Captain Mitchell pressed a napkin to her bleeding neck. Chief Mate Anderson had taken over the helm. The stranger continued to flail around, screaming incomprehensibly about fear drinkers and loops and monsters outside time. Keeping him restrained was no easy task, especially with the way the ship was rocking. But for some reason, Andre was holding me back.
Take him below.
Captain Mitchell murmured. Why was everyone staring at me?
Let's go.
Andre sighed, his hand on my shoulder.
What? What's going on?
I muttered, shaking off his hand. It was only by chance that I glanced through the bathroom door, hurled open by the rocking of the ship, and saw my face in the mirror above the sink. My face. Davis's face. I looked at the name tags on my dry suit, my life jacket. It all read Davis. What the hell was going on?
Easy,
Andre warned. But I had to know. I still had my harness from when we'd rescued the stranger from the sea. That man who was me. I still had on my dry suit, my life jacket. If I moved fast, I waited for another wave to rock the ship before I sprinted for the door that led to the bow. Andre gave chase. His big, strong hands grabbed my life jacket while I was still fighting to get the door open. But the surge of water that rushed inside when it opened allowed me to slip free. I clipped on and clung to the railing, the gale force winds buffeting me like a rag doll as I slogged toward the bow. I had to see what lay ahead. My watch read 3:01. Andre yelled something incomprehensible behind me. The ship's sirens blared. Freezing waves knocked my feet from under me like a horrible prelude, a nightmarish teaser for the rolling black water below. When it became too difficult to stand, I crawled. Only the frail tether of my harness held me to the ship. It might snap at any moment. Then I saw it. An enormous, indescribable shape, darker than the night sky. In its impossible limbs, our ship would be no larger than a child's toy. I wasn't sure if it had eyes, but I could feel it looking at us just the same. We were heading straight for it. As we crested another wave, I could see the thousands of cockroach-like limbs that lined its chest rustled together with anticipation. Its slimy black tendrils, each as wide as a city bus, lashed against the stormy sky. 3:03. Even at this distance, the thing on the horizon had already begun to drink my mind. The process was pure agony. Memories, dreams, hopes, nightmares. I could feel each one fading as it was sucked out of me. But there was no way to fight it, no way to hold on. Except, I looked down into the frothing black water below. If I could escape the loop, if I could go back, if I could warn us. Hanging onto the railing by the crook of my elbow, I fought the salt spray to prepare my dry suit for immersion. I turned on the flashing red light on my life jacket. My eyes paused when they passed over my name. Yes, Davis, that was it. Stitched on the life jacket, onto the dry suit. I saw the logo of our ship. This time, they'd believe me. They had to. I'd find a way. If not, we'd be trapped in this nightmarish storm forever. With one last look at the writhing monstrosity on the horizon, I took a deep breath, unclipped my harness, and threw myself into the sea. Passing through the cemetery allowed me to get home about 5 minutes faster. The bus stop was just a block over, and the cemetery took up an entire block to itself. So instead of walking down and around it to my house, I'd gotten into the habit of cutting through. Granted, every other time I'd passed through, it was early evening. Tonight, it was a few minutes until midnight. So when I started hearing strange noises from one of the mausoleums, I first attributed it to the late hour and my overworked mind. I had worked a double at the restaurant after one of the other servers called in sick at the last minute. Now I smelled like Tex-Mex, sweat, and grease as I paused and looked toward the distant mausoleum. It was one I had passed many times, but I'd never heard anything like this before. The sound was a low murmur of voices, as if a group of people were praying inside the stone building. It was one of the larger buildings on the grounds, so I figured it was meant for an entire family. It looked like a miniature Roman temple, with white columns flanking the entrance and a peaked roof with the family name carved under it. As with all the other mausoleums and graves I passed, I often wondered who the people inside had been in life. The name was Blackburn. I imagined they were high society members from the early 1900s. I pictured the men in the family wearing suits and fedoras, the women dressing like flappers with high heels and sparkly dresses. I heard something move in the darkness behind me. I glanced in that direction, seeing nothing but gravestones. It was probably a cat or a rabbit. The noise had broken my trance, and I continued on my way, keeping to the path I always took through the graveyard. It would bring me within a few yards of the Blackburn Mausoleum. I didn't think much of it. If people wanted to come and pray for their loved ones in the middle of the night, who was I to judge? But as I approached the structure, I slowed involuntarily, almost not even realizing I was doing it. A relaxing feeling came over me, almost like the feeling you get when listening to good ASMR. The skin on the back of my head and neck buzzed comfortably, and my eyelids drooped halfway down. Something about that murmuring was so nice. I turned toward the Blackburn Mausoleum, my legs moving again. I noticed with a smile that the door was cracked, revealing a shaft of pale light coming from inside. The murmuring grew in intensity, and it sounded like the people talking were saying my name, although it wasn't really my name. The sounds didn't match, but I had the unmistakable feeling that they were talking to me. I reached out and grabbed the door, pushing it open, peering inside. A man and a woman were kneeling on the stone floor of the mausoleum, with their backs to me. I could tell that they were older because they both had wavy white hair cascading down the backs of their necks. The woman's hair was longer than the man's, but even his was long enough to cover his collar. The woman wore a tasteful white gown, and the man wore a suit. I couldn't see their faces, or any part of them not covered by clothing, but they were both rocking back and forth, and I could tell that the pleasant murmuring was coming from them. Some small part of me said that there were too many voices in the murmurs for just two people, but I couldn't worry about such silly things. Not when I knew these two nice old people needed my help. As I stepped into the Blackburn Mausoleum, both of them stopped their rocking, although the murmuring continued.
I'm here,
I said, smiling. There was a crunching, creaking sound as the man nodded. He stood up, still with his back to me. He was about 4 inches shorter than me. His thin, bony shoulders made it look as if his suit jacket were hanging on a clothes hanger. He turned toward me, revealing a rotting, skeletal face with a permanent, lipless grin. His eyes were nothing but shriveled orbs held tentatively in place by cracking eyelids. That small part of me that knew something was wrong suddenly screamed out, breaking me out of my trance. My heavy eyelids snapped open as I inhaled a sharp breath. I stepped back, just as the man reached a skeletal hand out and grabbed my wrist. The immensity of the sudden pain made me cry out and look down at my wrist. The dried, nearly gone skin of the man's hand was growing back before my very eyes. Muscles and veins appeared on his fingers in the back of his hand, while my own hand and wrist withered in a matter of moments. Panic-stricken, I grabbed his forearm with my free hand. The transformation apparently hadn't reached so far up his arm, because the brittle bones inside the suit sleeve crunched under my grip. A dry scream erupted from somewhere in the man as he reached for my neck. I felt his scratchy fingers scrape across the soft skin of my neck, the touch tightening my skin as he tried to steal my life. I flinched back, yanking on his arm as I went. The bones inside his suit sleeve separated, and I stumbled out of the building. His right hand was still fastened to my arm, but now that it was severed from him, the sickening effect seemed to have mostly reversed itself. Turning to run, I pulled the hand off with some effort, tossing it to the ground. As I ran, I glanced back over my shoulder to see his figure backlit in the mausoleum doorway. I ran all the way back to my house, fear like I'd never known following me the whole way. Although I made it out with my life, I still have the marks to show from that night. The skin of my left wrist is discolored and wrinkled, and my hand is noticeably weaker than it was before. And on my neck, 3 narrow, discolored marks remind me of where the fingers of his other hand touched me for no more than a moment. Needless to say, I no longer cut through the cemetery on my way home. Not at any time of day. I don't understand it. I shot him last night. But there he is, walking around like nothing happened. Charlene watches out the car windshield as I talk. The guy I'm referring to is tall and muscular, moving down the sidewalk in a tailored suit. His skin is dark, but it seems to somehow reflect the city lights instead of absorbing them. His head is shaved to the scalp, and he wears a smirk on his face. Maybe it's not the same guy, Charlene says. Maybe you did kill the guy, but he has a twin brother or something? I shake my head. No way, it's him. Besides, I listened to the police scanner pretty much all night, and no one called anything in from that building. I'm telling you, there's something weird going on here. Well, that's why I'm here, she says. To help poor little old you get the job done. I scoff. Yeah, right. How long have you been at this? I've been freeing souls since before you were wearing makeup. What can I say? Some people just have a natural talent for wet work, and talent beats hard work every day. I think you have that backward. The target, whose name is supposedly Okafor, turns the corner up ahead. We lose him from view behind a building. Okay, here's the plan, I say, but Charlene cuts me off. I got this. Watch and learn. She steps out of the car. Charlene, that's not a good idea. She doesn't listen. Cursing under my breath, I get out of the car to follow. As I do, I pull my long, dark coat around, hiding the weapons arranged at my waist. I have a pistol, a knife, and a small bolt gun. At first, I try to catch up with the quicker and younger assassin, but I soon come to my senses. If Charlene wants to go rushing headlong into a dangerous situation, who am I to stop her? She's a grown woman. I've seen many an assassin get too cocky and end up getting killed because of it. I learned long ago to let these things go. But I like Charlene. She may be cocky, but she's got something about her. A spunky energy that reminds me of my little sister, who has refused to talk to me for over a decade now. Still, I follow along at a safe distance, moving through the night like I have somewhere to go, but no real hurry to get there. As I turn the corner, I see Okafor moving into the park a block away. He disappears into the darkness under the trees, heavy with spring foliage. Charlene is about halfway between me and the target, and she glances over her shoulder at me, winking. Soon, she crosses the street and disappears into the same darkness under the trees. I move across, dodging through traffic, and walk along the edge of the park, glancing in to try and locate Charlene and Okafor. There, on one of the dark paths, I see Charlene dart out from some bushes and move like a flash toward Okafor, who seems oblivious. Charlene launches herself into the air, her right hand suddenly appearing with a knife as she lands on Okafor's back. Her hand flashes down repeatedly, stabbing the struggling Okafor in the chest. I rush into the park, looking around for any witnesses. There are none. Most people avoid the park at night in this city. Okafor falls to his knees while Charlene continues stabbing him. Then she stops and steps off as he falls onto his face. She peers down at the target for a long moment before looking up at me. Smiling, she winks at me. There's a flash of movement, and her legs fly out from under her. She hits the ground with a thud, and Okafor is suddenly on top of her. He grips her neck with both hands while she stabs him in the side with her dagger. I rush forward, moving as fast as my old legs will take me. I pull out the bolt gun, the kind used to kill cows in slaughterhouses, and press it against Okafor's head. I pull the trigger. The captive bolt shoots into his skull and then retracts into the gun. Okafor lets go of Charlene and falls to the side. Bending down, I feel for a pulse on Charlene's neck. I feel her heartbeat weakly one time, then there's nothing. She's dead. Stepping over to Okafor, I do the same thing. There's nothing. No pulse. But just as I'm about to remove my fingers and stand up, his heart beats again, and his eyes snap open. He shoots a hand out, which clamps on my neck. I still have the bolt gun in my hand, so I put it against his forehead and pull the trigger. His hands let up, allowing me to pull in a gasping breath.
What the hell?
I say, putting the bolt gun to his chest. I wait to see if he'll come back again. I have a feeling he will. Nearby, Charlene moves. It's just a twitch, but it pulls my attention away, nonetheless, at the exact wrong time. Okafor's arm snaps up again, only this time, instead of grabbing my throat, he hits it with the edge of his hand, damaging my windpipe. On reflex, I pull the trigger, shooting the bolt into his chest, right above his heart. He goes limp once again, and I pull a painful breath in, just barely getting enough oxygen past my partially collapsed windpipe to keep breathing. Although I'm primarily concerned with breathing, I notice something I just can't ignore. It's a golden light spilling forth from where I punched a hole in Okafor's chest. The strange vision sends my mind reeling, but my vision soon starts to go dark. I'm not getting enough oxygen. I'm slowly suffocating. I stand up, eyes sweeping over Charlene. Her eyes are open now. They weren't before. It's nothing I can think about now. I move toward the edge of the park, hoping I'll be able to get to a hospital before I pass out. It's no use. I make it a few steps off the grass and collapse, head swimming and panic building. My vision goes fully dark, and I take my last agonized breath while clawing at the grass. An immense beam of golden light erupts from overhead, bathing me in its glory. Somehow, I breathe the light in, and it's the sweetest air I've ever tasted. I feel it course through my body, chasing the pain away ahead of its glorious wave. I feel as energized as a 20-year-old, and the constant aches of my old body fade away as if by magic. But when I open my eyes, I'm confused by what I see. This isn't heaven. I'm still in the park, just off the pathway. Charlene steps into view, looking more alive than ever. "Oh, good," she says. "You're up." I sit up and look over at Okafor. There's a hole in his chest, dark and about the size of a softball. Looking up at Charlene, I say, "Ow." She smiles. "I don't suppose you believe in immortality, do you?" "I kill people for a living," I tell her. "Of course not." "Well, you better start, because you're it now. You're immortal. Welcome to the ranks of the unkillable. At least, unless someone rips your new heart out like I just did to poor Okafor over here." "New heart?" I say. "What?" "I like you, old man," Charlene says, "but you're slow on the uptake. Still, I think we're gonna have a lot of good years of killing assholes ahead of us, as long as we follow the rules and don't deviate from the plan, like poor Okafor." "Immortal, huh?" I say, looking at my hands. They appear just the same, but they feel different. I could get used to that. I really could. Where the heck are they? I said to myself, ducking under a brick archway, going farther into the dark church basement. Shining my phone light around in the room, I saw that it was filled with Christmas decorations. Some of them were in boxes, but some, like the miniature stable for the nativity scene, weren't.
Ted? Rick?
I called. No answer. As I neared the archway to the next room, my light shined on a man facing the far corner, his lower half obscured by stacked boxes. I jumped, sucking in a shocked breath before I realized it was Rick.
Holy crap, man.
I said.
You scared the hell out of me.
Rick didn't respond. He just stood facing the corner. The flannel shirt he always used as a jacket was still on. His shoulders were slumped, but his head was up, like he was looking directly at the wall.
What are you doing, man?
I asked. Still, he didn't answer.
Okay, you got me. Can we just get the meeting started? Where's Ted?
I moved toward him as I said this, dodging around boxes and 3-foot plastic figures of Joseph and Mary. As I stepped around the final obstacle, coming at Rick from his left side, I stepped into something wet. Shining my light down, I saw a puddle of red paint under my boots. I thought that maybe they used the red paint during the Christmas season for something or other. This was, of course, ridiculous. And when I looked back up at Rick, the truth dawned on me. It wasn't paint. It was blood. There was a tall golden candle holder there. It was a kind they'd brought out for Christmas Mass. Only the top of it, the disc-shaped portion that actually held the candle, had been either removed or broken off, and Rick's head had been jammed onto it through his chin. His eyes were open, the fear still apparent in them, just beyond the glossy surface. His mouth was open, and I could see the candle holder protruding through his mouth and into his skull through the roof of his mouth. Blood was all over his mustache and beard, although it now only flowed slowly, dripping sluggishly to the puddle on the floor. I backed away in a panic, tripping and falling backward. My right hand hit something hard, knocking the phone out of my grip, and as the phone fell between two boxes, I found myself in the dark with a corpse. Nearby, something or someone moved. The last meeting of the night was always hit or miss, but it was the only meeting I could attend with my schedule like it was. So as I rounded the corner and came upon the old church, fronting a semi-busy 2-lane street, I was not surprised that no one was outside smoking before the meeting. For a bunch of people who prided themselves on being sober, most of the members smoked like chimneys. In my book, cigarettes and vaping were the same thing, and they were drugs like any other. So I'd quit smoking right around the same time I'd finally quit drinking, after some hard-learned lessons and many years of lying to myself about my problem. The fact that no one was outside smoking told me that it would be a small meeting, which was fine by me. I didn't feel like hanging around for 2 hours tonight, listening to the long-winded stories I'd heard half a dozen times before. But attending the meeting was important. It was how I stayed on track, how I stayed sober. As always, I paused outside of the church and looked around, taking a moment to center myself and appreciate being alive. The Gothic church, grand and tall as it was with its bell tower and prideful architecture, seemed tiny next to the skyscrapers that surrounded it on all sides. The city buzzed and hummed like always. Cars passed on the street. Horns honked on the bigger thoroughfares. Hands in my pockets against the midnight chill, I peered around, breathing deeply. It's good to be alive, I told myself, even if I didn't particularly feel like there was any truth to the words. Some sober days were good, some were bad. Today was a bad one, which was why the meeting was so important.
You got $1?
A man said from behind me. I turned and looked. It was a homeless guy I'd come to know over the last month of attending meetings here. He said his name was Tractor, which I knew wasn't right. Then again, I knew he was developmentally disabled, so I just called him Tractor. He was in his mid-20s, with a patchy brown beard and matted blonde hair. He had a ratty sleeping bag wrapped around him, his eyes cast down at my feet.
Hey, Tractor,
I said. How you doing tonight? Have you eaten? Tractor shook his head once, still looking down.
you got $1?
Yeah, of course, man, I said, reaching for my wallet.
You want to come in and get some coffee and a donut?
He shifted on his feet and glanced around, looking everywhere but in my eyes. I knew it was no good. No matter how many times I offered, he always answered with silence. I pulled a 20 out of my wallet and handed it to him. I knew it was too late for him to get into a shelter for the night, but at least he could go to sleep with a hot meal in his stomach. He took the 20 and nodded in thanks, still not meeting my eyes. Then he headed down the sidewalk. I turned and walked up the steps, opening one of the heavy and ornate wooden doors, stepping inside. Moving through the narthex and into the nave, I saw that the renovations were still going on. Most of the pews had been moved aside, and the place was draped in plastic sheeting. There were towers of scaffolding here and there, reaching up to the cathedral ceiling to repair the damage that someone had done just over a week earlier. I couldn't imagine who would want to trash the inside of a church, especially one like this. Father McReady was so welcoming of anyone and everyone. He was a true community preacher, and he was happy enough to let us alcoholics and drug addicts have our meeting in his basement. Sometimes, he even sat in on the meetings, although he didn't do much talking. I doubted very much if he'd ever had a drink outside of sacrament. Still, that didn't change the fact that someone had trashed the place. According to Father McCready, he usually left the church doors unlocked overnight, so homeless folks could sleep inside if it got too cold or it rained. But when he'd come in bright and early on Monday morning last week, he'd found that someone had taken advantage of that open door policy. They'd taken some of the candle holders from the stage and used them to scratch up the pews and smash the expert craftsmanship on the wood-paneled walls. They'd thrown bricks at the ceiling and at a couple of the stained glass windows, and they'd carved obscenities in the wooden pillars at the sides of the nave. I didn't know who would do such a thing, but I wanted to get my hands on them and teach them a thing or two about life. Not that I ever thought I would get the chance. I knew the crime would likely go unpunished. It was a damn shame. Pushing an opaque plastic sheet aside, I moved to the door at the side of the nave, and as I put my hand on the ornate doorknob, I heard a door slam near the vestry. I paused and looked over my shoulder, although I couldn't see to the pulpit because of the plastic sheeting.
Father McReady?
There was no answer. But as I turned my attention back to the door, my eyes caught on a faint silhouette of a man standing behind a sheet of plastic. The sight jarred me, and I looked closer, making sure I wasn't imagining things. Although it was faint, I was fairly certain there was someone standing over there, beyond a sheet or two of the cloudy plastic.
Hello?
I said.
Rick, is that you?
Rick was the one guy who was at every late-night meeting because he was the one who ran them. He bought donuts or cookies, brewed the coffee, and set up the chairs. I stepped away from the door to the basement and walked toward the plastic sheeting, but as I did, the man moved. Hustling over to the plastic sheet, I swiped it away. There was no one there. Peering around, I saw no evidence of anyone. Then again, the way the church was right now, there were about 100 places to hide. Grumbling, I headed back and walked down the narrow staircase. The basement had a low ceiling and was made of exposed brick. It was not the most cozy place in the world, despite the slightly claustrophobic feeling I got thanks to the low ceiling. The building had been constructed in the middle of the 19th century, and people had gotten a lot taller since then. I ducked under an archway and into the room we used for meetings, surprised to find no one sitting there waiting, not even Rick. The folding chairs were in a circle, waiting patiently for the meeting to start. I wondered who would be here tonight. Sometimes it was only 3 or 4 of us at the late meetings. And man, did some of the meetings get dark really quick. But that was kind of the point. It was meant to be cathartic. And it was anonymous. You weren't supposed to tell anyone outside the group about the things you heard in there. Still, in the early days when I was really struggling with sobriety, I left meetings wanting a drink more than ever. Hearing all the terrible things people did when they were drunk or drugged up could drive even a lifelong teetotaler to drink. But I stuck with it. Things got better, and I came to depend on the meetings. But there could be no meeting without other people. Taking off my jacket, I looked over at the folding table at the side of the poorly lit room. There was a box of donuts there, and the percolator was on. So Rick was here somewhere. As I stepped toward the circle of chairs, I saw a jacket I recognized. It was a leather one, draped over one of the seat backs. The jacket belonged to a guy named Ted. I didn't know his last name. I figured both Ted and Rick would come downstairs any moment, so I grabbed myself a coffee and sat down to wait. Minutes ticked by. I sipped my coffee and thought about what I wanted to discuss. I still haven't forgiven myself for some of the things I'd done. One thing in particular stuck in my mind, but I was getting there. I'd been following the steps, making amends to the people I'd wronged. The people I could make amends to anyway. After several minutes, I pulled out my phone and looked at the time. The meeting was supposed to start at 11. It was 12 after. What the heck is going on? I said to myself, getting up from my seat. The church basement was pretty large, with an assortment of rooms separated by low brick archways. Most of the rooms were used for storage, but I decided to take a look around before trying upstairs. The memory of the man standing silently behind the plastic sheet was still bugging me, and I didn't really want to go up there if I didn't have to. So I set my half-empty coffee cup down on the folding table and stepped to the archway that led to the next room over. It was dark, allowing me to only see the shapes of stacked chairs and tables. "Rick?" I called out. "Ted?" There was no answer. I found the light switch on the wall and flipped it. Nothing happened. "Oh, great," I said. Pulling out my phone and turning on the flashlight, I headed deeper into the basement. Shining the light around the room, I found that it was empty of people. There were only chairs and folding tables. So I moved into the next room. "Where the heck are they?" I said to myself. The room was filled with Christmas decorations. I moved through the space, shining my light around. And as I neared the archway to the next room, my light caught on a figure facing the corner. I jumped, sucking in a shocked breath before I realized it was Rick. "Holy crap, man," I said. "You scared the hell out of me." Rick didn't respond. He just stood facing the corner. "What are you doing, man?" I asked. Still, he didn't answer. "Okay, you got me. Can we just get the meeting started? Where's Ted?" I moved toward him as I said this, stepping around boxes and decorations. As I stepped around the final obstacle, coming at Rick from his left side, I stepped into something wet. At first, I thought it was paint, but when I looked back up at Rick, the truth dawned on me. It wasn't paint, it was blood. Rick's head had been impaled on the tall candle holder. He was dead, I realized with mounting panic. I grunted and backed away, tracking blood with me. The back of my legs hit a box of decorations and I toppled over. As I put my arms back to try and cushion my fall, I hit something hard with my right hand, knocking the phone out of my grip. The light immediately went out as the phone fell into a crack between a couple of boxes. I was suddenly alone in the dark with a corpse. Nearby, something or someone moved. Scrambling up, I ran toward the exit, tripping once again over stored decorations and falling into the aisle. I looked to my right, back toward the meeting room, and saw a figure standing there in the archway, backlit by the dim lights in the distant meeting room. I couldn't see his features or make out the details of his clothes, but I could see that he had something in his right hand, some sort of blunt weapon. I froze, still on all fours, looking toward him. "Ted?" I asked. The man moved, stalking toward me. It wasn't Ted. I could tell by the way he moved. His posture promised violence. I lunged to my feet and ran the other way, deeper into the dark basement. The man's footsteps followed. They grew faster. Soon, he was running after me. The farther away I got from the source of light, the more trouble I had seeing things until they were right in front of me, which was how I nearly missed the staircase that I hadn't known was there. I'd never been this far into the church basement, so the stairs were a surprise. But as the slapping footsteps grew closer, I wasted little time, bouncing up the narrow staircase. The door at the top of the stairs was much like the one in the nave. It had no lock, so when I opened it and found myself in a room in the back of the church with bookcases and a desk, I slammed the door and had no way to lock it. The footsteps came up the stairs as I looked at a bookcase next to the door. I grabbed the side of the case up high and yanked it toward me. The opposite side came up a few inches, but then fell back to the carpeted floor. The footsteps on the other side of the door were closing. Once again, I yanked the bookcase. This time, I put enough into it to bring the thing down. Books crashed out of it as it hit the ground directly in front of the door. Just a second later, the doorknob turned and the door opened an inch before it hit the shelf. Slamming my hands against the door over the sideways shelf, I succeeded in closing it all the way. I stayed like that for a long moment, expecting the murderer to try and break through, but the door didn't move again, and I could hear nothing from the other side over my heavy breathing. Realizing he might be coming up the other way, I stepped away from the door and headed for the exit. There was another door in the front of what I had assumed was Father McCready's office. I pulled the door open and found myself in a hallway. I'd never been in this part of the church before, but I knew from the layout which general direction to head. After moving down the hallway and through another door, I found myself in the area where the choir stood during services. The front doors weren't far. Moving as fast as I could, I headed across the stage and past the pulpit. As I stepped off the stage and moved past a plastic sheet, I glanced up at the scaffolding, and I saw Ted. He was hanging from a rope around his neck, one used to bring supplies up and down the scaffolding. His face was discolored, his body limp as it swayed gently next to the scaffolding. I stared up at him for a long moment before self-preservation overcame my shock, and I faced forward, determined to get outside and find help. But I had only taken a step when something hard hit me in the back of the head. I stumbled and, unable to keep my feet, fell to all fours. Footsteps came from behind me. They were soft, as if the person wasn't wearing shoes. I turned my head, but before I could get eyes on my attacker, they hit me again in the head, knocking me unconscious. "Mac," a voice said. The sound of my name brought me slowly through the veil of unconsciousness. As I came back to myself, the pain in my head was like a bucket of freezing water thrown on me. My eyes snapped open, and I moaned, remembering that I'd just seen Ted hanging by his neck in the nave. And before that, I'd seen Rick, his head impaled on a candle holder. I was lying on my side on some coarse floorboards, the air around me chilly. I couldn't see anything but an exposed brick wall with thick metal supports, spaced every 3 feet or so. "Mac, wake up," the voice said again. I realized I recognized it. As I tried to move, I realized my wrists were bound together with tape behind my back. My ankles were bound together as well. I rolled awkwardly onto my back, carefully not to let my injured head touch the boards underneath me. Partially resting on my arms, I looked over to see one of the regulars from our late-night meetings, Luke. He sat against the wall, back propped between 2 metal supports. His arms were also bound behind his back, forcing him to sit at an angle. His ankles were likewise wrapped in tape. Unlike me, he was still wearing his jacket, and he didn't seem to have any injuries I could see. "Luke?" I asked. "What's happening? Did you see who it was?" Luke shook his grizzled head, his droopy eyelids half raised over bloodshot eyes. He was in his late 40s, but like most of us, he'd done some hard living and looked so much older. "He was wearing a mask," he said. "What did he sound like?" I asked. "Was it Father McCready?" "Father McCready?" Luke said. "Are you nuts? He wouldn't do nothing like this. No way." "I don't want to believe it either, but I didn't see him anywhere. And he's always here until after the last meeting." "It wasn't the father, okay?" Luke said. "I know what McCready sounds like, and it wasn't him. It was someone else." "What does he want?" "I don't know," Luke said. "Can you get up?" I struggled up into a sitting position, placing my hands behind my tailbone to help keep me up. I looked around the square space. It wasn't very large, maybe 15 feet on a side. There was a steep metal staircase leading up to a square hole in the ceiling. Beyond the hole, I could see nothing but darkness. There was another near vertical staircase leading down from a similar hole nearby. It was dark through that hole too. The only reason I could see anything was because a single work light had been hooked to a crossbeam on one of the narrow railings flanking the staircase leading upward. The extension cord trailed down to the lower level. "We're in the bell tower?" I said. Luke nodded. "How the hell did I get up here?" I asked. "Listen," Luke said, glancing down at the hole in the floor. "What did you do?" "What did I do? What the hell are you talking about? I'm tied up just like you are." Luke shook his head. "No, not tonight. I mean, what did you do before you got sober? You've hinted at meetings about what you did, but you never said it outright. So what was it? What did you do that was so bad?" I fixed my gaze on Luke. "Why are you asking me this?" "Because this is about one of us," he said. "It has to be." "Why does it have to be about one of us? Rick and Ted are both dead. They're dead, Luke. If it was about one of us, wouldn't we be dead too?" "That's exactly my point. We're still alive. That means something. It means he's not done. It means he wants something from us." Luke glanced at the hole in the floor again. "Did you talk to him, Luke?"
Did he say this is about me? About what I did? What exactly did you do? Screw this,
I said, scooting back so I was against the wall opposite Luke.
I'm getting the hell out of here.
I managed to use the wall to get to my feet after a couple of tries.
What are you going to do?
Luke asked.
Hop down the staircase? You might as well just throw yourself headfirst through the hole. The end result will be the same.
He was right. Both staircases were so steep, they were almost like ladders. They had shallow metal railings alongside, but they wouldn't help me with my hands bound behind my back. Still, I figured I could at least try to worm my way down by planting my butt on one step and my feet on another.
Mac, don't do it. You can't go. Just tell me what you did and this will be all over.
Ignoring Luke, I hopped toward the hole, determined to at least try to escape. Otherwise, I was sure I was going to die. But as I got to the hole and peered down, I saw a white face staring up at me. But it wasn't a real face. It was a man dressed in black and wearing a blank white mask. He held a pistol pointed up at me, and he shook his head. I quickly hopped out of the way, scared he was going to shoot me. Once I was to relative safety, I looked over at Luke. Tears were streaming down his face.
Just tell me what you did,
he said.
Just tell me so I can go home. I want to go home. What is this?
I asked.
This is all about me, isn't it?
Luke nodded.
You're the one he wants the most. But he said he needs you to admit what you did. He said if I could get you to admit it, he would let me go. He promised. Who is it?
I shouted.
I don't know.
Luke screamed back.
Who are you?
I shouted toward the hole. The sound of footsteps on metal stairs started up. He was coming.
Please!
Luke shouted.
Please, just tell him. Save my life and tell him.
I shook my head and jumped back once more.
I can't!
I fell back against one of the metal supports at the wall, my left arm scraping along a rough edge. Then I realized what I had to do. I had to tell them what I'd done. I had to do it. It was my only chance. The fire crackled in the middle of the campsite, fighting fitfully against the encroaching night. Me and 3 of my buddies sat around the fire, joking and drinking. We had never been the types to go hiking miles into the woods to camp. Instead, we opted for finding a nice clear spot in the woods where we could park our vehicles and unload right there. We were all in our late 20s, having met in college, and it was the one time a year we got together anymore. And although we'd mellowed since our college days, the night still seemed so early and full of possibility. Although I'd been drinking for a couple of hours at that point, I didn't feel drunk. So when my buddy Ross asked if anyone wanted to go joyriding, I volunteered immediately. Joyriding was something we'd done in our college days in these very woods before we all went our separate ways. We would pile onto the outside of someone's SUV, usually Dante's, with our feet on the running boards or the back bumper and our hands on the luggage rack. Then we'd take turns driving while going around the woods on the rough dirt roads, laughing and joking around as we bumped along the uneven ground. It was something we'd turned into a kind of tradition. Granted, in those days, there had been many more of us. One time, we'd gone joyriding with nearly 12 people on the sides and back of the SUV. On straight and relatively flat stretches, we could get up to 30 miles an hour or so. Sure, it was stupid, but we were young, and it was thrilling and not really all that dangerous, at least not during the day. When Ross asked if anyone wanted to go, it was fully dark out, but we weren't going to let that stop us from having a good time. My other 2 buddies, Dante and Boyd, declined.
Just the 2 of us,
Ross said to me.
We'll take my Tahoe. I'll drive first.
He got into the driver's seat and rolled down the windows, while I got on the running board outside the front passenger seat, holding onto the handle just inside the window with one hand. I had a full beer in my other hand, which I finished in short order. Ross drove for a while, playing music over the car speakers in the otherwise silent woods. We laughed and chatted about old times as the SUV bumped over holes, sped around corners, and moved like a roller coaster up and down the small hills in the area. Then it was my turn to drive and we switched spots. As soon as I got behind the wheel, I knew I shouldn't have been driving. But I ignored that little voice in my head. And as I steered the vehicle through the woods, Ross shouted for me to go faster.
And turn it up! I love this song!
Smiling, I hit the gas and turned up the volume. It felt good to be cruising along with one of my best friends, the cool night wind whipping through the windows. We hit a straightaway, and I gave it more gas, not paying attention to the speedometer. Not paying attention to anything but the thrill and the freedom and the comforting buzz in my head. The comforting buzz that was also slowing my reaction time and messing with my ability to make rational decisions. We must have been doing nearly 50 miles an hour when the headlights picked out the sharp left turn up ahead. But it took too long for the information to process in my mind, and then we were bearing down on the turn. I slammed on the brakes and yanked the wheel to the left, panic constricting my throat. The wheels lost traction on the dirt road. The SUV slid sideways and then went off the road, going airborne as the right wheels hit the rocky ground. Ross screamed as the vehicle barrel rolled through the air. Then there was only the sound of shattering glass and rending metal as the SUV landed on its roof and rolled once more before smashing into a tree. Although I hadn't been wearing my seatbelt, I somehow managed to stay in the vehicle. And as it came to a violent stop, I was still holding the steering wheel. The roof smashed down to within an inch of my head.
Ross!
I screamed into the night.
Ross! Are you okay?
I got the door open, although it was severely dented, and lurched into the woods, calling for my friend. But he never answered. He'd been thrown into a tree, his skull fractured. He was dead. And by the time I made it back to camp to tell my friends and get my phone to call the police, I had made up a story about how Ross had been driving and he'd been thrown from the vehicle. I said I'd been in the front passenger seat, wearing my seatbelt. Although Dante and Boyd looked at me like they knew I was lying, they never questioned my story. Since they'd seen Ross driving when we'd left the camp, and since it was Ross's SUV, they couldn't prove otherwise. And neither could the police. After all, we'd only taken 2 cars into the woods that night, and I'd ridden with Ross, even doing a couple of hours of driving. So it made sense for my fingerprints to be on the steering wheel. I was never charged with a crime.
Is that what you wanted to hear?
I shouted down at the hole after finishing the story. The man still hadn't come up all the way, but I knew he was down there, just out of view. I'd stayed where I was, up against the steel support beam the whole time. And with little movements, I'd been rubbing the tape around my wrists against the sharp corner that had scratched me when I'd fallen against it earlier. Clearly, Luke had seen what I was doing, but he hadn't said anything. I think he knew, somewhere deep down, that he wouldn't be walking out of here alive if the man in the mask had his way. Now, my wrists were all but free. All it would take was a forceful rip to free my arms. But I needed to bide my time. I needed to get the man with the gun up here so I could make my move. Otherwise, I had no way out of the church tower.
I killed Ross! I killed him! It was my fault. Now what?
The man in the mask came up the ladder, poking his gun up through the hole just as he poked his head through. He was wearing a black hoodie with the hood up, but from underneath the mask, I could see evidence of a brown beard. I thought about jumping at him as he stepped up into the room, but he was still too far away, and the gun was rock steady on me. With my ankles still bound, I would only get one chance at this.
You got $1?
The man asked, eyes smiling behind the mask. My world seemed to flip upside down.
Tractor?
I breathed. The man reached up and took the mask off, revealing the homeless man's face. It was Tractor. He smiled at me, meeting my eyes for the first time ever.
What?
I said, confusion jumbling my thoughts.
Who are you? You don't see the resemblance?
He said, stepping out of the hole in the floor.
I mean, Ross and I had different fathers, but we both got our mother's eyes.
Even as he said the words, I did see the resemblance. The eyes were just the same.
His brother?
I asked. Tractor said nothing, just smiled without humor.
How did you find me?
It was all I could think to ask.
How do you think?
Tractor said.
Your friends Boyd and Dante knew your story was full of They knew it was your fault. He did it!
Luke suddenly shouted, interrupting.
He told you! Now let me go!
Without so much as a glance that way, Tractor whipped the gun toward Luke and fired twice, blasting 2 holes in the man's chest. I jumped forward on tensed legs, ripping my arms apart and bringing them forward as I did. Tractor was whipping the gun back toward me, but I managed to shove him with outstretched arms before he could get it back on target. I fell to the floor, and Tractor took a wild step back, but there was no floor under his foot. His right leg fell into the hole. He tried to catch himself before falling down, but he wasn't able. He disappeared down the hole with a clatter and a grunt. Reaching down to my feet, I found the end of the tape and ripped it up, unwinding the binds. When I got the tape from around my ankles, I eased over toward the hole, looking for Tractor, or whatever his name was. A gun fired from below, and I jerked my head back, feeling the bullet pass close in front of my face. Then I heard the heavy sound of a clumsy footstep on a metal stair. He was coming up. I had no other choice. I had to go up toward the top of the tower. Maybe I can climb down to the church roof, I thought, as I hustled up the steep staircase. Coming into the next room, I saw 3 large bells, all supported by a steel framework and surrounded by complicated mechanisms that could ring them remotely from elsewhere in the church without pulling on a rope. There was a ladder affixed to the wall next to the bells, leading to a closed door in the ceiling. There was a savage scream from below. Tractor was coming. I moved up the ladder as fast as I could, pushing the door open and allowing the chilly night air to swoop in. Climbing up, I found myself at the top of the church tower. I slammed the door and then stepped to the nearest edge, looking between 2 columns that helped support a roof with a cross on top. There was a lip that came up to my thighs. As I was looking for a way to climb down, I sensed movement behind me. I turned around just in time to see Father McCready rushing toward me. He shoved me into the gap between the 2 columns. I fell back, stopping myself by hooking my fingers onto the inside of the columns, but Father McCready kept hands on my chest, pushing me. My legs were still hooked over the lip, but I knew if my hands slipped off, I would fall down to the steep church roof, which was a good 50 feet down. Then I would surely slide off the church roof. I doubted I would survive. "Father, please," I said, looking into the man's eyes. I'd only ever seen kindness and empathy in those eyes. Now I saw something much different. I saw rage. "Why are you doing this?" "I've tried things the kind way, the New Testament way," he said. "It doesn't work. I just get walked all over. People spit on my church floor. They piss in the corners and between the pews, and I have to come in and clean it up in the morning." My fingers were slipping. Father McCready was still shoving, but I was shocked into silence. "And then there's you people," he continued. "You alcoholics and drug addicts. I don't know how you can live with yourself, the things you've done. Listening to your stories makes me sick. You killed someone for God's sake, and you never even had the good grace to come clean about it. You killed someone, and you're still walking around free. That's not justice." "I've tried to be a good person," I said, pinky fingers slipping off the columns. "I tried." "Too late," McCready said. "Now it's eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand. Now it's a life for a life." Behind him, I saw Tractor throw open the door in the floor. They were working together, I realized. That was how they got me into the room that evening, even though I was unconscious. That was how one of them had managed to sneak up on me. The rest of my fingers were slipping. McCready was still shoving me back out of the tower. And with a clarity I'd been searching for my entire sober life, I saw that he was right. I didn't deserve to live after what I'd done. I'd never been punished for it. Not until now. I let go of the columns and tumbled out of the tower, spinning slowly in the air as I rushed toward my death. And before I hit the church roof, before my spine snapped like a stale twig, I had a brief moment of peace.
What did that guy tip you?
I ask, as the blue Aston Martin leaves the restaurant property.
He gave me $1,
Angelo says.
That and a college degree will get you jack squat.
I say, shaking my head. Angelo and I are standing outside the restaurant in our maroon jackets that say Paradise Valet on the backs.
You know,
Angelo says, running a hand over his close-cut black hair.
When I took this job, I thought I was going to walk away with some fat tips every night. I mean, this is the swankiest restaurant in town, right? Turns out, rich people don't tip for shit. Bunch of assholes. Now you tell me?
I say. It's only my second day on the job, and for all of yesterday, I was hopeful that the crappy tips were just a fluke. I guess not. Both of our phones suddenly erupt with an emergency alert sound. I take my phone out and look at it. It's an Amber Alert. There's not a lot of information, though. It says a 5-year-old girl by the name of Ariel Proud was taken, and it lists where she was last seen and what she was wearing. A pink tutu skirt with a matching bow in her hair, and a white t-shirt with a cartoon cat on it.
Holy shit, that's like 4 blocks from here,
Angelo says, looking at his phone.
Too bad they didn't get a car make or model.
Yeah, I say, putting my phone away. We're silent for a moment, and my thoughts go back to the issue of money. I need more of it. Then I remember the only good tipper from last night.
What about that one guy with the long hair and the beard?
I ask.
Looked like he was from the Middle East? Oh yeah, I don't know that guy's name,
Angelo says.
but he always tips well. And go figure, he drives an old Dodge Spirit. So the crappier the car, the better the tips? Pretty much.
Angelo says. The throaty hum of a powerful engine comes to my ears, and I look over to see a badass black Lamborghini Diablo pulling into the parking lot.
Oh,
Angelo says under his breath.
I gotta use the bathroom. You take this one.
I turn to look at my coworker, but he's already hurrying back toward the back of the restaurant to go in through the kitchen to use the bathroom. The manager says we're not allowed to go in through the front door, says we'll ruin the ambiance. The Diablo pulls up to the valet stand, and the driver's side scissor door pops upward as it opens. I stare at the car, barely containing my excitement at getting to drive the thing, albeit only for a few dozen yards or so. But when the massive man steps out of the car, all my excitement is replaced by a thick sense of dread that seems to increase as he steps around the car toward me. The man is completely bald, not a hair to be seen anywhere on his face. He has no eyelashes that I can see, and no eyebrows either. His eyes are pale and dull, and he wears a blank expression on his pale slab of a face. As he steps up to the valet stand, I realize the man is nearly 7 feet tall, and he wears an immaculate black suit with a black shirt and tie. He's thick, but not fat, and he moves with the grace of a much smaller man.
Keys are in the ignition,
He says in a feathery voice that strikes me as false.
You don't have a valet key?
I ask after a moment, unable to meet his gaze for more than a few seconds at a time.
I trust you.
He says with a wink. I feel a sudden rush of hate for this complete stranger. I'm not usually one to feel hate for people I don't even know. I can't honestly say I hate anyone aside from maybe every politician ever and pharmaceutical company executives. Watching the man walk into the restaurant, I feel that hate fade to a dull simmer. Shaking my head, I move around and get in the Diablo. I don't feel any joy as I shut the door and put the thing into gear. Instead, I feel a hideous sense of disgust. It stays with me as I park the vehicle and get out. As I lock the doors, I glance in through the window at a splash of color in the back seat. There's a pink bow there, the kind a 5-year-old girl would wear. In a daze, I walk back to the valet stand to find that Angelo is back. I tell myself it has to be a coincidence. Maybe the guy has a daughter and the bow belongs to her. Maybe he was watching a friend's kid and took her for a ride in the Lambo. There are 1,000 reasons why a pink bow would end up in the back of his car. And the least likely of them is that he abducted the girl, right? I'm not so sure.
Dude, you okay?
Angelo says as I put the keys into the valet stand.
Who is that guy?
I ask.
The one with the Lambo.
Angelo shrugs, shakes his head, and pulls out his phone. He doesn't want to talk about it, but I do.
Angelo, I saw something in his car. What did you see?
The giant bald man says, suddenly standing just outside the restaurant doors. I freeze, looking at him. His face is no longer blank. His fleshy features are twisted into a maniacal grin, and white flames dance in his eyes. He steps up to me, getting less than a foot away. I stare up at him, unable to speak.
Get my car, Angelo,
He says.
I'm calling it an early night. The person I was hoping to run into isn't here.
Without a word, Angelo grabs the keys and runs off to fetch the Lambo. Turning his attention back to me, he says,
What did you see in the car? Nothing. Just nothing.
His smile gets wider.
Let's you and me go for a little ride. Angelo won't mind. I know he won't.
I shake my head, but no sound comes out of my mouth. Angelo comes screeching up in the Lambo, clearly in a hurry to get this guy out of here.
I'm taking Lucas here with me,
The guy says, pushing me toward the car with a hand on my back.
Yes, sir,
Angelo says, averting his eyes. The question of how he knows my name seems unimportant, given what's happening. When we get to the vehicle, I lock my legs and refuse to get in. The man doesn't react with violence, though. He puts a meaty hand under my chin and tilts my face toward his.
I'm going to show you how beautiful the darkness can be,
He says.
We'll discuss all that is dreamt of in your pitiful philosophy, Lucas. And then we will experience the viciousness of nature together. We'll turn it into a little game. And the stakes are everything.
I manage nothing more than a swallow. I can't speak. He leans in further and whispers in my ear.
I'm going to rip your bones out of your body one at a time. You'll be alive for it all. But before that, I'll make you watch as I do the same to that little girl. Now get in the Lambo.
Working on its own, my body betrays me and folds me into the passenger seat. I'm drenched in sweat and shivering all at once. The man gets into the driver's seat. Just as he's about to put the vehicle in gear, a man with long hair and a beard steps in front of the Diablo. It's the good tipper, the Middle Eastern man who drives the Dodge Spirit. He glares through the windshield at the giant beside me.
Oh, great,
the man says under his breath.
Fun's over.
He rolls down his window.
Emmanuel, I was hoping to run into you tonight.
Emmanuel looks at me and says,
Get out.
I happily oblige, standing next to Angelo, shaking with relief. Emmanuel gives us a smile and a wink as he walks around and takes my place in the Lambo. After he pulls the door closed, the Diablo speeds off into the night. As I watch it go, I know I won't be coming back to this job. Not ever again.
Hurry up, get him inside. I'm trying, he's heavy. Why don't you help? Use your eyes. I'm holding this up. Just hurry up before someone comes over here to take a piss or something.
The voices filtered through the thick black cotton of unconsciousness, accompanied by the pain in my head where I'd been hit. Consciousness came slowly enough that I didn't open my eyes. I knew better in that moment than to signal my awareness of the situation. I felt my body being pulled by my legs, and I made sure to stay limp. From the location of each voice, I could tell that Brett was the one pulling me into the auto shop, while Hester was standing aside, watching and urging. I felt the surface under my back change from dirt to smooth concrete. The sound of shuffling feet followed me inside. It was Hester and the half-conscious woman he was with. The door closed and there was a click. Lights came on, faintly filtering through my eyelids.
Let's get him strung up,
Hester said.
Put him under that lift.
Now that I was on smooth concrete, the going was easier. Brett pulled me along the floor and then dropped to my legs. Then he kicked me in the ribs. It took all I could not to scream out. Once I heard Brett walk away, I let my head fall to the side. I opened my eyes and I nearly screamed at what I saw. There was a vehicle lift next to the one I was lying under. The lift was all the way up. Under normal circumstances, this would give enough room for the mechanic to stand under the vehicle and work on it. But there was no vehicle on the lift. There was a dead woman. She was naked, strung up with chains wrapped around the lift arms and worked around her chest. Her breasts had been cut off, and her stomach sliced open. Her intestines snaked down to a plastic kiddie pool underneath her. Although I couldn't see into the pool from my angle on the floor, I knew it contained her blood and various organs. I thought about the possibility that they'd done something similar to my sister. And then I thought about what they would do to me if I didn't find a way out of here. But I had no idea what I would do, what I could do. There were two of them, and one of them had a gun. I had nothing, but I had to think of something, and quickly. I was still half asleep when I opened the door and stepped into the hallway. The door to my sister's room was open, which was not a good sign. Leaning against the door jamb, I took a deep breath and listened. She was gone. She'd probably left soon after I passed out last night. Turning around, I moved back into my room at the back end of the trailer. It was cold inside. I didn't have enough money to pay for a propane tank refill, so there was no heat. But I didn't go back into my room for a sweater to pull over my t-shirt and ratty pajama bottoms. A bottle of whiskey with about 2 fingers left in the bottom sat on my nightstand. I swiped it up and took a long pull from it, coughing when I was done. Then I dug under my mattress and found Emma's phone. She'd given it over last night and apparently knew that sneaking into my room to get it would have awoken me. Padding down the hall, I stopped at my sister's room and looked at the door jamb. The cheap wood was splintered and cracked from where she'd forced the lock from the inside. I wondered what she had used. Then I saw the ornate metal hand mirror my mom had given Emma before she died. It was a family heirloom, and the slim metal handle was now damaged. Honestly, I was kind of surprised Emma hadn't pawned it already. I certainly hadn't noticed it when I was cleaning out the room in preparation for her detox. I looked around the room briefly. There was a bucket to use as a bathroom. There was nothing in it. She hadn't been locked in the room long enough to use it. There were some dry snacks and several gallons of water, along with bottles of vitamins. The cheap flat-screen television was from my room, along with the DVD player and the stack of DVDs. We had no internet, not since Emma had stolen all the cash from my wallet a week ago. She disappeared for 2 days after that, surely getting high with the piece of she called a boyfriend. But I couldn't be too hard on my sister. After all, her heroin addiction was my fault, and you got right down to it. I'd been working on a small cattle farm down in the valley when I was thrown from a horse and shattered my right arm. This was back before the words opioid epidemic became a household phrase. I hadn't realized until later that we didn't really have doctors in my little Appalachian town. We had drug dealers who looked like doctors. So when I was prescribed OxyContin for the pain, I wasn't complaining. It helped, after all. It did what it was supposed to do, but it also got its claws deep into me. When Emma hurt her neck in a car accident, I just knew she was in chronic pain, and I offered her a couple of pills, and then a couple of more when she asked. That was all it took. We were both off to the races, speeding toward the bottom of society like we couldn't wait to live in squalor. Our thoughts from waking in the morning to going to bed at night were all about how we could score our next fix. Of course, I lost my job at the cattle farm, and with it, my insurance. No more OxyContin, unless I wanted to pay out of pocket. And why would I do that when I could get heroin for a fraction of the price? Emma and I fed on each other's addiction. We were a team, in it together. We would split up to hustle up money, then come back together when we had enough to score. That was our existence for 4 years until I finally decided I'd had enough. I went through a week of hell and then a month of a slightly milder hell. Drinking helped, and I promised myself I would quit drinking, but that proved a little harder to do, especially since Emma was still using. She had agreed to quit with me, but she didn't follow through. I begged her to stay when she decided to go out and score, but nothing I said could convince her. It was something she had to really want. There was no forcing anyone to get off heroin short of throwing them in jail, and I wouldn't wish that on my own sister. Taking another swig from the bottle, I moved out to the living room. There was really nothing of value left in the house. Even my cheap flat-screen TV wouldn't sell at the seediest pawn shop in town, given that one corner was cracked and the full picture didn't show up. Anyway, she'd left in the middle of the night. There had been no pawn shops open, and she knew it. I figured she'd gone to her boyfriend's house to beg some drugs off him, and if that was the case, she'd probably still be there. Bottle in hand, I grabbed my cigarettes and stepped out the creaky front door of the trailer. The morning was hemmed in with fog that hung around the limp tree branches like poison gas. I plopped down in a wet lawn chair and lit a cigarette, adding the smoke to the heavy mist. My stomach was twisting in knots from all the drinking I'd done the night before, and was still doing. I needed to eat something. I made a plan to get fast food on the way to find Emma. Then I forced my mind off the problems at hand and looked at my little slice of paradise. What little of it I could see in the fog, anyway. The trailer sat on 5 acres of land, given to Emma and me by our parents on their passing. Our mother died first of cancer, and our father followed shortly after with a bullet to the head. Losing our mother had been hard enough, but when our father went out like he did, things got pretty dark. And that was another thing OxyContin and heroin were good for. They didn't just help with the physical pain, they also helped with the emotional pain. It's a dangerous combination. Our father had been a year gone by the time I got hooked on Oxy, but losing a parent hurts for a hell of a lot longer than a year. I stamped out my cigarette in the mist-soggy ashtray and went back inside to change clothes. I needed to find Emma, if only to make sure she was still alive and hadn't overdosed. I banged on the door while still chewing the last of my second McDonald's sausage burrito. There was movement inside, the sound of a glass bottle falling over and rolling across the floor. I banged some more.
I'm coming, goddammit!
A voice said. A wiry black man named Rodney opened the door, bleary-eyed and grumpy.
The f do you want, Rick?
I shoved past him and stepped into the house, ignoring his objections. I was much bigger than him, and he knew not to mess with me. Brett was another story altogether.
Where's Emma?
I asked.
She ain't here, man.
Rodney said, following behind me.
And keep it down. Brett's sleeping. You seen her?
I asked, looking into the living room. A couple of Brett's regular hangers-on were passed out on the ratty couches and recliners. Drug paraphernalia and alcohol bottles littered the coffee table.
Emma?
I shouted.
Shh.
Rodney said.
Shut up, man.
Emma, are you here?
I started up the stairs as I heard a door open. Brett walked up to the head of the stairs, pistol in his hand. He was wearing only underwear, revealing a body swollen by too much junk food, booze, and drug use. If you had the money to spend on them, the heroin munchies could get you fat in no time. He pointed the gun at me, his broad and cruel face puffy with sleep.
Where's my sister?
I asked, not slowing or stopping.
Not here,
he said.
Now off before I shoot you.
I'd learned a long time ago that Brett was one of those guys who fed on weakness, so I didn't show my discomfort at having a pistol pointed at my face. Granted, the whiskey in my bloodstream helped, but I was uncomfortable. There was no telling what this drugged-up would do, and it was the first time in our combative relationship that he'd ever pointed a gun directly at me. That alone told me something was up. When I got to the top of the stairs and managed a closer look at his face, I stopped. There were scratch marks on his left temple and cheek.
My sister do that?
I asked.
Get out of my house,
he said.
Where is she?
I asked.
What happened?
Brett pressed his lips together, eyes going hard. I thought of some of the things he'd made my sister do for drugs. Stories she'd told me when she was at her lowest, when she really wanted to get clean. Unable to help myself, I slapped the gun out of the way with one hand and grabbed him by the neck with the other, slamming him back into the wall.
I know my sister came here last night,
I said, choking him, hardly able to control myself. I knew how close I was to losing my sister, and I couldn't bear the thought. Even if I knew logically it was my own fault for giving her the oxys to begin with, I had every reason to want to kill Brett. I'd never killed anyone in my life, had never even come close, but whiskey made me mean, and I had an awful feeling in my gut that something bad had happened to Emma.
Tell me when you saw her. What happened?
I let up on his neck, and Brett sucked in a breath.
She was acting like a
He said.
We got in a fight. I refused to give her any dope.
And then what?
I asked.
And then nothing. She left.
Where did she go?
How the do I know?
He was lying. At least I thought he was. There was movement from below, and I looked down to see that several of the people from the living room were now standing next to Rodney at the bottom of the stairs. One guy with a shaved head had a switchblade out. Another guy appeared with a baseball bat. I yanked the gun out of Brett's hand, then stepped back, quickly transferring the weapon to my right hand.
Don't move,
I said, before going down the hall and glancing into each of the 3 bedrooms. I saw a couple of strung-out women, but no Emma. I moved back to the stairs and stopped at the top of them. Brett hadn't moved. He was rubbing his neck. After glaring at him briefly, I took a step down. That was when he spoke.
Your sister's nasty,
he said, barely above a whisper.
I never met a bigger You should hear some of the things I made her do.
I stepped over and whipped the barrel of the gun into his face, right where the scratches were. Only I did it hard as I could. The metal tore through the skin at his temple and continued down at an angle, smashing into his nose. He went down hard and immediately started screaming as blood poured out of the 2 separate gashes. The guys at the bottom of the stairs started up, but I pointed the gun at them. I didn't need to say anything. As I moved down the stairs, leading with the gun, Brett started screaming at me.
You're dead!
He shouted, voice cracking with pain and rage.
You're dead, and so's your slut sister. I'm gonna cut your off and shut it in your goddamn mouth.
I corralled all the others back into the living room and left the house backward through the front door. I didn't lower the weapon until I was in my truck and moving down the road. Once I could no longer see the house in my mirrors, I set the gun down on the bench seat beside me and gripped the wheel with both hands, knuckles going white. I punched the dash 3 times in quick succession as I yelled, cracking the sun-faded plastic. It was a stupid thing to do. Maybe the stupidest. Brett was a proud man, and I knew I'd just made things worse for both myself and my sister. I didn't know if he would actually try to kill me, but I knew I'd crossed the line. There was no way he would let it go. No way. Now, finding Emma was even more important. I had to find her before he did. I quickly checked the other likely spots, of which there were few. The whole time, I was glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see Brett's car or Brett himself coming for me, but he didn't. Not yet. He was probably at the hospital, getting his face sewn up. After checking the spots, I made calls. No one admitted to seeing Emma the night before. Several hours of searching passed before I admitted to myself that I had to go to the one place I really didn't want to go. It was also the one place Emma promised me she would never go to score. It took me 30 minutes to drive out to the property, and I chain-smoked the whole way. The fog had lifted, but a dreary gray sky remained low over the land, diffusing the sun and making it seem like half-night. Wet leaves of yellow, red, and brown sat clumped at the sides of the road, half-barren trees like rotting bone-picked corpses everywhere I looked. The place had once been called Blackburn Industries, back when it was a fully functioning business. Now, everyone just called it the Burn. Julie and Paul Blackburn had been pillars of the community, operating several legitimate businesses on their 450-acre plot of land, which had been in the family for generations. After Paul Blackburn died in their automotive repair shop when a lift jack failed, causing a car to fall on him, Julie gave the place over to their one and only son, Esther. After that, she moved to Arizona to be closer to her sister. Everyone but Julie Blackburn seemed to know what would happen once Hester took over, and he didn't disappoint. He ran the place into the ground and started selling off plots of land to fuel his party lifestyle. In the years Hester had been the owner of the property, increasingly strange stories filtered through town like blood seeping into the cracks of the earth. Everyone in town had heard about the raging parties Hester threw, many of them lasting days or sometimes even weeks. Nowadays, it was like one never-ending party on the Burn. Even before he took over, everyone knew that Hester wasn't right in the head. I'd had several interactions with him over the years, and none of them had been good. Mostly, back in the days before he took over, I would spot him at the local bars. He was always getting into fights or getting tossed out of the bars. I heard he'd served several years in prison for attempted rape when he was 18. Although I was just a little kid when that happened and had no personal recollection of it, I figured it was true. He seemed like the type. Which was why I made Emma promise not to ever go up there. And it wasn't just him I was worried about. He had long since developed an entourage of men and women almost as crazy as he was. Apparently, whenever they were gearing up for a party, they would drive the 2 hours to Pittsburgh and find as many cheap prostitutes as they could, many of them struggling to stay off the streets, and pay them in drugs. The way I heard it, if Hester liked them, he would let them stay at the property as kind of live-in sex slaves, doped to the gills 24/7. It didn't take a huge jump in logic to see that Emma was on the brink of that kind of life. So as I pulled up to the gate outside the Burn, that bad feeling in my gut gave a hard twist. I hoped there was some other explanation, that Emma hadn't gone there in her desperation to get right, as junkies called it. But that feeling in my gut told me otherwise. Leaving the truck running, I stepped out and approached the wrought iron gate. Beyond it, up the dirt driveway, I could see the 2-story house and 2 large warehouses off to the side. There were vehicle parts littering the property, along with discarded barrels and random garbage. There was an electronic keypad to my left. I pressed the intercom button. Nothing happened for several moments, so I pressed it again. "What?" a man said through the speaker. I didn't recognize his voice. "I'm looking for Emma Peterson," I said. "My sister. Have you seen her?" "No," the man said. I waited for more, but that was it. "Hello?" I said. Nothing. I hit the button again. The same voice came back on. "Off!" Swallowing my anger, I took a moment to compose my voice. I had to be smart about this. "If you don't mind, I'd just like to come and look around for her. She may have come to party last night. I just want to get her and leave." "Is your sister an adult?" I hesitated. "Listen, I just want to find..." "I'm sure she's a f***ing adult, because we don't let no kids in here. And if she's an adult, and if she's here through her own free will. Now, if you don't off, I'll be forced to make you leave. My composure broke, and I rushed up to the gate, grabbing the metal bars, trying to pull them open. They wouldn't budge, but I kept trying, my anger getting the better of me. The crack of a gunshot froze me. I looked down, half expecting to see blood pouring out of a bullet hole in my chest. But I was unharmed. Looking up through the gate, I could see a man on the front steps of the house. He had the rifle pointing at the sky, but he brought it down and pointed it at me, lining his eye up behind the scope. I backed away from the gate and got into my truck, then reversed away from the property. As I went, I looked down at the pistol on the seat beside me. A seething anger sent hot blood coursing through me as I turned around and headed back to the trailer, hoping Emma would be there when I got back. She wasn't. I spent the afternoon calling anyone I thought might have seen Emma the previous night. Many of them I had already called that morning. None of them had any idea where Emma was. By the time the sun was down, I knew I had to get into the burn and look for her. This time, I didn't go to the front gate. I knew the area well, so I parked my truck on a little used dirt road near the back of the Blackburn property and climbed through the barbed wire fence. I walked through the woods and picked a spot to watch, waiting for the party to start. Around 8 o'clock, I watched as about 15 people made their way over from the house. Emma wasn't among them. Shortly after they went into the warehouse, I heard music start up from inside. 15 people wasn't enough. I had to wait and hope that more people would show up so I could blend in with the crowd. I sat in the cold and dark for an hour before I saw 3 sets of headlights come up the road and stop briefly at the gate before continuing on. 2 SUVs and a van pulled up in front of the house, out of my view. A few moments later, 19 people walked into the warehouse. Deciding now was the time, I moved down the hill into the back of the house. I wore my tan-colored ranch coat. The pistol I'd taken from Brett was inside the right front pocket. I got inside the house without issue because the back door was unlocked. The place was a pigsty. Fast food garbage, beer cans, and pizza boxes were everywhere. Dishes were piled up all around the sink. Rolling papers and meth pipes and syringes sat on every available table. I searched the place and found no one but a passed-out woman. I had to check to make sure she was breathing before moving on. No sign of Emma. I went out the same way I'd come and headed toward the warehouse. As I moved toward the door, I saw another vehicle coming up the driveway. Hanging back, I waited until the people, 6 of them, exited the SUV and headed toward the warehouse, carrying bottles of booze and cases of beer. I didn't recognize any of them, so I thought it was safe to join them as they went inside. None of them even acknowledged me beyond a casual glance. I walked into thudding bass, swirling colored lights, and the excited voices of the partygoers. Aside from the lights, it was fairly dark in the warehouse, which had housed a hydroponic produce operation back before Hester had taken over. My parents had often bought fresh veggies at the local farmer's market from Mrs. Blackburn. But all that equipment was gone now, likely sold off by Hester, leaving a large dance floor in the middle. There was a stage at one side, 2 stripper poles jutting out of it. Nearby sat a kiddie pool that I figured was often used for female bikini wrestling or some other such nonsense. There were a couple of kegs and ice baths and some tables and chairs around the sides. I peered around the room, seeing no sign of Emma, but I spotted Hester Blackburn pretty quickly. He was on the opposite side of the space, sitting in a recliner with a wobbly woman in his lap. She could barely keep her eyes open as the gaunt-looking middle-aged man groped at her breasts with one hand through her black spaghetti-strap shirt. Imagining my sister in her place, I had to quell an eruption of anger. It would do no good to go over there and assault him in front of everyone. I was here to find Emma, not to right all the wrongs that surely happened in this hell on earth. Moving among the people, I grabbed a red plastic cup and poured myself a beer, chatting occasionally with others to blend in. I didn't use my real name though, and I stayed away from Hester, afraid he would recognize me, but I kept my eye on him. The door to the warehouse opened. I glanced over, hoping to see Emma walk in, but instead, I saw Brett walk in, his face bandaged and bruised. I ducked down behind a couple of drunk homeless women, pretending I had to tie my shoe. From my kneel, I watched as Brett went over to Hester and whispered in the man's ear. The two conversed for the better part of 2 minutes before Brett stood again and moved into the crowd. Hester said something to the woman still in his lap. When she didn't respond fast enough, he shoved her off onto the hard floor, stood up, and slapped her. No one seemed to notice. If they did, they didn't seem to care. He yanked the woman up by her arms, and the two of them walked toward another door at the back of the warehouse. Looking around, I could no longer see Brett. I stood up and walked across the warehouse, coming to the door Hester and the woman had just used. I stepped outside into the night, hearing talking from around the corner. I peered around, seeing that he and the woman were at the other warehouse, a garage which was used when the vehicle repair business had been in operation. Hester let loose a stream of curses at the woman, who was swaying on her feet, as he unlocked the door with 2 different keys for 2 different deadbolts. As he opened the door, I reached into my pocket for the pistol, knowing this was my chance. But before I could even get the gun out of my pocket, I heard a noise behind me. Something struck the side of my head. My legs turned to rubber and I tumbled down, vision blurring.
The f***?
Hester said, turning toward us.
I told you he'd come here.
Brett said from behind me.
Well,
Hester said.
bring him here. We'll do them all at the same time.
I tried to pull the gun out, but it seemed to be snagged in the pocket. Then Brett hit me again.
Hurry up, get him inside. I'm trying. He's f***ing heavy. Why don't you help? Use your eyes. I'm holding this up. Just hurry up before someone comes over here to take a piss or something.
The voices filtered through the thick black cotton of unconsciousness, accompanied by the pain in my head where Brett had hit me. Consciousness came slowly enough that I didn't open my eyes. I knew better in that moment than to signal my awareness of the situation. I felt my body being pulled by my legs, and I made sure to stay limp. I felt the surface under my back change from dirt to smooth concrete. The sound of shuffling feet followed me inside. Hester and the half-conscious woman. Knowing I had to wait for the right moment, I continued pretending to be unconscious. With 2 of them, I knew I wouldn't have much of a chance, especially since I knew one of them had the gun I'd taken from Brett earlier. I no longer felt its weight in my front right jacket pocket. The door closed and there was a click. Lights came on, faintly filtering through my eyelids.
Let's get him strung up,
Hester said.
Put him under that lift.
Now that I was on smooth concrete, the going was easier. Brett pulled me along the floor and then dropped my legs. Then he kicked me in the ribs. It took everything I had to not scream out. But if quitting dope had taught me one thing, it was to embrace the pain and discomfort. So I made no sound and no movement, not until I heard Brett walk away. I let my head fall to the side, away from the 2 men, and then opened my eyes. I nearly screamed at what I saw. There was a vehicle lift next to the one I was lying under. The lift was all the way up. Under normal circumstances, this would give enough room for the mechanic to stand under the vehicle and work on it. But of course, there was no vehicle on the lift. There was a dead woman. She was naked, strung up with chains wrapped around the lift arms and worked around her chest. Her breasts had been cut off, and her stomach sliced open. Her intestines snaked down to a plastic kiddie pool underneath her. Although I couldn't see into the pool from my angle on the floor, I knew it contained her blood and various body parts. I could tell it wasn't Emma. This woman had dirty blonde hair, not auburn hair, but it was little solace in the face of such disturbing cruelty.
Just stand up,
Hester said.
Forget about her,
Brett said.
Help me get Rick up. He could come around any moment. Just stand up.
I could no longer stand it. They sounded far enough away that I had to risk it. I had to turn my head. Both Hester and Brett stood near a workbench near the door we'd come through. Hester was trying to get the half-conscious woman to stand on her own, but it wasn't working out. And he was getting madder with each passing second.
Come on,
he said, slapping her face.
I know you can hear me, you.
Their backs were to me. I moved slowly, sitting up while keeping my eyes fixed on them, hoping they wouldn't turn around.
Stand up! Come on, Hess. Just let her fall if she's gonna fall. I know she can hear me,
Hester said, reaching for a screwdriver on a pegboard above the workbench. He placed the tip of the screwdriver under her right eye.
Open your eyes.
I got into a crouch, glancing around for anything to use as a weapon. There was nothing close. Everything was on the workbench at the wall. I could see the pistol in the small of Brett's back, shoved into his waistband.
Open your eyes!
The woman's eyelids fluttered open and seemed to focus on Hester.
That's good.
He said, just before jamming the screwdriver into the woman's eye socket. She screamed, arms flailing as Hester shoved the tool deeper into her skull. The noise from her lungs was no match for the thumping bass and discordant treble from next door. Her scream faded, and her arms went limp as she twitched, her other eye rolling up into her head.
God damn,
Brett said, voice giddy with excitement. Even from behind, I could see that he was pawing at his crotch.
let me have her while she's still warm,
He said. I had been frozen in terror during this whole interaction, still crouching. I wanted to scream and vomit all at once, but the next words Hester spoke brought me back to myself.
No, we need to get Rick secured first.
As he said this, he threw a casual glance over his shoulder. Our eyes met. I like to think that my eyes were full of hate and determination, just like his, but I don't think they were. The only thing in my eyes was fear.
Brett!
Hester screamed, finally dropping the poor woman to the ground while keeping hold of the screwdriver. As Brett turned to look, I jumped from my crouch, plunging forward the two men as fast and hard as I could. Brett got the gun out of his back waistband just a moment before I reached him. I grabbed the gun with both hands as I crashed into him, pointing the weapon toward the ceiling. He smashed back first into the workbench as we fought for the gun. I lost Hester from my peripheral vision, only to realize where he was as he plunged the screwdriver into my lower back. Shouting, I jerked an elbow back, hitting nothing but air. Hester was too quick. He pulled the tool out and jammed it into a different spot in my lower back. The pain was too much. I was struggling to keep Brett from pointing the gun at me, and I didn't have much more left in the tank. Hester wrapped an arm around my neck from behind, his other hand jostling the screwdriver still inside me. I felt his breath on my ear as he got close.
How's that feel?
He said.
That's what I'm gonna do to your sister as soon as I'm done with you.
The gun was coming down. Brett was still fighting for it, rage all over his face. I let it come.
But there's one difference.
Hester said.
Brett and I are gonna the wounds while she's still alive.
He laughed in my ear, breath smelling of beer and cigarettes. I wanted to collapse, but I didn't. I let the gun come down until it was pointing at the space in the hollow of my shoulder, between chest and arm.
you.
I said, and I pushed Brett's trigger finger down. The gun fired, the bullet blasting through my shoulder and into Hester. He fell back, grunting in pain. With a little bit of strength I had left, I shoved the gun back out of the way with one hand and reached around my back with the other, pulling the screwdriver out. I jammed the tool into Brett's neck. It went in the right side of his throat and poked out the left. His eyes went wide in his damaged face. He let go of the gun and stumbled away, tripping over the woman's body as he panicked, trying and failing to keep the blood in his body with his hands. I tried to hang onto the gun with my left hand, but that arm didn't want to work anymore. I let it clatter to the floor. The pain was coming on now, and I knew I would pass out soon. I turned around to see Hester scrambling along the ground, a bullet hole in his upper chest. But it didn't look like much more than a flesh wound. By the time the bullet had gone through me, it had lost most of its stopping power. But it had done enough. I kicked him in the head once, and he stopped squirming so much, which allowed me to straddle him. I put the tip of the screwdriver just under his eye.
Where's my sister?
I asked, pushing the tip just enough so that if he moved, it would do some serious damage.
In the back office.
He said, voice high.
She's alive, okay? She's alive. That's good,
I said, and jammed the screwdriver into his eye as far as it would go. I found Emma in the back office, locked in a metal cage meant for dogs. She was alive, although she'd taken a beating. Soon after I retrieved the keys for the lock from Hester's pocket, I collapsed. I don't remember much of anything after that. I woke up in the hospital, Emma at my side. It was 2 days later.
How are you feeling?
I asked her.
Me? I feel like
She said.
but it's nothing compared to how I'm sure you feel. You haven't dosed?
Emma shook her head and smiled.
But you have. You're doped to the gills.
I smiled back. It was true,
I've quit once.
I said.
I can do it again. But I'm gonna need your help.
Emma reached out and took my hand.
You got it.
Darkness is just setting on the landscape as I drive up a winding road to deliver a bunch of Thai food to someone in a nice neighborhood. I have the 2 front windows down, enjoying the cool night air. I've delivered up here many times before, so I know the area pretty well. A lot of the houses are propped on the hillside, overlooking the city below. Most of them are worth well over $1 million, which is why the 2 people walking down the road catch my attention. Not only are the roads dangerous to walk on because of all the turns, but there's no sidewalk either. And I've never seen anyone on foot in this neighborhood. Not unless it's someone checking the mail or bringing their trash barrel up the driveway. My GPS tells me that the house is just on the left, so I slow down and swing in. The people, a man and a woman, if I'm seeing right, are heading down the road toward me, walking along the edge of a wooded area between houses. I glance at them but don't think much else of it as I bring the several bags of food up to the house. The lady answers the door and takes the stuff, smiling politely. I smile back, telepathically telling her that she should give me a fat tip. The whole thing takes about a minute. With that done, I head back to my car, glancing around for the man and woman. I don't see them. It's dark and my back windows are tinted, so I don't notice anything wrong until I sit in the driver's seat and see a pair of crazed eyes staring at me in the rearview mirror. I start to spin around in my seat to verify that I'm not seeing things. But before I can get all the way around, the man says, "Turn around and face front." He sounds raspy and weak, like he's on his last legs, but I do what he says because he also sounds a little nuts. And as soon as I look into the rearview mirror again, I'm glad I listened to him because he's holding a big hunting knife up for me to see. Shifting my head, I also see that the woman is in the back seat as well. Our eyes meet. She looks petrified. I can see her shaking in the mirror, and I can also see that she's young. She's still in her teens. The man leans forward, and I feel the blade press against my neck directly under my right ear. "Drive," he says. I'm afraid talking will cause him to cut me, whether intentionally or not, so I don't speak. Instead, I start the car and reverse out of the driveway. We start down the winding road. I drive slowly, afraid a bump will open my neck up. After a moment, the guy says, "Drive normal." I swallow and get up to the posted speed limit. As we're getting to the bottom of the mountain, I finally risk a question. "Where do you want me to take you?" He's thinking about this as we approach an intersection with a red light. "Turn left," he says. I get into the left turn lane and look at him in the mirror. Then I see something that makes my eyes bulge. There's a cop car coming up behind us. The guy sees my eyes go wide and turns to look over his shoulder, nicking me with the knife as he does it. I wince, feeling the blood welling up and dripping slowly down my neck. "Just be f***ing cool," the guy says, taking the knife away from my neck and putting it up to the girl's. She yelps in fear. "I'll slit her throat if you do anything stupid. Then I'll jam this blade into your ear. I'm fast enough to do it." I nod once, still watching the cop. It's soon clear that the cruiser isn't going to turn left, but that means it's going to stay in the right lane, which means it will stop directly beside us. The guy in the back seems to realize this at the same time I do. "Roll up your window," he says. "The right window." He's thinking about the blood on my neck, if the cop sees it. But it's too late now anyway. The cruiser is pulling up next to us. "It'll draw their attention if I do it now," I say. "Just don't f***ing move," he whispers. I stare dead ahead, trying to see if the cop is looking this way, using only my peripheral vision. "Don't you do it, pig," the guy says in back. "Don't you f***ing do it." I can feel the blood sliding down toward my shirt collar. I wonder if it's noticeable in the backsplash from my dashboard. The smell in the car is that of fear, sweat, and fresh urine. I think the girl has let her bladder go. I don't blame her. I see movement out of the corner of my eye, but stay perfectly still. Then the cop speaks.
"Hey, you're bleeding,"
he says. Unsure what else to do, I turn my head to tell him some bullshit story and how I cut myself. But as I do, I hear the sound of a sharp blade slicing through me. The girl's blood splashes against my face as the guy opens her throat. Knowing he aims to make good on his threat, I throw myself against the steering wheel just as he moves the blade toward me. I feel the tip of it slice through my shirt and into my back, opening me up. As he pulls it back again to get ready for another slice, I reach down with my left hand and yank on the seat back release lever, throwing myself into the seat back and sending it flying toward him. The blade sinks into the seat back from the other side as it comes down, but then the hilt is pressed against his leg, making it impossible for him to get it out again. The girl flails beside him, one hand to her wound while the other reaches for the man's face. I realize she's trying to claw his eyes out. I throw my car in park and then open the door, launching myself out and landing halfway in the oncoming traffic lane. A car comes to a screeching halt, about a foot from running me over. Inside the car, the man screams. The sound of a gunshot gets me to my feet again. I look over my car to see the cop standing at my passenger side window, his gun pointed into the vehicle at an angle. I lean down and look inside, seeing the two dead people in my back seat. One of them killed by a bullet, the other by a knife wound. It doesn't take the cops long to find out that it was a kidnapping gone wrong. The girl was some guy's rich daughter. The kidnapper was some strung-out addict whose car wouldn't start after he broke into the girl's house and forced her out at knife point. Me? I was just a delivery driver in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now I'm a delivery driver with over 40 stitches in his back and a massive car cleaning bill. The shotgun blast rang out when I was still in the outskirts of town, but I didn't have to see the violence to know what happened. The silence made things plain enough. The silence of shocked and scared people, just trying to survive. I didn't have to see the scene to know who'd done the shooting. Walter Jessup, who worked directly for the coal mine owner, had made clear that he'd shoot anyone handing out literature promoting unionization. At the time, I thought he was bluffing. I should have known better. I raced into the small Appalachian town to find Clarence Williams dead in the middle of the muddy thoroughfare, the wind stirring the painstakingly printed flyers still gripped in one hand. My fellow coal miners stood around in shock, staring at Jessup, who stood nearby with a shotgun propped on his shoulder, a smirk under his pointy mustache. As I looked at him, the bastard winked at me. Now, I'd seen enough death in the mines to not be surprised by the sight of a man with a hole in his chest. But it didn't make the hurt any easier to handle. Clarence was only 19, and he had a wife and a baby daughter who were now on their own, all because he wanted to join the United Mine Workers of America to get fair wages. He was a good man, a hard worker, a good father. I resisted the urge to speak my mind to Jessup right then and there. This had gone on long enough. I thought we could do things the right way, the American way, the way everyone said was possible. But now I saw that it wasn't possible. The coal company owned the town, and even though the sheriff's office was nearby, there was no sign of any law enforcement officer, none at all, because the company owned them too. I knew Jessup wouldn't be arrested for the cold-blooded murder, not in this town. So I gathered some men, and we took Clarence's body over to the undertaker. Then I discussed things with Earl and Lewis, and was not surprised to find that my co-workers were willing to give my way a try. After all, they'd both seen the same things I'd seen in the black mines. They'd experienced things that couldn't be explained away. Some people called them Tommyknockers, but the things that lived in the mines in this part of West Virginia didn't look like little men. And leaving little bits of saffron cake would only fulfill their hunger for so long. We just called them the Dark Ones. As Earl, Lewis, and I talked, we all agreed on one thing. We'd have to bring our little friends something considerable in order to get them to do what we wanted. Luckily, we knew just the person to bring them. He worked directly for the mine owner, Mr. Davenport, and he just killed one of our friends. So we got to work. It was after 10 o'clock that night when I marched up to Davenport's house and looked through a window to find the man himself sitting with a glass of liquor next to a fire in a plush sitting room. I went to the front door and used the shotgun I procured to blast the lock out. I kicked the door in and stepped into the wide entryway of the man's massive two-story house. Dressed in bedclothes, Davenport came rushing out of the sitting room, screaming. He had a Colt revolver in one hand, and when he saw me standing there, alone in the doorway with the shotgun propped on my shoulder, he stopped and leveled the revolver at my face.
There's only one of you?
He said, fighting a smile.
You must be crazy.
A moment later, two men with rifles came running from what must have been the servants' quarters. I recognized them both. They were Jessup's men. Now there were 3 guns pointing at me.
Do you insist on fighting our efforts to unionize, Mr. Davenport?
I asked. The man with the coiffed hair, who'd never had a speck of coal dust on him, looked in disbelief at the other 2 men. They all smiled.
Where's Jessup?
Davenport asked the men.
I think we should let him do the honors.
Before either man could answer, I tossed the shotgun down onto the floor.
Look familiar?
I asked. Davenport looked at the weapon, realization coming into his face.
What have you done with him? If you laid a finger on him, you'll hang.
The word stuck in the man's throat as he looked past me at the still open double doors. The other 2 men suddenly became pale as they, too, peered at the darkness outside.
What the hell are those?
Davenport asked. When I gave no answer, he screamed.
What are they?
As I heard the soft scratches of their footfalls behind me, the 2 men with rifles broke and ran.
Get back here, you cowards!
Davenport yelled, but then he broke and ran, scrambling toward the stairwell behind him. A sea of little coal-black bodies, some of them walking on all 4s, others on their hind legs, rushed around me. Most of them went after Davenport, but others raced toward the servants' quarters. Their solid white eyes were wide open under pointed ears. Their mouths were open and drooling in anticipation. Needle-sharp teeth gleamed. They were far too quick for Davenport, and they caught him before he made it halfway up the stairs. The man's screams of pain were quickly muffled as the Dark Ones enveloped him. Earl and Lewis stepped up beside me, and we watched. From the servants' quarters, we heard similar screams. When the screams had stopped and the creatures had dispersed back to the mine, we went home to our families. A week later, we joined the United Mine Workers of America Union.
You ever been on a boat before, Lucas?
Asked the burly man on the pier.
Dangerous work. A man's liable to go over the side if he ain't careful.
I ran my hands through my mop of auburn hair. I had sent in an application months before and told the captain I had no experience on the water, but maybe he didn't see that part. It had worried me at that moment that I may be about to lose the job before I even started. No, sir, I replied. I have no experience on a boat. I know how to swim and have spent time at the lakes back home, but nothing like this. Captain Orange furrowed his brow as he looked me over. It was hard to determine his age. All of his hair had gone gray, and his face was lined with deep wrinkles. His body was a stout rack of muscle. He was either in his later years, or life on the sea had worn him down.
My business manager must not have looked over your application too well,
he said dismissively.
Crabbing on the Bering Sea ain't a game. You young folks watch some damn show on the Discovery Channel and think it's a quick payday. It ain't. Not sure this is gonna be for you.
I grabbed my duffel bag from the wet concrete and turned to walk back to the hotel. My mind raced between the disappointment of rejection and the panic of having to pay for a plane ticket home. My bank account was nearly drained, and I would have to use my already maxed out credit card.
Hang on,
he shouted.
Be here at 6 in the morning tomorrow. It's too damn late for me to find a new deckhand, and you're just gonna have to learn to be useful real quick. If you can't keep up, crab ain't gonna be the only thing we dump at the port.
The old man turned and walked back onto the deck of his boat before vanishing into the wheelhouse. FV Weeping Widow rocked gently against the pier. I spent the first 2 hours of our trip to the Bering Sea violently dumping my breakfast into the filthy toilet just off the kitchen. Every time I retched, I could hear the other deckhands howl with laughter outside. Captain Orange had told the crew to hit their bunks for a bit of rest before we reached the crabbing grounds. But their laughter and jeers made it clear they had no intention of heeding the advice. It seemed like all of my stomach contents had successfully ejected when pounding began to sound against the thin wooden door.
All right, Greenhorn,
One of the deckhands shouted.
time to get off your ass and on your feet. We'll be dropping pot soon, and that herring won't hop in the bait bag. Let's move.
I could hear the sounds of their voices growing quiet and the thuds of heavy boots heading up the steps onto the deck. Wiping my face on my sleeve, I pushed myself onto my feet and walked out the door. The smell of beer and cigarette smoke nearly made my seasick stomach turn again, but I managed to press the urge back down. Pushing the bulkhead door open, I entered the equipment room where the other hands were slipping into their cold weather gear and waders. A big man who I thought was named Jimmy shoved a bright orange bodysuit into my hands and smacked me on the shoulder. I looked at it in confusion. It was completely different from the gear the other men were wearing.
What's this?
I asked the man.
It doesn't look like the same gear the rest of you have.
That's an immersion suit, son.
He responded with mild annoyance.
Captain told us you've never been out to sea before and got no boat experience. Me and all the boys think you'll fall overboard, and this is the only thing likely to save your rookie ass.
The other man began to howl with laughter again. I began to put on the enormous suit, unsure if it was a joke or not. There was no other gear in the room, so my options were limited. The others began to file out of the bulkhead and onto the deck. After 5 minutes of struggling into the immersion gear, I was finally ready to join them outside. Cutting wind and water slapped my face as soon as I stepped onto the deck. The other hands scurried from crab pots, cinching ropes, and checking for holes. Jimmy stood beside an industrial grinder and waved me over.
Grab these bait bags, and we'll start lining them up over at the pot launch,
he said, gesturing to a pile of mesh sacks filled to the brim with ground fish.
Gotta hurry if you want to keep the job.
I grabbed as many of the bait bags as I could and began to clumsily waddle toward the launcher at the side of the ship. The immersion suit was unbelievably bulky and made it difficult to bend my legs to walk. My feet slipped and shuffled as I tried to find purchase on the wet deck boards. I had just finished dropping the first load of bait bags when the boat grew silent. The engines had stopped. There was no more hurried noise from the crew, who had been readying the crab pots to launch. An electric sensation of fear jolted through my body in the sudden silence. I turned toward the deck to see all 7 deckhands surrounding me in a semicircle. Just as I was about to speak, I heard the door from the wheelhouse open and slam closed. Looking up, Captain Orange stood against the railing, hands clenched around the frigid metal, a grim look on his face.
It ain't personal, Lucas,
he shouted.
We've got a tradition here on the Weeping Widow. Every 4 or 5 years, me and the boys sacrifice a man to the sea. Keeps the rest of us safe. Superstitious? Maybe. But we ain't lost a man accidentally in 22 years. That suit'll give you a few hours to get right with whatever god you pray to.
At first, I thought it was a joke, but a few of the men pulled work knives from their belts as they all walked toward me. Captain Orange had already turned and walked back into the wheelhouse, slamming the door behind him. The engines roared to life and the boat jolted forward.
Over the side,
Jimmy said.
Or the boys will have to stab you a few times to inspire you.
Please!
I screamed at the men as they slowly closed in on me.
Don't do this! Just take me back. I won't tell anyone.
They remained silent and continued forward. The first man was in arm's reach and leaned in to grab me. I swung my fist as hard as I could and made contact with the side of his head. He stumbled back, shocked at the unexpected blow. As I prepared myself to throw another blow, the others began to move in faster. While I was distracted by the first man, the others seized the opportunity to tackle me to the railing of the ship. I thrashed violently and hit every man within reach, but it was no good. I felt 2 of them wrap their arms around my ankles and lift me into the air. My hands clenched around the metal railing and they tipped me over the side. Grip still in place, I slammed against the hull of the ship and looked up in horror. 7 crazed faces stared down at me, smiling with sadistic glee. One of the men began trying to pry my fingers from the rails, but the sudden surge of adrenaline had increased my strength. No matter how hard he pulled my fingers or slammed his fist down, my grip wouldn't break. Then I saw one of the men vanish. He returned moments later with a hammer. Lifting the hammer above his head, he brought it down on my left hand with a sickening crack. White blurs of pain filled my eyes as I heard this sickening crunch. My left hand spasmed in pain and fell from the railing. The weight of my body strained my right arm as I continued to hold onto the rail. My muscles burned with agony as I watched him lift the hammer a second time. The second wave of pain swept my body as the hammer made contact. My vision went black. The splintered bones of my right hand gave way, and I fell to the churning sea below. My loss of consciousness was momentary. I felt as though I slammed against concrete as my body met with the rough waves below. The unimaginable cold encompassed my body almost instantly, and any hope of drifting away to a peaceful death vanished. I began to struggle against the waves and paddled my arms to turn myself upright. Fresh bolts of pain erupted in my hands and shot up my arms as I tried to use them to right myself in the water. The suit had kept me dry, but the bulk made it nearly impossible to control my movements. Finally, I managed to get myself onto my back and floated on top of the choppy sea. Whitecap waves lapped and slammed against me, filling my mouth with briny water and making it difficult to breathe. As soon as I passed over the top of a new wave, I would coast back down the back and dip below the water before coming back up and gasping for air. I could see the FV Weeping Widow rocking gently on the waves, and the spotlight moved into the distance. A man was standing at the back of the boat, one arm propped on the railing and the other waving merrily in my direction. It looked like he lowered it to blow me a kiss.
Thank you, Greenhorn.
He shouted with glee.
If my kids knew what you sacrificed to keep their old man safe, they'd thank you too. Please.
I shouted. I slipped under the water again.
Come back.
Another whitecap swelled over my head, filling my mouth with salty water.
Don't leave me.
A larger wave pushed me a few feet under, sending water into my lungs.
I can't. Please.
The lights vanished over the rolling waves, leaving me in the pitch dark. The water began to calm a bit as the wake of the boat settled. My balance returned, and I began to float calmly in the water. Stars burned brightly overhead. I had never been this far away from a city to see them so clearly. They would have been beautiful in any other setting. There, in the Bering Sea, the stars would be the only witnesses to my funeral. I drifted for hours. The immersion suit had kept the worst of the cold at bay for a while, but I had eventually started to feel the icy daggers of the frigid water creep into my muscles. I had given up on trying to swim. My body ached, and it hurt to move. Hopelessness had overtaken me, and I simply waited to die. After letting go of the fear and anxiety, I noticed I felt a bit better. The water didn't seem to be as cold now. My body aches were dissipating. I felt almost comfortable. Hypothermia. Late stage, probably. It's no way to go. But by the time the false warmth starts filling your body, you're almost thankful. I had decided to close my eyes and rest and let the ocean take me, when I heard something in the distance. A rumbling sound. A ship's engine. I opened my eyes and scanned the area, and in the distance, I could see a dim light. There was a ship passing to my right. Too far away to see me. Too far away to hear me scream. I rested my hands on my chest as tears filled my eyes. My hands rested on top of a hard, found piece of plastic. Confused, I fumbled at it with my bent and broken fingers until I felt a bump on the side. Pushing it in, the night sky filled with obnoxious light. The damn suit had a strobe. I had been out here for hours and never checked the suit for any gear. There was no telling how many ships might have passed close enough to see it, but in my panic, I never checked. Bright flashes of light nearly blinded me as they radiated in the night sky. I shielded my eyes with my crippled hand and turned my head toward the boat passing me by. My mind was foggy, but I thought I could see a spotlight burst to life on the deck. A thin beam of harsh light began to scan the sea all around me. With great effort, I lifted my arms in the air to wave, hoping the reflective tape on the sides of the suit would catch their attention as well. After a few moments, the spotlight fell on me, and I had to shield my eyes completely. The light remained on me for what felt like an eternity, until I could hear the deafening roar of the engine of a ship nearby. Waves began to crash violently against me. Once again, I struggled to keep my head above water and breathe.
This is the United States Coast Guard.
A resonating voice called from the ship's loudspeaker.
We will dispatch a rescue team to pull you aboard.
A few moments later, I was pulled into an inflatable boat. There were a few men and women on board talking into radios as we sped back to the larger ship. The luminous spotlight followed us the entire way. It was like a light from heaven, carrying me back to safe harbors. I started sobbing uncontrollably. A woman sitting next to me grabbed my hand to comfort me. The pain was excruciating, but I didn't bother telling her about my injuries. I was too relieved to be in the sight of another person that the pain was worth the contact. I squeezed her hand back as best as I could with my shattered fingers. We pulled alongside the Coast Guard boat, and 4 cables dropped from a crane above. The rescue team started attaching the clasps to the boat, and in moments, we were lifted from the choppy sea. Tears flowed freely as we drifted upward to the deck. As we lifted above the side, the crane began to swing us onto the deck before gently lowering the boat. A swarm of warmly dressed men and women pulled me from the boat and put me on a stretcher. They chattered back and forth about care measures as my mind swam in the joy of my rescue.
Hey there, big guy, one of the men said. Can you tell me how you ended up in the drink out there? You're a long way from land.
Thrown overboard,
I said in a croaky voice.
crabbing boat, weeping widow, crew tossed me overboard.
The man's expression changed from professionally friendly to concerned.
Let me go grab the captain,
he said before vanishing through the rest of the crew. A few moments later, a woman stood beside the stretcher as the crew pulled me from my wetsuit and wrapped me in blankets. The serious woman held a warm cup of coffee to my lips, and I drank deeply. Sir, can you please tell me what happened on the FV Weeping Widow? I told her how the crew had cornered me before throwing me from the boat. She listened intently as I explained to her how I had treaded water for hours and how I had struggled to flag down their passing vessel. She nodded and assured me that I would be safe. Her version of safe differed greatly from mine. I was flown back to the mainland, and my hands were treated at a hospital in Anchorage. After my recovery, I was placed in an involuntary psychiatric hold for observation. The crew of the FV Weeping Widow all reported to authorities that I had become unstable after going out to sea. After running a string of crab pots, the captain had given the crew a few hours of rack time. While everyone was in their bunk, I must have snuck to the equipment room, put on the immersion suit, and jumped overboard in an elaborate suicide attempt. None of the crew faced charges, and the hospital eventually released me to fly home, broken and destitute. I'll never be the same. Yet the FV Weeping Widow still sails, as it always has. Every year they still lose one sailor to the sea. Only I know the truth. I'm not your average trash collector. I don't drive a big loud truck that has a special arm on it that picks up a garbage bin and dumps it without me ever having to leave the truck. No, I work for a property management company that contracts trash collection with different apartment complexes around where I live in Birmingham, Alabama. People set their trash bags outside their apartment doors at night, and then I come onto the property with my personal truck and gather it. Once my truck is full, I haul the garbage to the huge on-site compactors, which are emptied once every week and taken to the landfill. Most nights, it's a fairly peaceful job. I listen to music or podcasts or audiobooks as I make my rounds. But last night was a different story altogether. The apartment complex I was working at is called Wildflower Apartments, and there are over 200 units on the sprawling property. I was working at Building 6 when I heard a commotion from nearby. I only had one earbud in, so I could hear anything else going on. I learned that lesson when I nearly got run over by some drunken idiot when I was hauling a load to my truck. The commotion sounded like a door slamming, and then bare feet slapping the sidewalk or asphalt. Carrying 4 trash bags from Building 6, I moved back toward my truck, looking around. I didn't see anyone out and about, and it was nearing 2 in the morning, which was usually a pretty quiet time. I could no longer hear the running footsteps, so I shrugged the noise off and continued on my way. I tossed the trash bags into the bed of my truck and then went back to gather the rest from Building 6. After finishing with 6, I moved to 7 and went to gather the upstairs trash bags first. As I came back to my truck, I saw a blur of movement out of the corner of my eye. I could have sworn it was someone ducking behind the building. I dropped the bags in my right hand and took my single earbud out. A dog barked in the distance. Air conditioners hummed. Crickets chirped. Pocketing the earbud, I picked the bags back up and tossed them into the back of the truck without looking. My vision was fixed on the corner of the building where I thought I'd seen movement. Even though I had some room in the back of the truck, I decided to take the load to the compactors right then. I was feeling creeped out and wanted to get out of the area for a few minutes. I hoped it would help. I got in and started the truck. As I drove out past the building, I looked down the side, expecting to see someone hiding in the shadows there. I saw nothing but the side of the building, no boogeymen hiding out. Winding my way through the apartment complex, I came to the compactors, which were at the back of the property, near the maintenance sheds, and as far away from the buildings as you could get. In fact, there was a nice swath of trees on both sides of the road, separating the area from the rest of the property. I pulled up the wide ramp that was in front of the compactors, making it easy for me to just toss the trash in. Without the ramp, I would have had to toss the trash up and in, but this way, I didn't have to toss anything up, since the ramp was level with the metal double doors that allowed access to the compactors. Once I was parked, I started unloading the trash, pulling out 2 bags at a time and tossing them inside. When I unloaded about half the truck bed, I stepped over to the control panel for the compactor, inserted my key, and turned it. The compactor started up, and I watched as the large metal wedge extended out, pushing all the trash back into the body of the compactor. I stepped back to the truck and grabbed 2 more bags of trash. And as I pulled them off, I uncovered a woman's face. I jumped, dropping both bags next to my feet. The woman stared at me with blank eyes. I thought she was dead, but then she spoke. "Help! He's trying to kill me." I stood there, dumbfounded, trying to comprehend what she just said. And then there was a scuffling sound behind me. Pain erupted as something hard hit me in the head, and my world went blurry. I stumbled, tripping over one of the bags of garbage, falling to the floor next to the open compactor. Reaching up with one hand, I felt the back of my head. There was a gash there, and my fingers came away bloody. My eyes kept going in and out of focus. The man who hit me was dressed in dark blue coveralls. He had a black mask pulled up over his nose, like a robber in an old western. He stepped up to the back of the truck as the woman screamed. He had a foot-long length of pipe in his hand. He raised it to strike the woman, but I kicked at the trash bag I tripped over, sending it into his leg. There was no way it hurt him, but it drew his attention and kept him from hitting the woman. For a moment, I tried to get up, but it was no use. Something was wrong with me. My arms didn't want to work. My legs barely did. The man kicked the trash bag away and stepped over to me. He raised the pipe. I raised my hands in front of my face, knowing they would do little good. Behind him, the woman suddenly appeared at the back of the truck. She screamed in anger as she swung a heavy bag at the man, who turned just in time to get hit in the face with it. Apparently, the woman put all she had into it, because the man stumbled backward toward me. I stiffened my body where I lay. The man's heels hit me, and he fell backward, right into the open compactor.
The key!
I said. The woman was already on it. She turned the key, and the compactor came to life. The man scrambled up out of the way of the metal wedge, but the woman was ready for that as well. She picked up one of the trash bags I dropped and threw it at the man before he could get fully out. He fell back in, and a moment later, started screaming as the compactor crushed him against the wall of trash inside. I was in a really dark place when I encountered a cult that changed my life forever. For the better. I was 23 years old. It was a Saturday evening, and I was already drunk as my friend Ricardo drove us to what I thought was a church barbecue. We were on the outskirts of town and had just turned down a dirt road. Back in those days, I couldn't do anything sober. I was struggling, and Ricardo had heard that this place could possibly help me. Of course, I'd been sober when I agreed to attend the barbecue, but sober was a long way off as we pulled up to a place where a bunch of cars were parked in a field of wild grass next to a couple of long, low buildings. I could smell something cooking, so the barbecue portion of the deal was intact. Ricardo shut the engine off, and we went to get out, but I stopped him with a hand.
Listen,
I said, slurring.
thanks for looking out for me. Sorry if I'm a bit much to deal with at times. You're a good friend, man. The best.
Ricardo gave me a sad smile.
Through thick and thin,
He said.
never again.
I finished. It was some stupid saying we'd come up with in high school. A contradiction of sorts, but it seemed appropriate at the moment. We headed to a wide courtyard area between two buildings where about 36 people were milling around. There were tables of snacks and coolers of non-alcoholic drinks. A couple of grills were going. But what I immediately fixated on were the people in baby blue polo shirts and khaki shorts walking around with smiles frozen on their faces. They made up about a third of the people.
Oh, dude.
I said.
Is this a cult? It looks like a cult.
I don't know.
Ricardo said.
I just read that they boast a 90% success rate with alcoholics.
I scoffed and pulled out my metal flask.
Yeah. They'd probably tie them up and beat it out of them.
I took a swig.
Come on, dude. Everyone can see you.
Ricardo said.
You're right.
I said.
Better finish it before someone takes it away.
I chugged the rest of the liquor down, knowing it was a bad idea as I did it. Then I put the flask away and said,
F it. We're here already. There's a couple of cuties.
before Ricardo could answer, I ventured forth into the throng, barely able to walk without stumbling. The next hour or so was a blur of hitting on girls who didn't want to be hit on, stuffing my face, arguing with cult members, and generally making an ass out of myself. All the while, Ricardo was doing his best to keep me on a short leash. After the sun was down, one of the cult members called everyone into one of the flanking buildings for what he said was entertainment, but what I knew meant brainwashing. I turned the other way. Ricardo stopped me, but I told him I was just going to take a piss. To be fair, I did have to piss, but I had no intention of undergoing the brainwashing afterward. I stumbled around the other building and drained my tortured bladder against the wall. And that was when something caught my eye in one of the windows. Most of the window was covered with foil from the inside, but there was a small hole in the foil about the size of a quarter. I bent down and peered through the hole, seeing a half-naked young woman strapped to a bed in the middle of the room. She had a gag in her mouth and was clearly trying to get free. In my drunken state, I did the dumbest thing possible. I banged on the window and shouted,
Hey! Hey!
The young woman looked toward me, her eyebrows shooting up as she fought harder against the straps. There was a door in the building about 20 yards to my right, and it flew open while I was trying to figure out what to do. A big man dressed in nothing but khaki shorts came running out.
Hey!
I said.
What are you doing?
I didn't realize the danger I was in. Not yet. The man ran at me and grabbed me by the neck before I knew what was happening. He looked around before dragging me over toward the door.
Help!
I shouted, hoping Ricardo would hear me in the next building over. The man stopped dragging me and slapped a hand over my nose and mouth while his other hand tightened around my throat. Panic cut through the drunken haze, and I realized I was about to die. I had no weapons, I didn't carry a knife, and the man outweighed me by a good 50 pounds. But I did have something. I grabbed the flask out of my back pocket and slammed it into the side of the guy's head. His grip loosened on me, allowing me to draw in a ragged breath. His eyes went wild with anger. Just as his hands tightened on me again, I hit him with the flask a second and then a third time. He finally let go and stumbled toward the door he'd come out of. I ran up behind him and hit him once more, and he went down. Pocketing the flask, I ran inside and got the woman free, hustling her out to the car. I then ran and got Ricardo, disrupting the little brainwashing session going on in the small auditorium. By the time any of the other cult members realized what was happening, Ricardo was driving the three of us out of there. We took the woman to the police station, and she told them all the crazy that was going on in there. The cult leader guy, the one who'd tried to kill me, was arrested after he woke up from his coma. I never had a drop of alcohol again after that night. The near-death experience was a wake-up call of sorts, but I still carry that dented flask with me everywhere. Usually, it has cold-pressed coffee in it. So you see, cults can actually do some good once in a while. The military base doesn't exist, not officially. It's a rusted-out corpse of abandoned hardwire, a veritable graveyard of fallen soldiers and crumbling structures. Hidden 12 miles deep in the jungles of South America, there's no reason anybody should be here. None. So why did I find a woman half dead on the ground? It's a question I want answered. She's sitting across from me. Her eyes are downcast, her blouse is torn, and her copper cheeks are flecked with spots of red. I don't know if the blood belongs to her or somebody else, but I figure by the end of this, I'll have a pretty good idea.
Tourist?
I ask. She gives me a hard stare. It's quiet, unyielding. She's not certain who I am, and judging by the look in her eyes, she's running a series of probabilities. It's the black suit that does it. Always. People see the suit, they see the briefcase, and their imagination spins into overdrive. I try another question.
Did you come alone?
She shakes her head. Her mouth is a thin line, defiant and uneasy. The legs of her chair squeal as she rocks back and forth, giving motion to her anxiety. She's considering the possibility that this is her last day on Earth, her last hour. If I'm being honest, it might be.
How many were with you?
Lots.
She says quickly.
They're still around. They know where I am, know where we are right now, and
I doubt that.
Her voice stumbles.
If anybody was with you, then chances are they're already dead. Jobs like this, they're usually bloodbaths, massacres. They're not the sort of places you expect to find survivors, much less unarmed ones.
She swallows.
who are you?
A friend.
Some friend. I don't know the first thing about you.
Funny. I was about to say the same thing.
I reach into my briefcase and pull out my clipboard, centering it on my lap. On it are questions. They're the sort of questions whose answers are typically written in blood.
How about you and I get to know each other?
If you think I'm gonna just tell you who I am.
I don't care who you are. I care about what you're doing here, miles deep in the jungle, sitting in a military base that doesn't exist.
I press my pen to the clipboard.
How about you fill me in?
The woman's eyes narrow. Her slender hands ball into tight fists. If I had to guess, she's not used to feeling this vulnerable, this powerless.
And if I leave?
She says, standing up.
What then? Are you going to cuff me to a pipe?
I smile.
Why bother?
The corner of her mouth twitches.
You're not going to leave,
I tell her.
You wouldn't dare.
For a moment, my eyes dance with hers, and in their fire I see something, some buried ember of fear. It's unmistakable.
You know better than I do what's out there,
I say.
So go ahead. Walk out that door if you think you're safer outside. I won't stop you.
I wait for her to move, but she hesitates. They always hesitate.
Maybe you're right,
I say.
Maybe I'm not a friend, but I'm the closest thing you'll find to one for miles. So if I were you, I'd quit worrying about me. I'd start worrying about what it is I'm doing here.
Meaning?
I wave my hand toward the broken window. Outside are rusted Humvees, a crumbling barracks. Outside is a road so overgrown that tiny trees are sprouting from cracks in the concrete, while clutches of moss do their best to hide old rifle rounds.
It means that places like this aren't left to rot without a good reason. Soldiers are trained to fight. They aren't trained to flee into the jungle, leaving their equipment and assets behind.
I gesture broadly.
Look around. This base was evacuated in a hurry. And that begs the question, why? More importantly, why did I find you in the middle of it?
Her eyes dart outside. Her pupils are dilated in a cocktail of adrenaline and anxiety.
If I tell you, then you've got to tell me something first. Tell you what?
Who are you?
She says, voice trembling.
I want to know what's really going on here. The truth. I've been lied to enough today.
Have you?
I study her. The truth of my work isn't something people want to hear about. Not really. They might think they do. They might think they're ready to open Pandora's box, to see the dark underbelly of reality, but it's rarely the case. Still, the woman strikes me as stubborn. If pulling back the veil can get her talking, then maybe it's worth the existential crisis. I slip a hand inside my jacket, pull out my badge, and toss it to her. She catches it, just barely.
There you go.
I say.
Everything you need to know about me, right down to my height and birthday.
She appraises the badge. Her eyes move across the laminate once, twice, then snap back up to me.
This says you work for an organization called the Facility. I've never heard of it. That's the idea. We're a shadow contractor. The less people know about us, the easier it is to do our job. And what is that job? Anomalies,
I tell her.
We investigate events of supernatural origin. They're typically caused by entities, things you'd recognize as monsters or urban legends. My job is to hunt those things, capture them.
She shakes her head.
Why? That's a complicated question. The short answer is that it's necessary. The long answer is that you'll sleep better not knowing.
I lean forward, flaring my jacket behind me, letting the woman get a glimpse of the pistol on my hip.
Fact is, I came here tonight to investigate an event, but instead I found you. I'd like to know why that is.
Her eyes drift to the window. She's wearing the expression of a woman who was praying her nightmare was all in her head, that whatever she saw today was the product of acute psychosis, a little bit of neurological sabotage and nothing else. Now she's considering that maybe there's something more here. Maybe she's not as crazy as she hoped she was.
What's your name?
I ask. She bites her lip. Her voice is quiet, almost a whisper.
Maria. You look like you're having a hard time processing things, Maria.
You don't know what I saw.
She mutters.
You have no idea.
I hear that a lot.
I pull out a pack of smokes, slip one between my lips. I light it up, and the nicotine tastes sweeter than heroin. It ripples through my body like emotional morphine, and just like that, the next part gets a little easier.
Between you and me, my father was killed by an entity, Maria. I watched him die.
Her eyes meet mine. They're wide. This wasn't the emotional curveball she was expecting. And that's exactly what makes it effective. Always.
Happened when I was 7.
I tell her.
I saw the whole thing from under my bed, cowering. A creature had him in its grip. Some tall man with 2 faces. He lifted him up to the ceiling and turned to me, asked what my favorite nightmare was, and then he tore my father in 2, like paper mache.
I blow out a plume of smoke and it hangs in the air between us. Then I take another long drag. The truth is, I hate this story. I hate it more than anything else in the entire world. It's a memory I've gone my entire life trying to forget. But in moments like these, it's the most valuable piece of history I own. Even now, it's working its black magic. I watch Maria's posture shift. Her shoulders fall, slumping forward in horrified disbelief. She's doing the human thing and empathizing with me, sharing a piece of my pain. And that's exactly what I need her to do.
Is that how this so-called facility found you?
She asks.
It is.
Her eyes are staring a hole into the concrete floor. She looks distant, haunted.
I'm so sorry,
she says. I ash my cigarette.
Don't be. It's ancient history. The point I'm trying to make is that when you've seen an entity kill somebody, it stays with you. You recognize the scars. And right now, I see those scars all over your face.
She doesn't speak. She looks out the window, out across the military ruins to a rusty steel wheel rising from the dirt. It's bolted to a hatch that leads underground. one she's been stealing glances at for the better part of our conversation.
That bunker,
I say.
I found you lying beside it, bleeding and barely conscious. Something happened down there, didn't it?
A moment passes. Her eyes are narrowed in focus, like she's weighing her options, calculating outcomes. Eventually, she takes a breath and asks a question.
You said that you hunted entities. Well, what about demons?
What about them?
Do they exist?
I crack a grin.
Depends who you ask. Are you saying that you saw one down there?
I'm not sure.
She says at length.
Maybe not a demon, but something like it.
She stops. Her teeth dig into her lip, and then she says something that shocks even me.
I think I saw the devil. Satan.
Satan?
I say, whistling.
Now that'd be something.
You think I'm nuts?
She mutters, shaking her head.
I knew you would. Everyone will.
I don't think you're nuts. Not yet.
I take one last drag on my cigarette, burn it to the filter, and flick it to the floor.
The truth is, the facility's been tracking strange activity in the area. A lot of it. Entities are being drawn to this base, being pulled in from nearby regions like moths to a flame, only to vanish without a trace. I'm talking about heavy hitters, nightmare fuel. These aren't the sort of entities that we can destroy, much less contain. So the fact that they're dropping off the face of the earth is starting to get concerning.
I thumb to the broken window.
This base is the Bermuda Triangle for boogeymen. I'm here to find out why.
She shrinks in her seat.
Jesus, do you think it has something to do with what I saw?
Maybe, maybe not. I won't know until I get more details. And that means I need to know what you're doing here.
Here?
She says, glancing at the bunker.
Get me out of here. I'll tell you whatever you want.
Not possible. We do this before nightfall. There's no other way.
What Maria doesn't realize is that this entity likely already has her scent. Sooner or later, it's going to return for her. When that happens, I need every advantage I can get, and that means understanding just what happened here.
Hang on.
She sputters.
What happens at nightfall?
Keep derailing my investigation and you'll find out.
I scratch her name onto the clipboard.
Now start talking. We're losing daylight.
She runs a frantic hand through her hair.
Christ. All right.
She says, voice cracking.
Let me think for a second. It started a couple weeks ago, I think. A reader sent in a tip about this place.
Slow down. A reader?
Right. I'm a journalist. I work for an online paper, and we solicit tips for our stories. Usually scandals, corruption. It's mostly political stuff. But a couple weeks back, a man sent in something bizarre.
That man have a name?
John.
Just John?
Her voice breaks.
Yes.
I write it down. She continues.
John said he'd been hearing screaming, that his whole village had, coming from somewhere in the jungle nearby. Military was in the area. They were sending convoys through the village in the dead of night, with their headlights off to avoid drawing attention to themselves. Apparently, they were all driving up an old road, one that hadn't been used in decades. John knew the road. He knew it led to an old military base, one that used to conduct illegal experiments.
I lean back.
What kind of experiments?
The humankind. Genetic stuff. DNA splicing, mutating, you name it.
Seems weird John would know that.
He used to work there.
She explains.
A long time ago, during the Cold War.
I frown.
The nearest village is 12 miles away. Nobody is hearing screaming at that distance.
That's just it. They didn't hear screaming from the base. They heard it from the jungle. John said it sounded just like it used to when he worked there. Guttural, animalistic. He could tell that the people screaming had been experimented on, and that they were being let loose in the jungle.
Let loose?
Yeah. I guess they'd send out test subjects, then release other experiments, more advanced ones, to hunt them down.
What for? To test their capabilities?
Partly,
She says darkly.
but mostly for food.
I chew on the tip of my pen.
Cannibal humans, genetic testing, a massive military cover-up. Sounds like Pulitzer Prize material.
She folds her arm and gives me a scathing look.
Is that sarcasm?
Not at all. Give me John's age.
Not sure,
she says.
70 maybe? He was in good shape. Fit, but he looked rough.
Rough?
I just mean he looked like he'd been through the ringer. Had a hard life. His skin was leather, and he was missing half of his teeth. His hair was a tangled mess. I'm pretty sure I saw lice moving in his beard.
She pauses.
And his eyes. His eyes were unnerving.
Describe them.
Well, they were pale. Paler than the moon. And every so often they'd sort of pulse, almost bulge out of their sockets. I hate to say it, but he looked freaky.
And John brought you here, to this base?
She nods.
And where's John now?
He's
Maria's eyes drift to the bunker.
dead. Down there.
I follow her gaze, and the steel hatch is turning crimson in the setting sun. My stomach twists. What I don't tell Maria is that entities are most active after nightfall. If I don't solve this mystery soon, then the answer is likely going to come find us, and I'm not sure I like our chances of survival.
That hatch,
I say.
I'm guessing that's how you and John entered the bunker.
Yes.
Describe the interior.
Maria takes a second. She furrows her eyebrows, as though thinking back.
It was narrow,
She says slowly.
like a tall cylinder. I remember standing at the top of the hatch and looking down into a dark pit that stretched forever. John got on the ladder and told me to follow. He said it'd be a bit of a descent, but once we were down there, he was certain we'd find the evidence we'd need to blow the conspiracy wide open.
What state was the bunker in?
I ask.
John implied operations had resumed, but did it appear that way?
No,
She says.
frankly, the condition was awful. It looked like the bunker had been abandoned since the Cold War. Moss crept up the walls and the ladder rattled with every step we took. The place was a death trap. Every time I put my foot down, I half expected the ladder to snap.
Odd. One would think John would clue in after seeing the state of the bunker, that it wasn't fit for operation. Then again, John strikes me as a man not altogether there. He might have been mentally ill, out of his mind. Based on Maria's description of him, the pale eyes, chilling demeanor, I can't help but wonder if John wasn't so much an employee of the program as he was a test subject. Maria continues.
About 50 feet down the ladder, we started to see catwalks. Dozens of them. They extended off the ladder in every direction, leading to various entrances along the interior.
She trails off, as if collecting her thoughts. When she speaks again, her voice is hoarse, quiet.
The entrances were welded shut. All of them. It's like they were trying to keep something trapped inside. Like they didn't want it getting out.
All of the entrances?
I ask.
No,
She says, tugging nervously at her sleeve.
not all of them. One was different. We found it at the bottom of the ladder, half submerged in rainwater. The flooding only came up to our knees, so we were able to wade through easily enough, but
Her fingers dance across her jeans. They pick at the fabric.
But what?
it was torn open.
She breathes.
The entrance, I mean. It was warped outward, like something had clawed its way out of the bunker, pulled it apart like a tin can. I'm talking about inches of steel here, enough to shrug off the shockwave of a nuclear warhead. I mean, what could do that?
For the first time, I feel the ghost of fear creep through me. It's subtle, insidious. If what she's describing is true, then there are 2, maybe 3 entities I'm aware of with that capability. All 3 are impossibly violent, vicious. Official policy is to avoid contact at all costs. If such avoidance isn't possible, then policy dictates the elimination of all witnesses to ensure the preservation of social order. I look to Maria. She's covered in bruises, blood, and judging by the way she's cradling her arm, probably has at least 1 fracture. She's already suffered a nightmare. I wonder if I'll have the courage to put her down if the time comes.
The door.
I say, hoping she doesn't hear my voice crack.
John used to work there. He must have had thoughts on the damage.
She snorts.
He said it was explosive charges. He said the military probably breached the door to get inside when they restarted their science project. But I knew that couldn't be true. First of all, the door was warped outward, not inward. More than that, there wasn't a shred of explosive damage in the area.
I'm assuming these were observations you shared.
Of course. John didn't care, though. Just changed the subject. Asked me if I had any skeletons in my closet. Asked me if I'd ever hurt people, or considered it, and...
What?
Yeah, I know,
she says, laughing in disbelief.
Talk about a left turn into what the f***. I shrugged it off. I mean, I knew John had demons in his past. Maybe he was looking for a little absolution from me. It's not like he sounded threatening. He almost asked the questions casually, like he was hoping we could start a conversation. Forgive each other for our sins, sort of thing. He didn't press the subject. Maybe if he had, though, things would have been different.
She sighs. Her eyes shift to the bunker, hazy with memories.
He helped me squeeze through the damaged doorway, and we continued on. All the passages were flooded down there, utterly dark. We sloshed through countless corridors, our headlamps reflecting off the black water and making shadows against the walls. It creeped me out. It felt like we weren't alone down there, because I'd keep seeing movement out of the corner of my eye.
Movement. I wonder if she really was just seeing things, or if there had been something down there, stalking them even then.
Anything stand out as interesting in those corridors?
In some sense, all of it was interesting,
she says.
The whole place was like a buried time capsule. In the rooms we passed, I saw ancient magazines and peeling posters. I saw little relics from the 70s or earlier, some floating in the water, others sitting on dusty tables and countertops. Even keepsakes, little lockets, wedding rings. Even the desks were full of soggy documents, classified ones. Seemed strange they'd just leave all that behind.
She takes a deep breath.
We passed through a series of maze-like corridors, then climbed a ladder that finally got us out of that floodwater. It felt nice to be on dry ground again, but the new chamber...
A shiver runs through her.
It was narrow to the point of being claustrophobic, and all along its walls were streaks of dark paint. The air felt musty, rancid, but it wasn't until we turned that corner that...
She stops suddenly, her expression paling.
Maria,
I press.
What happened when you turned the corner?
A moment passes. When she speaks again, her voice is hoarse.
Something crunched under my foot,
she says.
Bones. The passage was full of them. Skeletons were piled a foot high. It looked like they died scrambling over each other, like they were trying to reach the ladder and escape something. That's when I realized the streaks along the walls weren't paint. They were blood, old and brown.
My heart thrums. Could this be evidence of John's so-called experiments?
Did the bones appear to be mutated at all?
Maria nods slowly.
Yes, some more than others. One skull could have belonged to a man, but its jaw was elongated, like a horse's. A single, twisted horn curved out of its forehead. Another was flat, square. It looked like somebody had rolled a person's head under a tractor, but it had dozens of eye sockets, multiple mouths.
She brings a hand to her mouth and gags. She looks like she might be sick, and I can't blame her. I'm beginning to feel a little lightheaded myself, though for another reason. Outside, we're losing light. Night is approaching fast, and I'm worried it might be bringing something that I'm not ready to deal with. Something violent, deadly.
What was John's reaction to the bones?
I ask, swallowing my dread.
His reaction?
She mutters.
Jesus. Well, he picked one up, another skull. This one looked like it could have belonged to a woman, maybe. But where the mouth should have been was something else entirely. Mandibles, like a wasp or an ant. Whatever it was, it got John excited. His eyes did that creepy thing where they bulged from his sockets. And down there in the dark, I swear they even glowed. He held up the skull, just inches from my face, and asked me how it made me feel. I could hardly focus on his words. His breath smelled like rot, decay. He pressed me against the wall, but I shoved him off. He came back at me, and I took a swing at him. Caught him across the jaw, because I wasn't taking any chances down there. That dazed him. He stumbled and spat out some blood.
An altercation. A new, unexpected wrinkle to her story that isn't giving me any solutions to save our lives. Still, John is a curious individual. He was right about the experiments. If he's dead, then I wonder what role he played in all of this.
How did John react to you hitting him?
He got weird,
She says, shaking her head.
like bizarre. He started mumbling nonsense, then shouting that I was being cruel, evil, like these monsters all over the ground. He cried. He whimpered that he was hurt, and that he brought me here as a favor, but now I was betraying him.
Maria pauses, as if she's trying to make sense of her own story.
It was so strange. The way he was shouting didn't sound angry, but almost performative. He kept calling me a monster, like he was trying to get somebody's attention.
And did he?
Her mouth falls open as if to say no, before a sudden realization flickers across her eyes.
Yes.
She breathes.
Oh God. I didn't notice at the time, but yes. Right after the shouting, we heard a clanging sound. It echoed through the passage. Whatever it was, it sounded distant, far off, like it was coming from the entrance to the bunker, from that long ladder.
How did you react?
I didn't know what to do. I mean, hell, I don't think I believed it was really happening. We were miles deep in a jungle, in a military base that by all accounts didn't exist. Who the hell could be coming down the ladder?
And John's reaction?
He grabbed my hand and swore. He said the military must have figured out we were there, that they were coming to capture us, or kill us, or turn us into one of their newest abominations. Who the knows? He told me he knew a place where we could hide. We fled down passages that twisted and turned like a labyrinth. I followed his lead. At that point, I had no idea where we were, no idea how to find my way back. He was my lifeline, my only shot. But the entire time we ran, I heard something rumbling in the dark.
Something human?
Do humans howl?
Goosebumps trace my skin. No, they certainly don't.
Maria,
I say.
this is important. What did the howls sound like? A wolf or maybe a hyena?
This could be my chance to identify this thing, to figure out what it is we're up against and save our lives. But she shakes her head. She shakes her head and I hate her for it.
No,
She tells me.
it didn't sound like anything alive. It sounded artificial, electronic. It howled like a microphone screams with feedback, all high-pitched and ear-splitting.
My grip tightens, cracking the plastic shell of my pen. Maria's description doesn't sound like any entity I'm familiar with, and that's making me frustrated and terrified.
This place John mentioned.
I say, swallowing.
The place he said you'd be safe. Where was that?
The color in her face washes away.
A wide room, shaped like a pentagon. All along the wall were slots, gun turrets. They were abandoned, rusted out like everything else there. But it was the words written all across the walls that made my blood go cold.
Her voice trails off. She tries to finish her thought, but it comes out as a sob. She drops her face into her hands and the tears come out like a torrent, messy and loud. I give her a moment to let it out, to collect herself. But the truth is, I'm not sure it's a moment we can afford. Outside, the sun is missing. It's gone. The last scraps of daylight are making crooked shadows out of the tree line, spilling them across the base like decrepit fingers, reaching toward us like hungry phantoms. My eyes find my clipboard. I scan it. I review the details I've recorded in search of some clue, some revelation that might get us out of this alive. But my writing is a mess. It's uneven. It occurs to me that my hand has been shaking, that even now my palm is slick with sweat.
I'm sorry.
Maria sniffles, wiping her nose on her sleeve.
I'm sorry.
It's okay.
It isn't.
You said there were words on the wall. What did they say?
Sector 5.
She says, taking a shuddering breath.
Sector 5. Feeding trough. And the room. Oh God, there were corpses everywhere. They were scorched, burned. They were half devoured, rotting away with maggots pouring out of their skin. The scent was... Nothing in the world smelled more terrible, more revolting.
Corpses.
I say, heart pounding.
Like the ones you saw before? Genetic experiments?
You said something earlier. Something about missing monsters. Disappearing entities.
I lean forward.
What about it?
Her eyes get wide. The contours of her face twist with the onset of dawning horror.
I think I found them.
She says, her voice barely a whisper.
I think I found all of them down there.
My jaw clenches. It's my turn to go pale with shock. Suddenly, the puzzle pieces begin to connect in my mind. They're building a picture that I'm not sure I want to see, but it's a picture that's becoming difficult to deny.
Why?
I press.
What makes you so sure they weren't just test subjects like the others?
These felt different.
Maria says quickly.
Horrible in a way that even the others couldn't compare to. It's like when you look at a mannequin or a doll. What's the phrase?
Uncanny Valley.
I offer.
That's it.
She says.
That's what I felt looking at all these things. The uncanny valley. It was like they didn't have a soul. Like they never had a soul. Some looked human, nearly, but they were too tall, or their limbs were too long, or they had too many teeth in all the wrong places. But what scared me most of all wasn't the bodies. It was the thought that something had killed those things. Something had torn literal nightmares into pieces. And there was a good chance it was coming to do the same thing to me and John.
John,
I say, still trying to parse his significance in her ordeal.
that many bodies couldn't have appeared overnight. They'd been there for a long time. That means he probably knew about them, didn't he?
She nods, gasping.
He knew. You f***ing knew. He shoved me onto that pile of corpses, that festering and decaying pit of monsters, and told me as much. He started shouting, "Call me a monster all over again. Evil," he said, "twisted." He kept pointing at me like all of this was my fault, and he hadn't led us to our deaths.
Her voice became a stuttering mess.
All the while, I heard the thing in the dark, approaching. I felt terrified, hopeless, and numb. I kept asking John, why me? Why go through all this trouble just to kill me? And he told me that he didn't have a choice. He knelt next to me, put a hand on my cheek, and whispered that his child needed to feed. It was getting hungry, desperate. He almost looked remorseful, if you can believe it. He told me that he was really sorry, and that he hated to do this, but he stepped away from me and stood against the wall of the chamber. He watched. He waited.
For a second, I'm afraid Maria is going to break into fresh sobs, but she pushes through.
I didn't know what to do.
She continues, wiping tears from her cheeks.
I didn't have anywhere to run, anywhere to hide, so I just lay there in that heap of monsters. I gave up. The whole time, those footsteps get closer and closer. The nearer they came, the slower they got. It was like it knew I was trapped, like it did this before, and knew there wasn't a rush.
She looks up at me.
Do you think John did that to other people too?
It's certainly possible. Did you get a good look at the creature?
She shudders.
Yes. I had my headlamp trained on the passageway the whole time, and when it appeared around the corner, I almost missed it. I heard it, but I could barely see it. It was a tall, flickering shadow. It pulsed, vibrated. The way it moved was jerky, haphazard, almost like it had one foot in our reality, like it was glitching with every step it took.
Glitching.
I mutter.
Why does that sound familiar?
That's right.
She says.
And that wasn't even the strangest thing about it.
She gets small in her chair.
It had these eyes, amber ones, bright and gleaming, like twin cinders smoldering in empty space.
It felt like they were piercing me, like its eyes were digging through my skin and looking into my mind, or my soul. It was like that thing was taking bites out of my memories, tasting them before spitting them back out.
How did it feel? Painful?
No,
She says.
it felt cold, like a blizzard in my head, like all my thoughts had frozen to a crawl. Maybe that's why I calmed down. I don't know. I remember sitting there, totally numb as the shadow phased through the metal bars of the gate. It almost looked human. It had 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head, but its body was made of black static, like television interference.
Television interference. Where have I heard that description before? I rack my mind for a match. Some kind of urban legend or ancient lore that matches what she's saying, but nothing jumps out. I flip through the pages of my clipboard, stopping on one labeled Aberrant Events. It's the facility's own most wanted list. My eyes fly through the cases listed, but there isn't anything close to what she's describing. An idea strikes me.
Did the shadow hurt you at all?
She looks down at her arm. There's a large gash there, framed by clots of dried blood.
No, I don't think so.
She says, hesitantly.
I got these injuries when I was trying to escape.
No, of course it didn't. It had other food available already.
And what happened after it pierced you with its eyes?
I ask.
It walked past me.
She says.
It walked through that mulch of corpses and headed straight for John. It started speaking along the way. At least, I think it did.
What do you mean by speaking?
Do you remember how I said it was howling before?
I do.
Well, this time it was hissing, like a live wire or static electricity. Whatever it was communicating, John looked panicked. He was crying, pleading with it. He kept saying that he'd done his best, but there was nothing else out there. So the shadow would have to make do with me. But the shadow didn't seem to care. It grabbed John by his long hair, lifted him up to the ceiling, and its cinder-light eyes started gleaming an angry orange.
My heartbeat races. My pen flies across the clipboard, desperately trying to avoid missing a single detail. Maria keeps talking. She keeps giving me more of what I need.
John kicked and screamed,
she says.
He begged me to help him, told me that if I didn't, I was every bit the monster he said I was, and I'd be next. But before he could finish, the shadow's eyes flashed and leaked fire. John started shrieking and moaning as his face melted into his skull.
Maria's face twists with revulsion, disgust. She looks away, back to the bunker. I wonder if she's hearing what I am. That dim rumble of something moving underground. That slow march of an approaching nightmare. Our clock is ticking. It's not something I can tell her, though, because as soon as she starts panicking, I lose the chance to connect the dots I need.
Maria,
I say, pulling her attention back.
Continue. It's critical I get these details.
Sorry. It's not a memory I like thinking of, but the shadow held John there, his legs twitching weakly, and then he grabbed his head and tore it off his neck.
She brings a hand to her mouth and starts nervously biting her nails.
Then it lifted John's skull to its amber eyes. It opened its mouth and screamed fire. The heat I felt was like an open furnace, like hell itself. Tendrils of darkness emerged from the shadow, clutching at John's scorched skull, cracking it open like an egg. His brain spilled out. The shadow caught it in those tendrils and brought it into itself. His brain, like it was assimilating it, or eating it.
She looks up at me, and there's the same angry defiance I saw when we met.
Now do you get it?
She asks.
Now do you see what I mean about this thing being the devil? What else could do something like that?
It's a good question. I can think of one entity, only one. If my guess is correct, then Maria and I get to live to see tomorrow's sunrise. If it's wrong, then I need to put a bullet in both our heads before that thing finds us. All of it hinges on my next question.
It killed John. Then what? What did the shadow do?
It turned back to me,
she says.
It glared at me with those blazing eyes, and I thought I was next. I knew I was. But then I felt another blizzard sweep across my mind, and that was it. I blacked out.
Hang on,
I mutter.
What do you mean you blacked out? I found you lying outside of the bunker. How did you escape?
She shakes her head, frantic.
I don't have a clue. I blacked out. Then the next thing I remember was waking up outside the bunker, with you pouring water on my face and telling me we needed to talk. That's it.
She shoots up from her chair.
Christ, we need to leave.
I blink.
Why?
The police. I've got to tell him about John and what he was doing. I've got to tell them about this base. Maybe John brought others here. More victims. Maybe some of them are still alive down there and need help. We need search parties and...
Don't bother,
I say. She looks at me, stunned.
The police won't have any record of John. Tell them where you were, what you saw in that bunker, and they'll probably kill you.
I reach into my pocket, pull out my lighter and run a thumb down the spark wheel. It flickers to life.
Fact is, John doesn't exist. Neither does this base.
I bring the lighter to the edge of my clipboard. The flame catches a page.
What the hell are you doing?
Maria exclaims.
Saving your life.
I say, tossing the clipboard to the floor. It pops and cracks as the fire eats the woman's story, one word at a time.
What the f? You said you believed me.
I still do.
I tell her.
That's the problem. An hour ago, I had no idea what was going on here. But the more you spoke, the more it started making sense. I realized that you and John were more right than wrong. That there really is a conspiracy here. A cover-up.
Then the people deserve to know.
They do.
I confess.
And they will. Eventually. But not from you. And not from my report. Neither is an option.
She shakes her head, incredulous.
Then how?
I walk to the window, rest my hands against the edge. I take a breath. It's humid, heavy with South American heat.
I'll figure something out. I always do.
There's a heartbeat of silence. Then, she asks the obvious question.
It's your employer, isn't it? This whole thing has something to do with the facility.
Yes,
I tell her.
I think it does.
She appears at my side. The two of us stare out across the dark of the base, out at the steel hatch rising from the dirt, where a devil made of flesh is inching ever closer.
I thought you said your job was hunting monsters,
She says at length.
not creating them.
My job is a lot of things. More than anything else, it's complicated. The facility is, well, it's not what I'd call a good organization, or even a moral one.
Then what is it?
I consider the question.
A pragmatic answer to an otherwise ugly question.
She looks at me expectantly.
The question of salvation.
I explain.
The question of how do you rescue humanity from a nightmare so twisted that it defies all language, all concept of imagination. There's something coming for us, Maria. Something dark and unfathomable. And these entities, these monsters, might be our only chance at fighting back.
She's quiet. Her expression is difficult to read.
Decades ago, the facility was a very different organization.
I tell her.
In those days, they thought the approaching nightmare was right around the corner, and that we had weeks or months until it showed up on our doorstep. They didn't know. Out of fear, they greenlit any and every possible situation. Or at least, that's what the rumors say. Rumors?
I nod darkly.
There's no real records of the facility's activities during the Cold War. Most documents were destroyed. The few that remain are heavily redacted. I wasn't around then, obviously, but I picked up bits and pieces from old-timers I've worked with. They mentioned black projects, hidden programs. One project was particularly infamous, so much so that even now, half a century later, the facility hasn't entirely snuffed out its legend.
What project?
Project Judas.
I say.
If you believe the rumors, it was headed by a brilliant biochemist named Screech, Jonathan Screech. The aim of the program was to create the ultimate weapon, a monster that could assimilate targets into its being, absorbing their capabilities. Such a function would provide it with a near limitless power ceiling. The problem was,
Something hits my ears. Maria's hand finds my arm, squeezing it painfully.
do you hear that?
She hisses. Steel rattles in the distance. There's a low groan of warping metal, like the rungs of a ladder slumping beneath the weight of something titanic. There's something beneath us. It's inside of that bunker, climbing that old ladder, and it's making its way to the surface.
We've got to run!
Maria tugs at my arm, but I keep my feet planted where they are. My eyes narrow. I stare at the now trembling steel wheel, lit up beneath the light of the jungle moon. Maria stumbles backward. A smile finds its way onto my face. In the distance, across the ruins of the base, the bunker's hatch is thrown open. A dark shape emerges. It buzzes like television static, framed in shafts of moonlight. Its twin eyes glow like cinders. The shadow lurches, looking around, scanning the base and emitting a low electric hum.
That's it.
Maria whimpers.
Oh God, that's it.
The creature sees us. It sees me. It takes a shambling step forward, and dust and dirt flies into the air beneath its weight. Its eyes smolder, growing and growing until they become a blaze of fire. Maria is on the ground. She's hiding beneath the windowsill, reefing on the fabric of my pants and pleading with me to run. But I hardly notice she's there. This shadow, this monster, is why I've come here tonight. Now, we finish things. A wave of Arctic air passes through my mind. It's just as she described. My heart slams as I feel this shadow rifle through my thoughts, chewing on my memories. I close my eyes. I breathe deep, inviting it in. Go ahead, have your fill. And then with one final shiver, the cold in my skull fades. The shadow retreats. It pulls back from my mind, and when I open my eyes, I see it gazing back at me. The fire in its eyes dims to that cinder glow. It tilts its head skyward. 6 black wings burst from its back in a shower of static.
What's happening?
Maria asks frantically, still on the ground beneath the window.
How are you going to kill it?
I'm not, I tell her. The shadow belts out one last, distorted howl before launching itself into the air like a streak of night. 3 flaps of its wings, and it's gone. Vanished into the sky, lost amongst the clouds. Maria rises to her feet. Her eyes are wide. She's shaking. Her entire body is shaking with a tidal wave of horror.
Oh no,
She mutters, gazing at the sky.
it's gone. So many are going to die.
Yes, I tell her. I hope so. She turns to me, angry and stunned.
You told me your job was stopping those things, hunting them. What's the deal? Why'd you just let it fly off?
Because I never finished my story.
You've got to be kidding me.
Project Judas had a directive, I explain. A very specific one. Its purpose was to assimilate hostile entities, to annihilate monsters and boogeymen, and ensure the survival of our species. Simply put, it was never made to hurt humans. After everything you've told me, I'm not convinced it can. She crosses her arms, looking at me like I've lost my mind.
Were you even listening to what I said? I found a graveyard down there. It burned John's skull to a crisp, cracked it open, and ate his brains. I don't care what it was designed for. I watched it kill a human right in front of me.
I'm not certain you did. I lift up my briefcase, paying my now ashen clipboard one final farewell glance. From everything you described, I question whether John was a man at all by the time he took you down to that bunker. If he really was Jonathan Screech, and I think the evidence points to yes, then it said he conducted more than a few experiments on himself along the way. The glowing eyes? I've never met a human with a set of those. But fact is, John brought you here to kill you. John told you that he needed to feed you to his child, that he didn't have a choice. My thoughts to turn all the strange disappearances that led me here. The missing entities, the absentee urban legends. He was feeding Judas a steady supply of horrors, just enough to keep it from entering hibernation, right up until the moment he ran out. That's why he pulled you down there. He thought you'd be an easy mark, that maybe with a little creative twisting of the narrative, he could convince Judas that you were close enough to food. Remember how he kept calling you a monster? Unfortunately for John, he misunderstood his own creation. Project Judas wasn't designed to harm human beings. It went against its core directive. So in that moment, when John offered you as a sacrifice, a flip switched in Judas that made it realize John had crossed the threshold and become a monster himself. She's quiet as we walk out the door.
You think he really was that Jonathan Screech guy?
I shrug. Maybe. I doubt there are dental records to double check. But based on what you've said tonight, it wouldn't surprise me if Screech couldn't let his project die. A creature like Judas. The facility probably didn't have the means of terminating it, so they buried it instead. Sealed it behind blast doors a kilometer beneath the earth. Then they erased all records of this base ever existing. My SUV is gleaming black. Impossible to miss against the ruinous backdrop of ancient Humvees. I crack the passenger door. Need a ride? She smiles. It's the first time I've seen her smile all night, and I can't help but smile back.
Thank you
She says.
for not killing me.
Don't mention it. She clambers into the seat, and just as I'm about to close the door, she stops me.
Wait,
She says quickly.
I forgot earlier, but John mentioned another entrance, one used for freight.
That's probably how he got back into the bunker after they sealed it up.
He seemed to know everything about that place.
Yeah, I tell her. I figure he must have. I close the door and circle to the driver's side.
So what do we do now?
She asks as I hop in.
About that thing? Project Judas?
Nothing, I say, plugging the key into the ignition and giving it a twist. The engine rumbles to life. As far as I'm concerned, That creature isn't a monster, and that means it's not my problem. The vehicle rattles as we pull out of the base and onto the jungle road. Maria twists in her seat. She looks back through the rear window as her worst memory falls further and further behind us. If it isn't a monster, then what is it? She asks. Words drift around my head. Definitions. I'm trying to figure out how to explain what it is that she and I saw. What it is that more people will see in the coming weeks. I'm trying to think of a way to tell Maria that whatever that thing was, she doesn't need to be afraid of it. None of us do. I open my mouth to reply, but I'm interrupted by a microphone howl. It's distant, far away. I crane my head and look up through the scatter of vines passing above us, and then I see it, a dark speck on the horizon. It's little more than a dot against the moon-streaked clouds, but I know that if it were closer, I'd see a creature with 6 wings. I'd see a shadow with cinderlight eyes, a body of black static. I'd see a guardian angel, one with plenty of work to do. The hallway was like a million other hallways in a million other houses, but I knew somehow that what awaited me on the other side of the bedroom door was unique in a truly horrible way. My vision narrowed, and my heart slammed around inside my chest as I reached for the knob with my left hand. I still had my spraying equipment on, and my right hand still held the hose handle. I opened the door and stepped inside to see a child in the bed, the covers pulled up to his chin. It was the same child I'd seen yesterday from outside the window. Of this, I had no doubt. He was a Hispanic boy, with carefully cut black hair and delicate features. His head was turned slightly away from me on the pillow, his eyes closed. There was something wrong with him, something about his body. "Hello," I said, voice barely above a whisper. The boy made no move. I reached down with my left hand. I had to see what the covers were hiding. I had to see what was wrong with his body. With a shaking hand, I threw the covers off, and the sight that greeted me filled me to the brim with terror. I pulled up in front of the house while still in mid-argument with my ex-wife. "I don't care what you do in your spare time," I said, talking into the Bluetooth headset. "Just don't do that stuff around Jaden." As she started to answer me, probably to insist that she hadn't done any cocaine while Jaden was with her, which was a blatant lie, I cut her off. "I'm at work," I said. "We'll talk about this later." I hung up before she could say anything else. Lacey had been struggling with addiction for several years. In fact, it was one of the main reasons we'd gotten divorced. I'd tried all I could to get her help, but you can only do so much for someone who doesn't think they need help. She wasn't as bad off as many other addicts. She held down a job and was a decent mother when she wasn't high as a damn kite. So there wasn't really a ton of evidence I could bring to the judge to give me full custody of Jaden. I didn't really want to take away her visitation rights anyway, but if things kept up as they were, if Jaden continued to tell me about the little parties Mommy had with strange men, then I would have to do something drastic. I didn't want my son growing up around that kind of behavior. I got out of the van and went around to the back to get my gear on. I worked for a pest control company specializing in mosquitoes. So what I did all day was drive around and spray insecticides around houses on my route. Some houses opted for the natural option, while others wanted the chemical spray. I suddenly realized I didn't know which option this house was supposed to get. So I pulled out my phone and checked the app. Chemicals. I donned my mask, my latex gloves, and then the equipment that I used to spray around the yards and in mosquito hotspots. The gear was specially designed for spraying insecticides, but it looked similar to a leaf blower, and it sounded like one when in operation. As I walked toward the house, I realized I didn't recognize it. Must be a new customer, I thought. It was a 2-story house, made with brick and white painted wood. The driveway was on the left, leading toward a closed garage. But I spotted a gate to the backyard on the right side of the house. I walked up and peered over the wooden fence, making sure there were no dogs in the yard. Once satisfied, I went to open the gate, only to find it locked. "Great," I muttered. One of the employees back at the office was supposed to call 24 hours ahead to alert the homeowners that we'd be there. This way, the homeowners could make sure the gates were unlocked and that all pets were inside. But even with that heads up, homeowners often forgot to unlock the gates, or they left their dogs outside. Since there were no visible pets, I reached over the gate to feel for the kind of lock they had. I found a small metal bar shoved through the latch, so it couldn't be opened from the outside. I pocketed the metal bar, opened the gate, and stepped inside. Seeing that the coast was clear, I started up the motor on my insecticide sprayer. I moved along the fence line, spraying to create a barrier and to eliminate any eggs or larvae. Then I went along the edge of the house. As I passed one of the back windows, I glanced inside, looking through a narrow gap between two curtains. There was a kid asleep in a bed, a young boy. I usually made it a point not to look into people's windows, but I hadn't really been paying attention, and I just glanced up. Shrugging, I moved on, hoping I didn't wake the kid up. I finished the backyard, heading back out the way I'd come, making sure to replace the small metal bar that served as the gate lock. Then I did the front yard. Once I was done, I put the equipment back in the van, took my mask off, and then grabbed one of the cardboard door hangers we used to let homeowners know we'd been there. I filled in my name and the time I'd done the spraying before taking it up to the front porch. I noticed the doorbell camera as I put the door hanger on the doorknob. Giving a little wave for the recording, I turned back, got into the van, and headed for my next house. As I was heading back to the office at the end of the day, I got a call from my boss. "Lawler," he said, "I just got a call from Mrs. Reynolds at 2678 Orchid Avenue. She said we missed her today." "Orchid Avenue?" I said, searching my memory. "Was that on my route?" "According to the computer, it was." I suddenly remembered the house where I'd seen the kid sleeping. "Oh man," I said, "I think I did the wrong house. I was on Orchid today, but I must have pulled up one house down." My boss, a good-natured guy named Fred Maynard, laughed. "Someone got free mosquito control today." "Yeah, sorry. I was distracted by Lacey. I'll be sure to get 2678 Orchid tomorrow, first thing." "All right, just wanted to check. You on your way back?" "I'm about 10 minutes out." "Good deal. See you soon." I hadn't thought much about that sleeping child all day, but as I hung up with my boss, I started thinking about him. There was only a few inches between the two curtains, so I didn't get a good look at the entire room. But there was something strange about the scene. Something I couldn't quite pinpoint. Thinking about it produced a small knot of anxiety in my stomach. I shook the odd feeling off and concentrated on my driving. I had to return to the van, punch out, and then head to pick Jaden up from my mom's house where he stayed after school on weekdays. By the time I got home with Jaden and started making dinner, it was nothing more than a quickly fading memory from another monotonous day at work. After Jaden got his homework done, we ate dinner, watched a little television, and then I sent him up to get ready for bed.
Ready?
He called from upstairs. It was the sign that he was ready to get tucked in. I got up from the couch and headed upstairs with a smile. It was my favorite part of the day. As I stepped into Jaden's room, I saw that the bed was empty.
Where the heck is Jaden?
I said aloud to the room. There was no answer.
I guess I'll have to find him. But when I do, he's gonna be in big trouble.
That got a snicker from down the hall. That was our ritual. A quick game of hide and seek before reading and then sleep. I turned and stomped down the hall, roaring like Godzilla.
I'm gonna get you!
Jaden laughed from the linen closet. To make things a little more interesting, I went past the closet and looked in my bedroom, still thumping around and talking in a low, scratchy voice.
Where the heck is he?
I said just outside the linen closet door. Then I ripped it open and grabbed my son, tickling him as he shrieked with laughter. I threw him over my shoulder and marched into his room, plopping him down on the bed as his laughter died down.
Okay, buddy.
I said.
What are we reading tonight?
While Jaden was considering the question, I heard a noise from downstairs. The back door had a squeaky hinge that I'd been meaning to oil for a few days now, so there was no doubt in my mind that what I heard was the back door opening. I turned toward Jaden's bedroom door, pulse skyrocketing.
Stay here.
I said as I moved out to the hall. Padding to the top of the stairs, I listened hard for any other sounds that would indicate an intruder in the house. I was hoping Jaden had accidentally left the back door cracked, although I couldn't remember him going outside since we'd been home. I peered down the stairs for several seconds before gathering the courage to move down them. I didn't have a gun in the house, but Jaden did have a baseball bat in the hall closet. At the bottom of the stairs, I looked around, seeing no signs of anyone in the house. Then I moved quickly over to the hall closet, opened it, and got the baseball bat out. I moved down the hall, feeling slightly better with the bat held over my shoulder. When I turned into the kitchen, I saw that the back door stood open. Looking around, I saw nothing out of place. And when I stepped through the open back door, I peered into the dark backyard. Everything seemed normal. After shutting and locking the back door, I checked the entire house, making sure no one was inside. When I passed by Jaden's room, I found that he was asleep. I had a moment of regret since we never got to the story, but it couldn't have been helped. I had to make sure we were safe. My son's safety always took priority. I padded back downstairs and moved into the kitchen to make myself a snack before bed. As I leaned the bat against the wall, something caught my eye on the counter. I looked closely, seeing a faint smudge of dirt on the countertop under the cabinets where I kept the dishes. As I bent down to inspect it, I realized it was dirt left by a boot. I know I hadn't put my foot on the counter recently, and the print was much too large to belong to Jaden. I looked at the back door for a long moment, thinking furiously. Why would someone come into my house and step on my counter? I couldn't imagine. It made no sense. I considered calling the police, but I knew there was little they could do. Nothing was missing. If they caught whoever had been in my house, they could charge them with trespassing, but that was about it. And I knew that calling the police over would wake Jaden up. I didn't want to put him through that. He'd been through enough with the divorce. He was finally getting back to normal, and I didn't want to take that away from him. So I wiped the boot print away with my hand and rechecked all the doors and windows. They were all locked. When I went to sleep, I did so with the baseball bat near at hand, and it took a long time for sleep to come. I pulled up to 2678 Orchid just after 11 o'clock the next morning. As I stepped out of the van, I glanced at the next house over, 2676. It was the house I'd distractedly sprayed yesterday, and it was where I'd seen the child sleeping on the bed in the back room. But now I wasn't so sure what I'd seen was so innocent. I'd awoken at 6 in the morning with a nagging feeling that something terrible was happening in that house. It had grown from a small knot of anxiety to a swollen tangle of dread, and I could no longer ignore it, no matter how much I wanted to. Something deep inside was trying to tell me that what I'd seen at that house and the boot print in my own house were somehow connected. So instead of getting right to work at 2678, I walked down to 2676 with all my gear on, as though I was getting ready to spray there. But I hadn't turned the motor on yet. I had to get a look in that back window again. I had to see what was really going on in there. I moved to the back gate and reached over, removing the makeshift lock again. Then I walked back as though inspecting the ground for hot spots, like I did at every other property. I angled toward the back of the house, and as I passed the back window, I glanced up. The curtains were fully closed. I couldn't see inside. After glancing around to make sure I wasn't being observed, I tried to push the window up with my free hand. It was locked. Panic started to seep into my chest. The more I thought about it, the more convinced I was that what I'd seen was something terrible. Flashes of a child lying on the bed kept coming to mind, but instead of the kid I'd actually seen, it was my son. It was Jaden lying there, lifeless, something wrong with his body under the sheets. Before I had a chance to think about what I was doing, I was up on the back porch, reaching for the knob on the back door. It turned, and the door opened. I was fairly confident there were no dogs in the house, because they often bark their heads off when they spot an intruder like me through the window. But I stood at the back door, latex-gloved hand on the doorknob, listening.
Hello?
I called.
Hello? Mosquito control.
I decided I would make something up if anyone was home. But after a few moments of answering silence from the house, I stepped inside, shutting the door behind me. There was nothing amiss about the interior. It was a lived-in, middle-class house. I saw a dining room and attached kitchen directly ahead. To my left was a living room. I went that way, walking past the dark wall-mounted television toward the hallway. The first door off the hallway was closed, and I knew it had to belong to the room I'd glanced into yesterday. the room with the child in it. My vision was narrowed and my heart slammed around inside my chest as I reached for the knob with my left hand, my right still holding onto the hose handle for my spraying equipment. I opened the door and stepped inside, half expecting to see my son lying there. But it wasn't Jaden in the bed, covers pulled up to his chin. It was the same child I'd seen yesterday, and in the very same position. He was a Hispanic boy, with carefully cut black hair and delicate features. His head was turned slightly away from me on the pillow, his eyes closed. Now that I was close to him, and looking at him from a different angle, I immediately identified what had been bothering my subconscious. It was the way his body looked under the covers. The lumps were all wrong. "Hello," I said, voice barely above a whisper. The boy made no move. With the force of a haymaker, I realized why. He wasn't breathing. His chest wasn't rising and falling. I have to get out of here, I thought. I have to call the police. But instead of running, I reached down with my left hand. I had to see what the covers were hiding. I had to see what was wrong with his body, what had been done to him. With a shaking hand, I threw the covers off and released a small, fearful cry at what I saw there. The boy wasn't a boy at all. The only thing human there was his head, which had been severed and sewn onto the body of a large, stuffed bear. That was why the bulges under the covers had looked so strange. They were not caused by the bony limbs of a child, but by the thick and stuffed limbs of a child's play toy. I moved out of the bedroom as fast as my numb legs could take me. My breath came in shallow gasps. As I stepped into the living room, I saw that the television was on, and there was a familiar sight there. I did a double take, freezing as comprehension accosted me. On the television was a wide-angle view of my kitchen, from a camera placed on top of my cabinets. The boot print, I thought. Back when Lacey had lived in the house with us, before the divorce, she had put some fake plants up on top of the kitchen cabinets to provide the room with some decoration. Although I hadn't put it together yesterday, I knew now that one of those plants was almost directly above where the boot print on the counter had been. The intruder had placed a camera there. As my senses came back to me, I resumed my trek to the back door, but a man stepped around the corner from the kitchen, a pistol in his hand. He looked at me from behind boxy eyeglasses, his pale eyes peering out from under a head of thin blonde hair. He wore khaki shorts over thick, pale legs. He had a salmon pink collared shirt tucked into his shorts, which were fastened with one of those braided belts. And on his feet he wore tan-colored Timberland work boots.
"You're trespassing on private property,"
he said in a nasally voice.
"I'd be within my rights to shoot you here and now."
I stood, vibrating and seemingly stuck to the floor. The man smiled thinly.
"You found my snuggle buddy, Kendrick. Your name is Kendrick, isn't it? That was the name on the piece of cardboard I found on my doorknob yesterday. Your yard has been serviced by Kendrick. Of course, I saw your face on my doorbell camera. And with your name, it wasn't too hard to find out where you live. Your company isn't great about maintaining employee privacy."
I didn't see anything.
I said, grasping at straws.
"Oh? So you just come into people's houses to look around all the time? Is that what you're leading me to believe?"
I had no answer. He already knew everything.
You didn't really know what you saw yesterday, did you? Once I saw that pest control company had been on my property, I went to check on my snuggle buddy and saw that I'd left the curtains open a crack.
He shook his head.
Silly me. But I couldn't be sure if you'd seen anything. I had to know. Which is why I paid you and your son a little visit and left my little camera. It's also why I set this little ruse up, just in case you decided to come back to play detective. And I was right.
I can just go.
I said.
I won't say anything.
The man laughed, the sound grating.
Yeah, right. I'm sure you just go on with your life. No, you had your chance. If you'd never come back here, I could have let it go. But you had to come back. You had to see. But it's all the better. My snuggle buddy's head will start to rot soon, and I'll need to replace it. Luckily, I know a beautiful little child who's about to be without a father.
The man raised the gun, finger tightening on the trigger. I spun around to run just as he fired, and felt a thudding impact on my back that knocked my breath away. Stumbling and trying to suck in a breath, I turned back down the hall I'd come from, ducking back into the bedroom with the child's head. I swung my equipment pack off, hearing the man's footsteps getting closer. When he turned into the doorway, I threw the heavy pack at him even as he raised the gun. The pack hit the outstretched gun, knocking it out of his hand. He cried out as he stumbled back under the weight of the pack. I knew from the way he'd reacted that I'd somehow hurt his hand, but my only thought was of escape. Finally able to pull in a breath, I turned and ran to the window, throwing the curtains open and reaching for the lock. I quickly undid the clasp and got the window lifted several inches. But before I could get it open enough for my escape, the man ran up behind me. I half turned, but I wasn't quick enough to ward off the blow that was coming. The man slammed his elbow into my head, which in turn crashed into the window, cracking the glass. I threw myself back at the man as he wrapped one arm around my neck. We stumbled and fell onto the bed, both fighting for the upper hand. He managed to tighten his hold on my neck, choking me. I slammed my right elbow into his chest 3 times before he loosened his grip, enough for me to twist around. As I got to my feet, the man got to his, reaching out and grasping my throat with his hands. He slammed me back into the wall next to the bed, pinning me there. At first, I tried to get his hands from around my neck, but it proved futile. So I did the only thing I could. I reached out and grasped his neck, strangling him even as he strangled me. I knew that I'd already lost a few precious seconds. I was certain I would lose consciousness before he would. As my vision narrowed to small, blurred circles, I looked down and saw what the man had called his snuggle buddy, and a desperate idea came to mind. I let go of the man's neck with my right hand, reaching down towards the child's head. I was just able to touch the dead boy's nose with my fingers, but I couldn't reach any further. The man had me pinned to the wall, and I was getting weaker by the moment. The pillow, I thought, dropping my hand down and managing to grab the edge of the pillow. I dragged the pillow closer to me, getting the head within reach. I had only seconds of consciousness left. If this didn't work, I'd be dead. I grabbed the dead boy's head in my right hand, lifting it, stuffed bare body and all. It didn't weigh more than 10 pounds altogether, and I managed to grip it around the top of the skull like a smooth stone. With one desperate movement, I slammed the boy's face into the side of the man's head. His grip loosened, and he turned his head to see what he'd been hit with. All his attention had thus far been on my face. I hit him again, this time slamming him in the face. Blood spewed from his nose as the boy's face collapsed. He let go of me, stepping back in a daze. The stitching had come loose from the violent movement, and the bare body hung from only a few remaining stitches. I turned the head and smashed the man in the face with it again. This time, the bare body fell away, and I was left holding a child's damaged head. The man fell to the floor, his face a bloody mess. I fell on top of him, gripping the boy's skull in both hands, and I brought it down on the man's face again and again and again. By the time I was done, neither head was recognizable as such. The man took his last wet breath through his ruined face as I sat against the wall nearby, breathing heavily. It was a kind of poetic justice, I thought. The man had killed the boy, and in a way, the boy had killed the man. I didn't want to know how many others the man had killed. I doubted this was his first. But as I pulled out my phone to call the police, a sense of calm settled on me. I thought of Jaden as I dialed 911, and I had no qualms about what I'd done. After all, protecting my family took priority over all else. The woman in front of me was in tears, sobbing as I clutched her cold, clammy hands from across the table. She looked desperate, and it was my job to help her. After all, she had paid the $12 cash up front.
Harold Myers, we call you forth from the other side to speak to you. Hear our voices and heed our cries.
A sad wailing noise began to emit from hidden speakers all around the room. The hydraulic table started to lift and turn slightly, as if one side had just begun to float. If the woman got down on her hands and knees, she might see the movement beneath the table leg, making it rise. But nobody had ever done that before, at least, not so far. I cleared my throat, giving an irritated glare up at the camera mounted in the corner of the room. The loud wailing began to dissipate, as my partner turned the volume of the recording down slightly so I could be heard.
Your wife is here, Harold. She wants to see you one last time, to hear your voice.
This is where it always got a little weird. See, the thing is, I'm a real medium. I can actually see dead people, just like that little kid in that movie. But the problem is, nobody wants to hear what the dead are saying. That is way too depressing. Suddenly there was a man standing in front of me, his face half eaten by worms. Night crawlers and spiders skittered out from his mouth as he spoke. spilling grave soil on my fresh carpeting. I tried not to flinch backwards in sheer terror, but it was difficult. After a few seconds, I was able to put on my small fake smile again and I could speak. But those worms crawling out of his nostrils made it difficult to concentrate. I kept trying to decide if there were two of them, or just one long one that was kind of stuck up there, like a slimy, wriggling septum piercing.
What the f do you want, bitch? I killed myself to get away from you.
I paused for a second, trying not to cringe, and instead did my best to reflect just the right amount of gravitas and spiritual piousness.
What do you need, my love? I am at peace on the other side, but if you need me, I am here for you,
I said, trying to impersonate the dead man's gravelly voice as best I could.
Dude, what the f?
Harold said, looking irritated.
No ad-lib. I know you can hear me, and that's not what I sound like.
I held up my hand to the woman, as if taking a second to receive the next transmission. The whole time I tried to give off the vibe of someone being electrocuted with a very low voltage, my body shaking and eyelids flickering open and closed. I began to speak again, slowly, as if with a great effort to stay composed.
I can't wait to see you again one day. The worst part of being dead is not being able to gaze upon your beautiful face each morning.
I let my voice waver, rising and falling as if the transmission from the netherworld were fading in and out.
Really? Oh, Harold, I knew you loved me. I just wish I could take it all back. Everything I said, I didn't mean it.
Harold spat out a cockroach and looked at me with murder in his eyes.
You tell that bitch I'm haunting her ass for cheating on me. Every night while she sleeps, I'm casting the bad juju on her. And I'm gonna spit in her mouth,
he added as an afterthought.
Ooh, the transmission is fading. I have to go now, Darcy, but I want you to know how much I love you. You mean the world to me, my dear.
She burst into tears and stood to give me a hug. I'd see a big tip out of this one. But Harold would likely come visit me tonight to give me a good scare. I'd have to hang up extra sage. Ghosts. Hate that Darcy left a little while later. She had a glow about her and would go on to tell her friends and family about my work. If I was lucky, maybe I would get a referral or two out of it. Another crying widow, another bloodless husband spilling grave soil on my new carpeting. I get out the dustbuster and start to vacuum up the brownish black muck. A few errant worms disappeared into the vacuum as well. Nobody else could see them but me. When I went to empty the dirt into the garbage, there was nothing inside the dustbuster except some lint and hair. That happens sometimes. For a long time I worried I was crazy, until I figured out how to make a buck out of my ability to see the dead. By this point, I've pretty much gotten used to it, although sometimes the spirits catch me off guard. The main problem with the dead is that they are never happy to be dead. They always have unfinished business, especially nowadays, since we've all gotten so good at procrastination with the advent of social media and everything else designed to sap our time, memory, and brain power. Unfulfilled wishes mean the dead are going to stick around until those issues are dealt with. And unfortunately, most people's kids are just as overworked and distracted as their parents. So the unfinished business never gets finished, and the world fills up with more and more dissatisfied ghosts. At this point, they're everywhere.
Good job, dude,
Sam said as I emerged from the seance room. He gave me a brisk high five.
$10 tip. Man, she really bought it.
Sam had been my best friend since elementary school, and he was the only one who knew about my special skills. He was also the one who had come up with the ill-conceived notion of exploiting my powers for financial gain. I tried to explain why that was a bad idea, but all he could see were dollar signs. Eventually, I relented, mostly because my unemployment ran out and job prospects in town are slim to nil.
Yeah, we sure fooled her. Listen, can you cut the wailing noises down to maybe 50% next time? I swear, I'm starting to get hearing damage. We talked about this. I'm the special effects expert, remember? We need the decibel level to be high or the effect will be ruined. Trust me, I know what I'm doing. You take one film class at community college and suddenly you're an expert? Just a notch, okay? I swear my ears are gonna start bleeding from that Halloween tape. And make sure you rewind it this time. I don't think I'll be able to explain if it starts playing Monster Mash again.
Oh, right. I'm on it.
Sam said, clearly having forgotten. He ran into the back room, and I followed after him.
Listen, I think I'm gonna duck out early and go see my dad. We're not getting any more customers today anyways,
I said, feeling a bit rattled after my encounter with Harold.
No can do. There's a Mark in the waiting room. You gotta do your thing.
Can you please stop calling him that?
No, I mean his name is literally Mark Jacobson. He's got a half hour booked with you for a palm reading and seance.
Palm reading? Since when do we even offer that? I've never done a palm reading before in my life. I don't know what the hell I'm doing.
You really need to start reading my emails. I sent you something last night about this. I'm pretty sure I did anyways.
All right, just send him in. But don't book any more appointments for this shit. I'm not a palm reader. I'm a medium. I see dead people. Do you have any idea how f***ing traumatizing that is? To see dead people all day long, day in, day out, and be forced to blatantly ignore their message? Because it's not fun, man. And $12 a head ain't cutting it anymore. We need to raise prices.
Hence the palm reading. Listen, just read that email I probably sent you. Go in there and sit down and put on your spirit daddy face. Tell them they have good lifelines and that the crest of their palm indicates newfound wealth coming from a source which you can't clearly see just yet, but could after 6 to 10 more visits. Okay, now hurry. It's almost 5:30. We gotta get him in and out before closing time so I don't miss the start of the baseball game.
I exhaled as loudly and dramatically as I could, and eventually marched back into the seance room with my arms dangling limply at my sides, shuffling with each step like an exhausted teenager. Sitting back down at the table, I wondered not for the first time what the I had been thinking getting into this line of work, not to mention my choice of business partner. The door to the seance room must have opened and closed without me noticing, because when I looked up, there was a man sitting down in front of me. I tried not to show my surprise, but obviously failed, because he quickly held up his hands as if to apologize.
My apologies. I can be a bit sneaky sometimes, I've been told. It must be a product of my profession. My name is Mark Jacobson. There's something very important I need to ask my former business partner and, well, I hear you're the best.
I ignored the urge to stand up to greet the man more appropriately and stayed where I was, sitting across the table from him. Given the circumstances, it seemed best to just dive right into it.
You have come to speak to one who has crossed over?
I asked.
I have. But first, I was told there would be a complimentary palm reading.
Sam, you son of a... After an awkward first attempt at palm reading that ended with Mark Jacobson sighing in frustration and retracting his hand from my grip with a scowl on his face, I tried my best to regain my composure.
Sorry, I'm new to palm reading,
I admitted.
but speaking to the dead, that is my bread and butter. Now, please tell me who you wish to contact. It may take me a moment to locate their spirit and bring them here. Try to think of a fond memory or an image that brings you great joy, which you associate with this person, and then tell me their name.
I wasn't sure if this last part actually did anything, but it helped make the customer feel more involved.
My partner, Leonard Fleming,
the man announced. His eyes were closed as if he knew the routine already. I wondered if I was not the first medium he had met with.
Yes, I can feel him being drawn to us already. He wishes to speak to you about a matter of great importance. Take my hands and say his name again. But this time, I want you to ask him to join us here. Say it 3 times. Leonard Fleming, join us here.
The man did as I asked without hesitation, and I again had the impression that he'd done this before, and more than once. Whatever this man wanted to talk to the dead guy about, it was important. I could feel it. I took a deep breath and began my act.
Leonard Fleming, we call you forth from the other side to speak to you. Hear our voices and heed our cries.
For a few long moments, we both sat there in silence. I looked around the room as covertly as I could, as the wailing sound began to emit from the hidden speakers and the table started to rise gently beneath our hands. Rather than being alarmed by this, Mark Jacobson looked plainly annoyed by it. He scrunched his brow in frustration, as if put off by this sudden intrusion of noise and table levitation. His gaze drifted down to the pneumatic table leg, and he rolled his eyes as if he'd seen it all 1,000 times before. I felt him starting to pull his hands away, as if ready to get up and leave. Instead of letting him go, I gripped his hands more firmly, pulling him in toward me.
My partner has a penchant for theatrics.
I whispered.
Trust me, I can do this.
He relaxed a bit, and I took a moment to let go of one of his hands and made a gesture to the camera to cut the effects. We'd come up with the hidden signal at my insistence after the Monster Mash incident. The music and sound effects dissipated, and the table dropped softly back down to the floor. I tried to make contact again, reaching out a little more forcefully this time.
Leonard Fleming, we call you forth from the other side to speak to you. Hear our voices and heed our cries. Answer us, please. We need to speak to you.
I felt something reaching out to make contact. It was weak at first, fading in and out. Whatever it was, felt like it was a great distance away, a projection of a projection of a projection. Finally, a man's image began to flicker in front of me, fading in and out like a broken television signal.
He's here,
I said, having completely abandoned my usual routine.
Something's wrong. I don't know how much time we have. What do you need to ask?
The man hesitated, as if trying to get a read on me.
I don't feel anything. Are you sure? Yes,
I replied, trying to maintain the signal.
Hurry. Ask what you need to ask. He will hear your question and give an answer.
Mark Jacobson let out a sigh and asked his question. It was not the typical sort of question either. I decided again that this was not a typical seance. Something about this was very different from anything I had done before. The image of the dead man in front of me was almost invisible. Not anything like my usual sightings, which were vivid and so real I could smell the decay coming off the rotting corpses. This man looked like he was still alive.
Samuel Jackson,
the man said, his voice fading in and out, barely audible.
That can't be right,
I muttered out loud. In that instant, my concentration was lost and the vision of the dead man was gone. I let go of Mark Jacobson's hands and looked up at his confused and anxious face.
What? What did he say? Did he give you a name?
Yeah, but I guess it's a pretty common name. He said Samuel Jackson. Does that make sense?
As soon as the words escaped my lips, his eyebrows went up in surprise.
No, that can't be right. If it is, then that means...
He looked genuinely terrified. Maybe this wasn't about a Snakes on a Plane sequel after all.
Are you absolutely certain that's what he said? Are you positive?
Yeah, the signal was going in and out really bad, like nothing I've ever seen before. But that part came through clearly. He definitely said Samuel L. Jackson.
I tried to stop myself from adding the L to the middle of the name and only partially succeeded.
Samuel Jackson,
I corrected myself.
Sorry, force of habit. The man is an icon.
Right, true enough. But if this is correct, I'm sorry, I need to go, right now. Thank you for your services. You have been extremely helpful.
Although this was not the answer I was looking for, it is an answer to a question which I have been very curious to know the answer to.
The man rambled, getting to his feet and heading towards the door of the seance room, looking like he had seen the ghost and not me.
Great. Don't forget to tell your friends and receive 25% off your next visit.
That was all I managed to get out before the door slammed shut in my face and the man was gone. He didn't even leave a tip.
Damn, dude. What the hell did you say to that guy? He didn't even leave us the customary 10% that I usually manage to squeeze out of cheapskates. Just bolted out of here like he saw, don't say it, ghost. He didn't see a ghost. I did. And I told him the truth. I told him what the dead guy said. What? Why? We've been over this, man. The dead don't have anything useful to say. It's all anger and hate and unfilled wishes. You said so yourself. Well, this guy actually had something to say. Something useful. And I got the feeling Mr. Jacobson had been to a bunch of different mediums before he came to see us. The guy saw right through your little special effects show. Of course he did. I told you the wailing noises needed to be louder. I reduced them by 10% just to show you how much it impacts the overall experience. Now I have to reconfigure everything again,
he said, as if this didn't just mean turning a volume dial from 9 to 10.
No, it had nothing to do with that. Something about this guy was different. The whole thing was weird. It was like he knew all our tricks and just wanted a straight reading. He even picked up on the mnemonic table leg. I saw him roll his eyes when he noticed it. He's a pro.
This managed to stop Sam in his tracks. He looked me in the eyes as if actually hearing me for the first time.
So, what did he want? Something about a betrayal. He asked the dead guy who the betrayer was. It felt all Game of Thrones in there for a minute. That was when the dead guy said the name. It seemed important, so I told him what he said. Man, what the hell did you do that for? We don't know what we're getting into now. This could be some secret agent shit. CIA, FBI, NSA. We don't have a clue who these guys are. You might have just doxed an American spy in North Korea who's been tasked with protecting our freedom from threats domestic and abroad. Have you been watching Homeland again? Man, only the first season or two were any good. How many times do I have to tell you? It picks up again later on. You just need to give it another shot. I highly doubt that. And besides, you're missing the overall point I'm trying to make. This is dangerous. The dead are dead for a reason, and you're not supposed to be able to see them. Just because you can doesn't mean you need to be telling people what they say. It could bring about Armageddon, or the zombie apocalypse, or worse. It could put us out of business. I don't think that would be the worst than the end of the world, but point taken. Now come on, let's close up shop. You're gonna miss the start of the baseball game, and I'm gonna miss dinner time with dear old Dad. We'll talk about this more tomorrow.
He was already putting on his coat, despite recent talk of potentially causing Armageddon.
And Sam?
I said as he was heading out the door.
No more palm readings. Got it, boss. Whatever you say.
He mumbled as he walked out the door, clearly not having heard a word of what I just said.
Have a good night. See you tomorrow.
When I returned to the shop the next day, I was only slightly surprised to see a giant sign was now hanging out front. It swayed in the breeze, and I stared at it for nearly a full minute before walking past. It was a giant hand with an eye on it. In large letters it proclaimed, "Palm reading." And below that in much smaller letters it said, "And speak to your dead relatives." I brought a chair out from the waiting room, ignoring Sam as he said good morning. I took the chair outside and put it on the sidewalk beneath the new sign, listening as Sam protested. There was a black permanent marker in my pocket, which I took out and uncapped. Then I got on top of the chair and scratched out the part that said "palm reading" on the sign, leaving a giant black smudge and "speak to your dead relatives" in its tiny print. Then I went around to the other side of the sign and did the same thing.
I told you, no more palm readings!
I yelled at Sam as he followed me back inside. Once back in the shop, I realized that there had been someone sitting in the waiting room all along, and they had been watching the whole scene with disinterest.
Oh, hi,
I said awkwardly.
Sorry about that. I'll be right with you.
I pulled Sam into the seance room and shut the door.
Who the hell is that? A customer? I thought that was obvious. Since when do we get customers at this time of the morning? Can't you tell them to come back? I need time to wake up. I haven't even had my coffee yet. Harold kept me awake all night being intentionally spooky. Listen, just talk to the guy. I don't think you're gonna need your morning coffee once you find out what his name is. Don't tell me. Okay, I won't tell you. On second thought, just tell me. Samuel L. Jackson? What? It is not. Sorry, force of habit. Not that guy. It's Samuel Jackson with no L.
I stared at him in numb shock, trying to decide if there was someone else here named Noel.
You know, the betrayer. He's here, dude. Isn't that fun? I told you this would bite us in the ass, and it did. Now, talk to the guy and tell him you're a phony, and you were just trying to come up with a name, and you watched The Negotiator last night, and it just kind of came to you. Okay, good luck. I'll send him in when you're ready. He already paid.
Sam started leaving the room.
Hey, Sam.
I called after him. He turned around and looked at me.
I think this goes without saying, but I'm still gonna say it. Don't play the tape. No effects. Just let me talk to this guy, okay?
He looked at me incredulously and scowled.
Are you sure? Very. Okay. Good luck, man. You're gonna need it.
The man came into the seance room a minute later, his face unreadable. All I could tell was that he was tired and angry and hadn't shaved in several days. Oh, and did I mention he was angry?
You really f***ed me,
he said immediately, and I could tell he didn't want to sit down, but did anyways. Even from across the table, I could see he was on the edge of his seat, coiled like a spring about to explode.
Look, I don't know what this is about,
I replied, already knowing what this was about.
Sure you do. You gave my name to my boss yesterday, and now I'm here to find out who told you to say that.
I hesitated, squirming in my seat. This was getting very uncomfortable. And then the man removed a pistol from his waistband and pointed it at me from across the table, making me even more uncomfortable.
Tell me the truth.
He said.
It was Deborah, right? Or Bob?
I don't know who those people are,
I replied honestly.
The man who gave me your name has crossed over to the other side. I've always had the ability to hear the dead, and even to see them. But his voice and his image were broken, distorted. It's possible I made a mistake,
I said, raising my hands up like a hostage, which I realized I now was. He motioned for me to lower my hands with an angry flick of the gun in his hand. I just hoped Sam was paying attention to the cameras, but he probably wasn't.
I can tell your boss I made a mistake. You just have to get him on the phone for me, that's all. We'll get this all straightened out,
I said, hearing the fear in my voice. I never had a gun pointed at me before.
My former employer is tied up at the moment,
the man said with a smirk that I didn't like one bit. He paused as if thinking about my words for a moment longer.
So, you actually can see them? You call them forth and they come to you?
I nodded.
Maybe you'll be of even more help than I thought.
I shook my head.
I'm actually of very little help to most people. My services are primarily in giving people false reassurance and token words as opposed to actually conveying the words of dead people. They are typically not very kind.
The man scratched his head with the gun, and dandruff flakes wafted down onto the shoulders of his black shirt. I tried not to stare at them and failed.
You and I are going to take a little field trip. If you try to tell your friend out there what's happening, then I'll kill him. He doesn't seem very bright, so I'm guessing he won't figure it out unless you spell it out for him. So don't try.
He marched me out of the room with a poorly concealed pistol jammed up against my back.
We're going out for hot dogs.
The pistol poked me hard in the spine.
Not hot dogs. It's only 9 a.m. We're going out for coffee.
I blurted all of this out with the hope that Sam would maybe catch on to what was happening, despite his stupidity.
Okay, have fun,
he called out, raising the worn-out Teen Cosmo magazine he was reading even higher so that it completely covered his face. 10 ways to make him notice you during band practice, the cover proclaimed, next to a picture of Miley Cyrus from back when she was Hannah Montana.
Grab me one,
he yelled as the door was swinging closed. One thing I learned from listening to true crime podcasts for many years, never go with the criminal to a second location. That's where all the bad goes down. At all costs, they say, avoid being taken to a second location.
Okay, here we are,
Samuel Jackson said as we pulled up outside the second location. It was an old house, worn out and dilapidated beyond repair. The place looked like a haunted mansion from a movie about a haunted mansion. It was painted in dark colors. The shutters were hanging from their hinges and broken. A wrought iron gate had been ajar, and we'd driven through it to proceed up a very long driveway lined with ancient trees. I could practically hear the violin instrumental playing scary music in my head. There was even a belfry sitting atop the structure, complete with a disused bell which probably contained bats. Even without entering, I could tell the place was haunted. There was a dark aura emanating from within, leaking out through the walls of the place. It would be even stronger inside, and I guessed there would be several ghosts in there. Maybe more than several. Places like this had a bad energy, and they could actually harm you if you had a psychic connection as strong as I do. Hence, I really didn't want to go inside. Remember the grave soil on my carpet? Imagine what a ghost 10 times stronger than that could do, on its home turf no less. It could reach into my skull and grab my brain by its stem and squeeze, and I had no doubt I would feel it. This place is bad, I said. It's bad news. We should go. We shouldn't be here.
No Of course it's bad. This place is a portal to hell, and we're gonna open up the gateway,
Samuel Jackson said, holding the barrel of the gun up to my head.
Now move.
Despite my objections, I was marched into the house. As soon as we were through the door, I felt the negative energy of a dozen different spirits. They emerged from the walls and stalked down the halls toward us, slowly picking up on my ability to recognize them.
You should not have come here,
one said immediately.
He does not respect the boundaries. Do not trust him.
I know,
I said, pointing at the gun.
He's gonna kill me if I don't help him.
Who are you talking to?
Samuel Jackson asked.
Dead guy. He says we shouldn't have come here. You don't respect the boundaries, and that I shouldn't trust you.
Well, he's right about that. Move it.
He pointed the gun toward the living room further into the dark recesses of the home. I walked past the disapproving ghosts and tried not to stare at their rotting features. and the worms and bugs that crawled across their skin through pockmarked holes. "In there," he said, pointing at a room with symbols painted on the floor. Candles were already lit and burning in a circle, and my first thought was that this guy had zero respect for fire safety, leaving these burning here unsupervised.
"The man who built this house was a dark sorcerer,"
Samuel Jackson said.
"His powers were extensive. We believed that he created a gateway here, in this room, which could be used to access the netherworld. But we haven't been able to unlock it completely. We needed the man himself to do it. And now that you're here, we can speak to him directly. We can bring him back, and with him, we will raise an army of the dead."
Someone made a muffled sound from the corner of the room, and I saw my client from the day prior was tied up in the corner with another man and a woman beside him. Rags were stuffed in their mouths, secured with duct tape. They looked terrified and desperate, and were shaking their heads, staring at me with wide eyes. I tried to give them a discreet look which said, "I got this." But really, I was just trying my best not to piss my pants. The dead people had now followed us into this room and were slowly congregating in a circle around the symbols painted on the floor, and the flickering candles were illuminating their faces with an eerie glow.
"You will call upon him when I give the signal. I will have the portal open, and you must bring him forth. Then he will show us the way to keep this doorway open, so that we can bring forth the Dark One and call upon the end of days."
I hate when Sam is right,
"Okay, sounds like a plan,"
I said, trying to stay calm.
"Or, hey, I have this crazy idea. What if we don't end all of existence? I mean, it's a nice day out there. We could go to the beach, get ice cream. There's so much to live for. Why not just..."
He pulled back the hammer on the pistol and raised it until it was pointed at my skull.
"Right. Okay, let's do your plan then. You just let me know when you're ready. Oh, and what's the guy's name?" "You may call him Mr. Davros. He will be your new god." "Great. Okay, I'm into it."
The man pulled a knife from his pocket and managed to slice his palm with it intentionally, while still holding the gun somehow. I was kinda hoping he would fumble it and shoot himself accidentally, but that didn't happen. He started squeezing his bloody palm over the center of the symbol-covered floor. It dripped down onto the chalk outline of a pentagram and hissed, letting out a puff of smoke, as if he had spilled acid instead of blood. Then he began to chant. The words were dark and ominous, their meanings buried in an ancient language that I did not understand. The dead were staring at me, waiting to see what I would do. They looked unable or unwilling to intercede, as if terrified of what the master might do to them if he actually emerged from the netherworld. A swirling vortex appeared in the center of the room, a dark power emanating from within it. I saw horned creatures poke their heads out to look at us, their features monstrous and horrifying. But they were unable to stay on our side and looked as if they were burnt by the sun of our world. Even just the few rays of it which broke through the shadows caused their skin to sizzle and smoke.
"Now,"
Samuel Jackson said, clearly focused on the vortex as he continued his chanting ritual, raising the gun to point it at my head again.
"Do it now."
"We call you forth from the other side to speak with us."
I began, my voice trembling and uneven.
"Leonard Fleming, hear our voices and heed our cries."
It took a second for the man to realize what I had done. I was not calling for the person he wanted. I had never intended to do that. It seemed like a really bad idea to start the apocalypse. I'd rather get shot in the face than do that.
"Leonard Fleming, come back to our world and kick this guy's ass,"
I said, ducking down behind a nearby sofa as Samuel Jackson fired his gun at me several times, missing with each shot. The man who came back through the portal was wrinkled and haggard, his hair snowy white, but I guessed it probably didn't look like that before he was shoved through the gateway into hell by his coworker, the betrayer. It didn't take long before he had his hands wrapped around Samuel Jackson's wrist and was squeezing it tightly, twisting it behind his back, causing him to drop the gun. It helped that I was distracting him since he wanted me dead. I went over to help him, and the two of us grabbed hold of the man as he fought us and slapped at us ineffectually with his bloody hand. Then he shoved him through the portal into hell. We snuffed out the candles and watched as the portal slowly closed up, demon hands reaching out to swipe at us, desperately trying to drag us in. A few made last-second attempts to crawl out and escape the underworld, but then scrambled back inside quickly, looking like kittens testing the heat of an oven before finding it unbearable.
"Well, so much for it not believing in the existence of hell,"
I said.
"What was it like there?"
The man gave me a look, as if saying not to ever ask him that question again.
What do you think it was like? Bad? Multiply that by 1 billion. Regardless, thank you for saving me. That piece of shit would have left me there forever and would have unleashed hell on earth if he could have.
The people who were tied up in the corner called out again, a little more desperately this time, and the two of us started going over to help them. At the last second, just as the portal was about to close completely, a tentacle snapped out from within and reached for me, grabbing hold of my ankle. I screamed and tried to grab hold of anything I could to stop myself from being dragged into the portal, but it was useless. The sizzling, smoking skin of the tentacle had wrapped me up tightly, and whatever was on the other end of it was far stronger than me. My fingernails broke off and splintered as I tried desperately to dig them into the wooden floorboards. The pain was horrible, but I knew that being stuck in hell would be worse, so I dug my fingers in even more desperately, the blood only making them slicker. I howled and cried out in sheer terror as the portal got closer and closer. It was closing, but it would stay open just long enough to take me through to the other side. And then, at the last possible second, a sound of fire being extinguished came from the far side of the room. As the last forgotten candle was put out by my savior, Leonard Fleming, the portal closed, chopping off the tentacle an inch short of my foot. What was left of the demon squid held on in a tight vice grip, refusing to let go. I pried it off with disgust, then watched as it turned to ash before my eyes, the particles floating away on an unfelt wind.
Thanks,
I said to Leonard as he reached out his hand to help me up.
you saved me.
Hey, it's the least I can do,
He replied.
You saved me first. I guess we're pretty much even.
Oh,
For some reason, that kinda took the wind out of my sails. The idea of someone owing me a life debt was appealing in a way I had not foreseen. I looked over at the other 3 paranormal researchers, or whatever they were.
I definitely saved you guys too. And I didn't see any of you lift a finger just now. That's all I'm saying. If you want to owe me one, I'm okay with that.
They nodded awkwardly in unison, still tied up and gagged. My phone rang.
Hang on a sec. Let me get this, and then I'll help untie you. Hello?
I said, sliding the icon up on the screen to accept the call.
Dude,
Sam said on the other end.
where the hell are you? I've been waiting for that coffee for like 20 minutes.
I hung up immediately. Suddenly, I decided to take a vacation. A day off. Hell, maybe even a week off. After all this, I was gonna sleep like the dead. The gas station store was empty. Not 2 minutes earlier, I'd seen a woman behind the counter while I was pumping my gas. Where had she gone? Passing the counter, I glanced down and saw a person's hand on the floor. Changing my angle to peer over the counter, I brought the female cashier into view. She was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, dozens of stab wounds in her chest. Outside, a woman screamed. Fear making my legs heavy, I ran toward the sound. It was Adriana screaming. They were here. I burst through the doors, bringing my expedition into view. A man in black sweats, grimy black work boots, and a demon skull mask was at the side of my Ford. He wore black latex gloves, and he held a machete in his right hand. He looked over as the door chime sounded, his grinning mask sending paralyzing terror through me. He turned back toward the window and brought the machete's handle down on it, shattering the glass as Adriana screamed and scrambled over the center console into the back. I took a step back, telling myself this wasn't my fight. Maybe if I didn't put up any resistance, he wouldn't kill me. Better yet, I could run. I could run out into the night, disappearing into the desert until morning. Taking a step backward, I resolved to do just that. I wanted to live. I didn't want to die violently for some woman I barely even knew. Shaking with fear, I turned to run. I guided the steering wheel to the right, skirting the white line that shone under my SUV's headlights. My left leg bounced as if on its own, my bladder screaming for release. I'd chugged a big rock star, not to mention the water I'd been sipping on all evening, trying to get rid of the last remnants of my hangover. It was the kind of hangover that could drive a man to quit drinking for good, or at least until the memory of the gut-puckering, tongue-fuzzing, bowel-rumbling experience was a distant memory. But as I pulled into the rest stop, slowing down from 80 miles per hour to 15, I was living the hell that all problem drinkers face. I was right smack in the middle of it, bleary-eyed and hang-dogged. and all I could think about was having another drink to take the edge off. Stupid or ingenious, I couldn't tell. Not really. I wasn't thinking straight. I pulled into a space in the rest stop parking lot. Across the way, separated by two low brick buildings that housed the bathrooms, I could see several semis parked in the truck area. Their running lights were on against the dark. But there were only two other cars on my side of the rest stop. An old Trans Am with a black trash bag taped over the clearly broken passenger side window, and a listing blue and silver farm truck with rust spots on the body. I wouldn't have been the least bit surprised to find that both the Trans Am and the Chevy truck were no longer running and had been parked at this rest area for days or weeks, abandoned by their feckless owners. I certainly didn't see anyone else around. Not that I was looking hard. As soon as my expedition came to a stop, I slammed the thing into park and jumped out into the cloying desert night, hustling to the restroom like I was crossing the finish line in the 400-meter dash. The day's heat hadn't yet dissipated, and I felt sweat sprout up on my skin before I'd even taken 4 steps. This trend continued when I reached the swampy bathroom, and as I emptied my bladder, I found that I was releasing an almost equal amount of liquid from my body through my sweat glands. This was why I was heading east, out of this spiky, unforgiving desert. One reason, anyway. The other reason had to do with a certain thing I'd done when I was drunk. A certain thing I didn't want to think about. As sweet relief drained my anxiety, I pushed these unpleasant thoughts aside and focused on who I would be when I got to North Carolina. It was time to start fresh. Time to stop drinking. Time to become a responsible adult, for Christ's sake. I was grateful for the lack of a mirror above the bathroom sink. I didn't want to look myself in the eyes. Not for a long while. Not until I crossed the Mississippi, at least. After washing my hands and using the blow dryer, I headed back outside, got back into my Ford, and fired up the engine. As I pulled out of the spot and started back toward the highway, I glanced to the right and saw a man in a wife beater wearing a black hat and sweatpants running between the two brick buildings. His considerable belly swayed as he huffed and puffed his way toward me. I put my foot on the gas, not in the mood for a conversation with some broke-down trucker. Let his trucker pals help him, I thought. And as I eased the speed up, the man waved at me, yelling something I couldn't make out over the sound of my engine and the blasting air conditioner. Shaking my head, I turned my attention to the road. Once I was back doing 80, I set the cruise control and took my foot off the gas. The mile markers passed. I rubbed my eyes and yawned. Damn caffeine had already worn off. As I glanced in the rearview mirror, a freezing hand wrapped around my heart. There was someone in the car with me, in the back. I'd just seen them duck their head down as I glanced into the mirror. Nothing more than a dark silhouette, but clearly a person's head. Tensing in my seat, I looked at the glove compartment, thinking about the 2 screwdrivers I had there. They were the only weapons I had, aside from a rinky-dink pocket knife in my pocket. Knowing I had to pull over, I resolved to do it quickly. I had no choice. I couldn't keep going while someone was sitting back there, plotting to kill me when the time was right. My pulse was thrumming, each heartbeat like a hammer hitting my brain from the inside. I guided the wheel to the right, slamming on the brakes even as my tires went over the rumble strip on the shoulder. Moving as quickly as my recovering body would allow, I put the vehicle in park, got one of the screwdrivers from the glove compartment, removed my keys, and jumped out of the vehicle, almost getting pancaked by a passing semi-truck. After slamming the door and scrambling around to the other side of the car, I stood in the sand among the spiky roadside plants, pointing my screwdriver at my Ford like it was a gun.
Get out!
I shouted.
I know you're in there! Get out!
Thanks to the dark and my tinted windows, I couldn't see what was happening in there. Shutting my door was a stupid move. It had turned off the interior lights. I wanted to step up and open the back door, but I was afraid I'd be greeted by a killer clown wielding a giant cleaver, or a hulking monstrosity ready to rip me apart with his bare hands. What if he has a gun? I thought, backing up as I gulped down my fear. The back passenger door suddenly opened, the overhead lights coming on inside the Expedition. A young woman was backlit as she stepped out of the vehicle, hands up and empty. She wore grimy cut-off jean shorts and a baggy sleeveless t-shirt, and she was barefoot. Her thick brown hair was a mess, cut short and styled only by her sweat and the wind. Her arms and legs were dirty, like she'd been living in the desert for days without a tent or a sleeping bag or a morsel of food. Underneath the grime, I saw an attractive young woman, and I was reminded once again why I was leaving the desert in search of greener pastures.
What the hell are you doing?
I said, still pointing the screwdriver at her.
Is there someone else in there?
She shook her head, big green eyes peering at me from under bushy eyebrows. I already felt myself cooling, grateful it wasn't some muscle-bound psycho serial killer. Don't be so quick to dismiss her as a threat, a voice inside my head warned.
Well, what are you doing? Why'd you get in my Ford?
She looked back west, toward the rest area several miles behind us.
They're after me,
she said in a voice so low I could barely hear her.
Who?
I asked. The hydraulic hiss of brakes tore my attention away from the hollow-eyed woman. A semi-truck was slowing in the right lane as it approached us, hazards blinking. The woman and I both watched as it pulled onto the shoulder ahead of my Ford. When I looked at the woman, she jumped back into the Expedition and shut the door.
What the hell is this happy horse?
I said to the dry air. The trucker I'd seen at the rest stop ran around the front of the semi and started back toward me, his belly swaying like a pendulum, ticking away the seconds until his impending death from heart disease. I moved over toward the SUV as the guy approached. He didn't look happy.
What do you want?
I shouted when he was close enough to hear. I was still holding the screwdriver out. He saw the tool and slowed, putting his hands up in mock fear.
Back it down, man,
he said.
I ain't a screw, and you ain't never worked a day of construction in your life.
What do you want?
I said again, backing up as he continued forward.
Didn't you see me flagging you down back at the pisser?
No,
I lied. He stopped just ahead of me, an arm's length away.
Bullshit. You looked me right in the pearly whites, goddammit.
Fine, I saw you. What's the big deal? Do you know me?
Moving as fast as a jungle cat, the trucker stepped forward and slapped the screwdriver out of my hand. Then he jammed his forearm into my throat and slammed me into the side of my Ford, rocking the vehicle on its struts. Suddenly, the woman's comment about someone being after her seemed like the truth instead of crazy talk. I could feel the cartilage in my throat creaking as his forearm cut off my oxygen.
I saw that skinny little thing slip into your Ford after she ran away from my truck,
he said.
She took my wallet. That's why I was trying to flag you down, you son of a...
To my left, the back door of the SUV opened a few inches, and a delicate hand came out, holding a beat-up billfold.
Don't hurt him,
the woman said.
He didn't know.
The trucker swiped his wallet and then let me go as the woman shut the door. I slid down the side of the SUV, rubbing my throat and breathing in big gulps as I sat.
She told me she was a sleeper creeper,
the guy said, going through his wallet to make sure everything was there.
She's a damn liar.
What's a sleeper creeper? I asked from the ground, just to be saying something. I've never been much of a fighter, more of a runner, really.
A lot lizard,
the guy said.
A streetwalker, a prostitute. She told me she was a whore, but when I pulled out my willy wang, she grabbed my wallet and ran. I have a mind to call the police on her.
I got up off my ass and brushed off my pants.
And tell them you were soliciting a prostitute in a state where prostitution is illegal?
The guy glared at me, putting the wallet in a back pocket.
I said I have a mind to, not that I'm going to.
He paused.
Good luck with that one. She's crazy as they come.
He turned and headed back to his truck. I searched for the screwdriver for a minute among the tough shrubs and grasses, but I soon gave up. Stepping to the back door, I opened it and looked in at the woman who was sitting on the seat, hugging her legs.
Get out.
They'll find me, she said. They'll kill me.
Who? If it's not that trucker who's after you, who the hell is it?
The klepto killers. The name rang a bell. The klepto killers had been all over the news as young women turned up dead along the I-10 corridor. They'd killed something like a dozen women, a family of 4, and even a couple of cops who'd pulled them over while they were dumping a body. Apparently, it was 2 guys, a rarity among serial killers.
Really?
I said, unbelieving.
You were caught by the klepto killers? And you escaped?
She nodded. It was all bull.
Get out!
I yelled.
Please. My name's Adriana. I'm 23. I've been homeless for 6 months after leaving my abusive boyfriend. You have to believe me. I'm telling you the truth. The klepto killers won't stop until they find me. That's why they call them kleptos. They once followed a woman who escaped all the way to her parents' house, and they killed them all. Once they choose you, they never let you go.
There was a pang of truth in her words. And damn it if I didn't have a soft spot for women, especially those in trouble. Then again, that was how I'd gotten myself into trouble time and again. I sighed. Where do you need to go?
Anywhere, far away. Where are you going?
North Carolina, I said.
I've never been there. I don't have any friends or family there. It's perfect.
She managed to smile, and it melted what defenses I still had up. Okay, I said, but you gotta help keep me awake. Her smile grew bigger, and she showered me with thank yous. She transferred to the front seat while I got in the driver's seat. As I pulled back on the highway, Adriana asked me my name. Joel, I said. Pleased to meet you.
Are you okay, Joel? Does your throat hurt?
I'm good, I said. I let him do that to me. I didn't want to have to hurt the guy. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I regretted them. Why did I always do this around pretty women? It was a curse. But she went along with it, even though anyone who looked at me could tell I wasn't built for fighting. I was rail thin with stooped shoulders and huge feet, but I was tall, which had managed to keep me out of many fights in my life. She reached out and touched my arm.
Good. I'm glad you're okay.
Wait, Adriana said as I took the exit. It was nearly 2 a.m, and the nearest headlights were a good mile behind us.
What is it?
I asked.
We can't keep going?
She asked.
Just a little further?
I'm under a quarter tank, and I don't know where the next station will be, I said.
You're sure no one's following us?
She asked. I mean, people follow you on the highway. That's kind of how it works. But I was varying my speed, like you said. So I'm pretty sure everyone who was behind us either passed or turned off. She didn't look convinced, but she nodded her acceptance as I turned toward the well-lit gas station. It was fairly empty but for 2 cars, one at a pump and one parked in a spot out front. I couldn't see the pumps on the opposite side of the station, but I wasn't too worried about it. There was nothing else but empty desert landscape in the immediate vicinity. Just the lone gas station, a beacon of civilization against the beastly night. Don't you need to pee? I asked, lining up my fuel tank with the pump.
Yes,
she said.
But only after you make sure it's safe.
Okay, I said, opening the door. I'm gonna pump the gas first, then I'll check around. I paid at the pump and stood there as I filled my tank. Glancing over the top of the SUV into the station, I glimpsed a woman behind the counter. I could only see her head, given the layout of the place, but it was enough to put me at ease. At the next line of pumps, a white-haired man finished pumping and drove away in his sedan. When the pump finally clicked off, I put everything back in its place and headed inside to check the place over for Adriana. As I moved, I glanced at the windows again. I could no longer see the woman behind the counter. Pushing through the gas station doors, I looked around for her. Maybe she's in the bathroom, I thought. But as I moved to the other side of the store, I brought the other set of pumps into view. Sitting at one of the pumps was an old Trans Am with a trash bag over the passenger side window. The same vehicle I'd seen back at the rest stop. Fear swelled inside me, and I turned back to head the other way. Passing the counter, I glanced down and saw a person's hand on the floor. Changing my angle to peer over the counter, I brought the female cashier into view. She was lying on the floor in a pool of blood, dozens of stab wounds in her chest. Outside, Adriana screamed. I burst through the doors, bringing my expedition into view. A man in black sweats, grimy black work boots, and a demon skull mask was at the side of my Ford. He wore black latex gloves, and he held a machete in his right hand. He looked over as the door chime sounded, his grinning mask sending paralyzing terror through me. He turned back toward the window and brought the machete's handle down on it, shattering the glass as Adriana screamed and scrambled over the center console into the back. I took a step back, telling myself this wasn't my fight. Maybe if I didn't put up any resistance, he wouldn't kill me. Better yet, I could run. I could run out into the night, disappearing in the desert until morning. Taking a step backward, I resolved to do just that. I wanted to live. I didn't want to die violently for some woman I barely even knew. Moving toward the back of the station, I had a flash of memory from the night before. A flash of a man beating a woman who screamed and fought on her bed. The bed I'd been sharing with her until her husband showed up.
Ex-husband.
The woman had told me after we'd met at a bar.
We're separated.
She'd said when I asked about the pictures hanging up in her hallway.
And he won't show up here?
I asked drunkenly, not really caring about the answer. I had my hands up under her shirt, and she was working on undoing my belt.
He better not. I have a restraining order against that bastard.
After that, there was no more talk of her husband. He was certainly the last thing on my mind, until I heard the front door slam. Before the woman, her name was Trina, could say anything, I jumped off the bed, gathered my clothes, and hid in the closet. I could hear her ex-husband yelling as he came stomping down the hallway. I looked through the cracked closet door as he started in on her with his fists, and I did nothing. I got dressed as the man wailed on her, and I darted out of the closet when his back was turned. He heard me and chased me out of the house, but I had a head start. And when I jumped into my SUV, he yelled that he was going to find me and kill me.
I've got your license plate.
He said as I took off.
You better be looking over your shoulder because I'm coming for you.
Somehow, I'd made it back to my extended stay motel room without killing myself or anyone else. I passed out and slept for nearly 12 hours before waking in a panic, packing my few possessions and getting the hell out of Dodge. But now here I was again, running away as another woman was attacked by another man. Only this time, there was no doubt of the outcome. Adriana would die. She would be brutally murdered, unless I did something to stop that from happening. Flushed with a sudden resolve and determined to use it before it went away, I spun around to go back into the gas station. I wasn't going to run, though. I was going to get something I could use as a weapon. But as soon as I turned around, the door flew open, the chime sounding. I stood in the doorway's path, and it was clear in the split second it took my brain to comprehend what I was seeing, that the man in the zombie scarecrow mask meant to slam me in the face with the gas station door. The door didn't hit me in the face. It bounced off my foot. I mentioned I have big clown feet, didn't I? And hit the other klepto killer as he tried to step out. It wasn't much of a hit, but it gave me the moment I needed to react. I turned, slamming the door into the guy with my shoulder, clamping him against the door jamb. He had a big kitchen knife stuffed in his belt, which he managed to reach down and grab with his free left hand. He brought it up, clearly meaning to slice me open with it. I reached up and grabbed his wrist with both hands, still leaning my weight against the door to keep him pinned. He was in an awkward position, his left hand clearly non-dominant. Using both my arms, I yanked his arm down as hard as I could, also shifting my weight enough to bring my left knee up as high as I could. My knee hit his elbow perfectly as I yanked his arm down, folding the appendage the wrong way with a ripping, cracking sound. The knife clattered to the concrete as the man behind the mask screamed out. I reached down and grabbed the knife as the guy tried to pull out of the door. But once again, I kept him in place with my long body, preventing him from getting enough leverage to move the door. I jammed the blade up under his ruined left arm, stabbing him in the side. It was a frenzied stabbing, and I quickly lost count of how many times I plunged the knife into him. When I stopped, there was blood everywhere, and the man had gone limp. So when I stepped away from the door, he collapsed like a house of cards in a windstorm. Knife in hand, I turned back around, seeing that the man in the demon skull mask was no longer at my Ford. The front passenger window was broken, but I couldn't see if Adriana was still inside or not. I had no idea whether she was alive or dead. I ran up to the Ford, glancing inside and seeing that the front seat was empty. As I stepped to the back door to open it, the greatest pain I've ever felt shot up my left leg. I looked down to see Demon Skull's head sticking out from under the SUV, his machete buried in the side of my left leg. Yanking the leg away, I turned to run, but the klepto killer was faster. He pulled the blade back and slashed out at my other leg, severing tendons. I collapsed to my knees, losing the knife in the process. The killer got from under the car as I crawled away, screaming in pain as my blood poured out of the leg wounds. "Turn around," the man said, poking me in the back with the tip of the blade. I rolled over and looked up at him. "You killed my brother, you piece of shit," he said, raising the machete for the killing blow. I raised my arms, knowing that he'd simply cut them to pieces to get to my head, but unable to help myself nonetheless. His muscles tensed as he started the first chop, but a hand came out of nowhere, a hand with a screwdriver in it. The flathead screwdriver sunk deep into the side of the klepto killer's head through his ear, causing him to freeze. Adriana, who'd snuck up behind the man, let go of the screwdriver and stepped aside. which brought her into my view. The klepto killer teetered, turning around to look at his assailant. He still had the machete held up, but with his left hand, he reached up and touched the tool sticking out of his ear. He dropped the machete and walked toward the back of the station. He didn't get far before collapsing. I looked up at Adriana, who smiled weakly. She had several minor cuts on her arms, but she seemed okay otherwise. "You found my other screwdriver," I said. She nodded. "Now I'll find you a first aid kit." She moved quickly past me, kicking the other dead klepto killer as she went through the door to find stuff to bandage me up. I looked out past the lights of the gas station. The heat of the day was finally dissipating. A cool breeze blew across the dark, unforgiving expanse. And for a moment, the desert looked beautiful to me. It looked like the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen.
This place is creepy as hell.
I tell Kaylee as she relocks the gate in front of the abandoned insane asylum. Then I realize just what she's doing.
Wait, why are you locking it again? Because I don't want anyone to know we're in here, dummy.
She says.
If someone drives by, like my dad, I don't want him to see the chain unlocked.
Oh, I say. Okay. I look through the gloomy distance to the front door of the abandoned structure. It's 3 stories tall and made of bricks. Most of the windows are boarded up, but a few are like missing teeth and a skeletal smile. We head up the walkway, our feet crunching on dead leaves and the brittle grass growing out of the cracks in the concrete. Kaylee's parents own the place, which is why she has the keys to get in. She swiped them from her dad's desk, apparently. I don't know why they would want to run an old, run-down insane asylum, but they do. And Kaylee has talked me into exploring it with her. She knows I have a huge crush on her, and she doesn't shy away from using that fact to get me to do things I normally wouldn't. It's kind of messed up, but at the same time, I like being around her. So it's also kind of a win-win. The front door is really boarded up, so we won't be able to get in that way. So we walk along the front to climb in through one of the windows.
You've never been here before?
I ask her.
Never. How come? Because my dad always made a big deal about how long I'd be grounded if I ever came here. And yet, here we are,
I say.
Yeah, well, my dad.
We pause our conversations as we climb in through a window. I pull my phone out and turn the flashlight on. When Kaylee doesn't do the same, I ask her why not.
I didn't bring my phone, Sam,
she says, like it should be obvious.
My parents can track it. Oh, right.
We move out of the room and down the hall. Kaylee leads the way. I ask her if she wants to talk about whatever is bothering her, but she snaps at me, so I let it go. We move up to the 3rd floor, seeing a bunch of nothing but an old rundown building. There's no furniture, no hospital beds, no ancient and cruel medical instruments. Still, the place is kind of creepy. It's a little too quiet for my taste. Kaylee stops outside a room with a heavy metal door. She stands on her tiptoes and looks through the window fixed in the middle. The kind that's reinforced with wiring so it can't be broken easily. I shine the light so she can see.
Whoa,
she says.
It's a padded room.
She's right. The room has no windows and no other doors. It's just a square with rotten foam and brittle vinyl on the walls.
My grandpa worked here,
she says.
So did my grandma. It's where they met. He was a doctor. She was a nurse. No shit,
I say.
Is that why your parents own the place?
She doesn't answer me.
Apparently they did some bad stuff here,
she says in a low voice.
Like, really bad.
I assume she's talking about her grandparents, but the tone of her voice keeps me from asking. She pulls the door open and steps inside.
You coming in?
She asks. I hesitate.
Suit yourself, Sammy the Scaredy. I'm the only crazy one here anyway.
She pulls the door shut, leaving me outside with the phone.
The voices!
She shouts dramatically.
The voices, Sam! They're in my head!
I feel a sudden rush of petty anger. She's always doing little things like this to me, belittling me, calling me dumb names. Without thinking much about it, I turn off the flashlight and stand perfectly still, away from the window. After a moment, Kaylee goes quiet.
Sam?
She asks. There's fear in her voice, but I can't tell if it's genuine or not. Probably not. I stay quiet. The handle clicks, but the door doesn't open.
Sam?
She shouts.
Open the door! Open the door, there's someone in here!
Okay, I'm coming.
I say, stepping over and trying the door. It doesn't budge.
Sam!
This time it's a scream, a terrified scream. I turn the flashlight on and shine it through the window. I see Kaylee there, but she's not alone. There are at least a dozen other people in there, surrounding her, staring at her. They wear ragged and stained hospital gowns, and most of their heads are shaved, allowing me to see lobotomy scars. Their skin is sallow and dirty, and their eyes shine with pale light.
Sam!
Kaylee screams again as hands grip her head, fingers digging into her eye sockets and hooking into her mouth. I try the door again, but it doesn't budge. After Kaylee's screams fade to a wet gurgle, I look inside the room one last time. Now it's my turn to scream. I'm turning off the lights in the house when I hear the noise. It's a giggle, and it's coming from Layla's room. At first, I'm ready to just let it go. But then I think about the last time I heard her giggling. I had ducked my head inside the room with a smile on my face to look at my niece, hoping she was finally coming out of her shell. But what I saw made me think just the opposite. She was sitting on her bed, her back to me, and hugging her doll tightly. The doll's appearance made me step back from the door. I still hadn't gotten used to it. Its eyes were completely white, its face cracked and distorted at the mouth, giving it a lopsided grin. And as I stepped into the room, I noticed that Layla wasn't just hugging the doll. She was squeezing it with all her might, her little body shaking as if she were trying to suffocate the thing. When she saw I was in the room, she stopped, putting the doll down and looking mutely up at me. I asked if she was okay, but she didn't answer. She hadn't spoken a word to me since her parents, my sister and brother-in-law, were killed in a car accident. But even before that, my sister had told me she thought something was wrong with Layla. Poor girl, she's had it hard, and she's my responsibility now. As I move up the stairs after turning off the lights, I'm not sure if I should peek into the room or not. Maybe the doll is some sort of coping mechanism. Maybe I should let it run its course. I tell myself if the creepy doll is getting her to giggle, it's a good thing. But I'm not so sure. It's been only a week since the accident. An accident Layla was there for. It's a miracle she survived, given that both her parents died in the car crash. The child psychologist I contacted told me it takes time. We have an appointment to see her tomorrow. So I stop outside her door, which is cracked open a couple of inches, and peer inside. I can see Layla sitting on the side of the bed, her back to me. She's looking across to the other side of the room. I can't see what she's looking at, but Layla seems to be having a good time. She's kicking her little legs and making humming sounds. There's a noise like a book falling to the ground from inside the room. My heart goes double time because I've been watching Layla the whole time. She hasn't moved. Suddenly, I'm certain someone's in the room with her. I shove the door open to reveal the strange doll staring at me with its blank white eyes. It's sitting on the little rocking chair next to the window. There's a picture book on the floor in front of the rocking chair. Layla moves her head slowly, turning to look at me. Her eyes are slitted, her lips pressed together. Stepping into the room, I look around for signs of anyone else.
Is someone in here with you?
Layla crosses her chubby little arms and looks away, blonde hair whipping over her shoulder. I fix my gaze on the doll. It still seems to be looking at me, like its head is turned to follow me as I move around the room. But that can't be possible. A sudden rush of anger crashes against the inside of my skull. Rushing forward, I reach out to grab the damn doll, to throw it into a corner so it's not looking at me anymore. But before I can touch it, Layla releases a high-pitched scream from the bed. As soon as I turn to look at her, she stops, staring up at me.
What?
I say.
What's wrong?
There's a thump, and I look over to see the doll on the floor next to the picture book. As I reach down to pick both items up, Layla screams again. Clenching my teeth, I grab the book and the doll, and a blast of frigid air runs up my arm from the doll. My spine crackles as I wrench my head back, eyes rolling up into my skull as the world around me rushes away in a whoosh of schizophrenic colors. I find myself in the back of a car, a familiar car, my sister Jenny's sedan. My brother-in-law Mike is driving, and my sister sits in the front passenger seat, looking down at her phone. Layla sits in a toddler car seat in the back. The doll is in her lap, looking like a normal toy without the white eyes or the creepy grin. I'm here, but not here. I have no form. I'm not sitting. Instead, I seem to be floating above the scene as the car drives along a 2-lane highway. Layla looks at her doll, then up at her father, and then out the windshield. The road ahead seems clear. There are several driveways leading to homes on either side of the small highway, but no cars for the time being. Then I see a truck up ahead, backing out of one of the driveways on the right side of the road.
Daddy?
Layla says.
Yes?
Mike says, looking up into the rearview mirror.
Look!
She says, holding up the doll and making it dance. Mike's eyes start to go back to the road, but Layla screams.
Look!
The truck in the driveway isn't slowing. I want to scream, to tell Mike to stop or to pay attention. Layla throws the doll at the side of her father's head. He wrenches his head away, jerking the wheel slightly, but not nearly enough to get out of the lane. Up ahead, the truck's back tires bump onto the highway. Jenny looks up from her phone and screams, but it's too late. The sedan hits it going 60 miles an hour. Glass flies as the sedan skids sideways and flips, rolling twice before coming to rest upside down in a ditch on the other side of the road. Jenny is clearly dead, the side of her skull bashed in. But Mike is still alive. He gasps, hanging upside down in his seat. Layla, who seems unfazed and untouched, releases herself from the car seat and grabs a piece of broken glass. She crouches behind her father and uses the glass to open up his carotid artery. Blood pours out onto the doll, which came to rest below him on the overturned roof of the car. Layla quickly grabs the blood-covered doll and moves out of the car. As the vision fades, I can hear Mike and Jenny screaming, pleading for my help. I realize with sickening clarity that they're stuck in the doll, stuck there until the terrible wrong inflicted upon them is made right. My legs give, and I sit down hard in Layla's room, letting go of the doll. Chest heaving, I look up at the bed, but Layla's gone. I turn my head, seeing her step into the doorway from the hall, a terrible grin on her little face. She has a knife in her hand, and I know she plans to use it. I was eating breakfast in the little kitchen of my college house when I heard the voices coming from the basement again. It was strange, because that part of the house was unoccupied, and yet I'd heard the voices coming from down there time and time again. Each time it was a man and a woman, their bickering carrying through the vents to my ears. My friend, Ted, was living with me at the time, going to school for music theory. He came downstairs just at that moment to eat a bowl of cereal. I put my finger to my lips and pointed down as he entered the room. "Are that right?" I whispered. He raised his eyebrows and listened. The voices continued arguing bitterly.
Who the hell is that?
It had happened a few days prior as well. We had only recently moved into the house, and the landlord was a bit eccentric, but he'd assured us that we were alone when we asked him about it. I heard the front door open suddenly.
Hello, guys!
Our landlord shouted in his deeply accented voice as he entered, unannounced, just as I was thinking of him. The man consistently barged into the house without knocking, despite tenant rights laws which prohibited such things. He also liked to hook up the adjacent houses, which he also owned, with Ethernet cables running out through the back door, thus providing cheap and painfully slow internet access for us and the entire neighborhood. A couple days prior, Ted and I had begun to call the landlord Dragon, mostly due to his Machiavellian nature, and because he told us he lived on a street called Stone Ridge. Also, his last name was Dragovic or something similar. We didn't dare call him Dragon to his face, though. Although, in retrospect, he probably would have taken it as a compliment.
Hey,
I said as he entered the kitchen.
could you give us a call next time you want to come over? Even just knocking would be a big improvement. You guys are so funny,
he said, sitting down and pouring himself a bowl of cereal.
Wild college party guys. I love it. So, what are we doing today? Playing a prank on the dean like in the movies?
Ted and I looked at each other awkwardly, unsure how to get him to leave and understand this was not okay. He couldn't just come in uninvited and eat our cinnamon toast crunch. But at the same time, there was the matter of the basement.
Actually, we're mostly just doing homework today. Very busy with homework. But we were wondering about the basement. We heard voices from down there, just now. A man and a woman talking.
Dragon poured some milk in his bowl and ate a large bite, speaking with his mouth full.
There's nobody in the basement, guys. We've been over this. You want me to show you? Come, I'll show you. We'll go see the basement together.
He led us down the stairs into the basement with the bowl in his hand, sloshing milk everywhere, and showed us the small apartment down there. To his credit, it was completely empty.
See? No voices to make talk. You boys are hearing things.
And there's no other rooms down here?
I asked.
None. Like I say, you imagine this. These old houses, they make weird sounds sometimes.
He led us back upstairs and sat back down to finish his cereal.
So, you guys liking this place so far, right? Pretty nice. You have the whole house to yourselves. It's your bachelor pad. You party it up. Just make sure you invite me, okay? And don't wreck the place. Actually, on second thought, no parties.
He stood up after finishing his cereal and puttered around the kitchen for a few seconds, then blurted out,
Oh, by the way, you have my rent money?
It's only the 15th of the month. We don't have to pay you for another 2 weeks.
Okay. If you don't have it right now, no problem. All right, I better get going. You guys have a good one.
Dragon went out the front door, and the two of us were left alone again, wondering what the hell we'd gotten ourselves into with this awful low-budget house we'd rented. Little did we know, it was about to get much, much worse. That night, I was in my bed sleeping when I woke up shivering. It was freezing cold in my bedroom, and when I opened my eyes and exhaled, I realized I could see my breath.
What the hell?
I considered just wrapping myself up in another blanket, but then decided against it. The thermostat had to be malfunctioning, or it was just adjusted wrong. It was dangerously cold in the house, and if I didn't do something fast, it would only get colder. Sure enough, when I got downstairs, the digital thermostat showed the temperature was 50 degrees Fahrenheit. I pressed the arrow buttons at the side and watched the temperature increase until it read 72. Then I bumped it up a couple degrees more, just for good measure. The heating vents kicked on, and I held my hand up to the one in the kitchen to warm my numb fingers. I went back up the stairs to my bedroom and lay down, closing my eyes and drifting back to sleep. But an hour later, I woke up shivering again, my breath a frosty plume each time I exhaled. This time I stomped down the stairs and over to the thermostat, where I saw it read 45 degrees. I couldn't understand why it would be doing this, so I looked at the settings on the thermostat and played with it, trying to figure out what was causing the issue. Everything looked normal, and this hadn't happened on previous nights. It didn't make any sense. So I decided to go down to the basement to take a look at the furnace for myself. I opened the door leading down the stairs and began to walk slowly down the steps to the lower level of the house. It was dark and silent. I tried to turn on a light, but none of them seemed to work. Once I got down to the basement, I realized it was much warmer down there. It was actually very hot. I was quickly sweating as I made my way over to the furnace. Something was definitely wrong with the heating in the house, since it was freezing on the second floor, but it was an oven down in the basement. But that didn't explain why the thermostat kept changing on its own. The furnace offered no clues, mostly since I had no idea what I was looking for. Everything seemed to be in good working order, at least as far as I could tell in the dim light. The big steel beast rumbled and groaned to life suddenly, startling me as it kicked in to meet the demands of the thermostat upstairs. Hot air began to fill the room, and I started to sweat even more. Giving up on trying to fix it, I went for the exit instead. Just as I reached the door, it slammed shut in my face. I felt as if I was going to have a panic attack as I stumbled backwards. For a moment, I was too terrified to try and open it again, but the temperature was rising quickly in the furnace room, and I needed to get out fast.
Hello?
I called out softly, but no one answered. Pulling on the door handle, I found it wouldn't open. I threw my shoulder against it, but the thing wouldn't budge. Looking around the room, I saw a small window set high in the wall. I moved a nearby milk crate to stand on it and slid the window open. It would only open a few inches. The child's safety lock was stuck, so I couldn't get it to go any wider. There was no chance of squeezing my bulk through that crack, I thought. But at least the open window was allowing a breeze to waft in, cooling my sweat-dampened face as I stood pacing, trying to figure out a plan. The room was small and devoid of any useful items. The more I looked, the hotter it started to feel in there, the small window making little difference. I felt like some terrible dog trapped in a parked car on a hot summer day, sniffing at that small gap of freedom and fresh air offered by a narrowly opened window, panting as my oxygen ran out. I was beginning to look at the furnace again, trying desperately to find a way to turn the temperature down, when I heard the voices again, this time more distinctly.
Okay, gentlemen. This is a young one. You've seen her pictures. Need I say more? We'll start the bidding at 10,000.
A soft whimpering sound came as well, and I realized there was a tiny crack of light in the wall to the left of the furnace. Looking through the gap, couldn't see much. I needed to get closer. Pushing against the panel, it began to slide forward. It appeared there was a secret room beside this one. That was where the voices had been coming from all along. The secret door revealed a winding staircase leading down. I followed it, taking my steps slowly and carefully, being as quiet as I could. As I drew closer to the hidden area of the basement, the voice became louder and could be heard more clearly.
I hear 20. Do we have 25? 25. I see your 25. Do we have 30? Ah, very good, sir. You won't regret that. The gentleman has made it 40,000. Do we have 45? Good. 45. Do we have 50?
The auctioneer's voice was practiced, and I could tell he had done this many times before. He was focused so intently on the screen that he didn't even see me sneaking up on him with a hammer in my hand. It was the first item I'd seen on a desk upon entering the room.
50,000. That's the highest bid of the night. Very good, sir. We'll have her sent over immediately.
His voice cut out as a wet, bone-crunching sound echoed throughout the room. Panting, I dropped the bloody hammer to the floor where it landed with a loud clomp. The young woman was blindfolded and whimpering beside me. A camera mounted on a tripod was pointed at her, surrounded by stage lights. Her wrists were bound with duct tape, and her skin was red and irritated around that area. I untied her and took the blindfold off.
You're safe,
I said.
I'm gonna get you out of here.
Thank you, the girl said in broken English, the look of gratitude on her face unmistakable. On the enormous computer screens, a dozen different windows containing shadowed faces suddenly began closing one by one, the visages rapidly disappearing before I could register who they were. But a few did look vaguely familiar. Oligarchs and rich people I had seen on TV or in magazines, perhaps. It was impossible to be certain from such a brief glimpse. As I grabbed the girl's hand to take her out of the basement, another pair of voices came from ahead. This time, there was no way out. We were trapped.
You have to do something about this heat,
a woman's voice was saying.
I'll show you what I mean. Raymond is getting older. He can't be working in these conditions.
Did you adjust the thermostat?
I did, but one of your tenants kept changing it back.
We're right beneath the furnace, Dragovic. If they turn the heat up by 1 degree, we get blasted with hot air. It's impossible to work down here since you monkeyed with the HVAC system the other day.
I'll have a chat with the tenants,
our landlord answered.
We'll lock out the thermostat too. That way they can't play with it.
Wait, what's this? Did you leave this open?
The two voices paused, and then a rustling sound of movement came hurrying towards us. I backed away, holding the girl's hand tightly. She squeezed mine back as Dragon entered the room with a woman I didn't recognize. I did, however, recognize her voice. It was the same one I had heard coming through the vent from upstairs.
Speaking of the devil,
Dragon said, his tone darker and angrier than I'd ever heard it before. He produced a pistol from his waist at the back.
I see you've been poking around where you shouldn't have been looking.
He turned to look at the woman he was with.
Get on the phone with the clients. Tell them everything is secure.
She nodded and went over to a nearby landline. The phone was red and old, like the one on the president's desk.
And let them know we have another item up for sale on the auction block,
Dragon said.
A young man, tall, with broad shoulders. He'll be a great worker. We'll start the bidding at 20,000.
Look at this thing,
Blake said, nudging me as we leaned against my SUV. I turned to see a multicolored VW Bug pull into the middle of nowhere gas station. As the vehicle pulled into the pool of light bathing the gas station, I saw two clowns in the front seats. Their heads moved in unison, eyes fixed on Blake and I as they pulled up on the opposite side of the pump and stopped the car. The driver got out, eyes still fixed on us. He looked strange somehow. His eyes were yellow, and there was something up with the irises. I figured he was wearing colored contacts.
What the f*** are you looking at?
Blake said.
I'll wipe that smile right off your face.
The clown's smile got even bigger at that. Almost too big, like his face was made of elastic. The passenger got out, a similar tight-lipped smile spreading across his face. They didn't say a word. They just stared at us. I knew Blake was about to do something stupid.
That's it, you f***ing freaks.
My friend said. He stepped forward, but I grabbed him by the arm.
Take it easy,
I said to him before looking at the clowns.
Sorry about my friend,
I told them.
He's had a rough day. We don't mean to offend you, gentlemen.
The gas pump clicked off, and I removed the nozzle from my Ford, putting it back into the pump. Blake was still staring at the clowns, his arms held out from his sides in an unconscious effort to make himself look bigger. I got in front of him and whispered,
The last thing we need right now is to draw attention, remember? They're still f***ing staring at us,
he said.
Just let it go,
I told him, pushing him around to the back. Huffing, Blake got into the passenger seat. I got in and fired the vehicle up. And as I pulled out of the gas station, I glanced in my rearview mirror to see that the clowns were still staring at us. I suppressed a shiver and focused on driving straight. I'd been drinking, and the last thing we needed was to get pulled over. We arrived at the cabin 20 minutes later. It belonged to a friend, and we knew where the key was. We often used the place for recreational activities. Blake grabbed the booze and the other supplies from the back seat, leaving the main event in the cargo area for a little later. We cracked a couple of beers and snorted a couple of lines in the cabin, gearing ourselves up for the fun we had planned. But I kept recalling the way the clowns looked at us. What the hell were a couple of clowns doing out in the middle of nowhere anyway? And in the middle of the night, no less. There was a knock at the cabin door, making both of us jump.
Did you see any headlights pull up outside?
Blake asked. I shook my head.
Who the hell could it be?
He asked. I grabbed a paper towel and set it gently over the Coke arranged on the table, while Blake moved toward the door. He looked back to make sure everything incriminating was out of direct sight. Then he opened the front door. The honking of a clown horn erupted from right outside the door before Blake jerked his head. He stumbled back with an axe blade sticking out of his forehead. As he fell to the ground, the clown who'd been driving the car at the gas station stepped inside, hands on his hips like Superman. He smiled with closed lips as his yellow eyes fixed on me. Then, slipping one hand behind his back, he produced a large, rusty knife. I put my hands up and crept toward the back of the cabin, where the bedrooms and bathroom were.
I don't have a problem with you,
I said. But as I got in line with the front door, I saw over the clown's shoulder. The other clown from the car was opening the back of my SUV, helping the girl Blake and I had picked up from the bar. She was still drowsy from the drugs we'd slipped her, but the clown was helping her out of the zip ties we'd used around her wrists and ankles. I remembered something she said when Blake had first started chatting her up. I hadn't paid it much attention at the time. I'd been staring at her breasts, but now it seemed vitally important. She said,
I'm in town with the circus. I'm a gymnast.
I bolted to the back of the cabin, but the clown was fast. I tried to open a window in the back bedroom, but the clown came at me, forcing me into the corner.
I stood up for you,
I said, pleading.
Remember? You won't kill me, will you?
The clown looked at me over his blood-red nose. The yellow pallor in his eyes seemed to dampen, and they almost looked like the eyes of a human. Just a normal human, and not some insane clown bent on destruction. His lips curled up, and they kept going, way past the point where the muscles in his cheeks should have stopped them. When the lips were nearly touching his eyes, They parted to reveal sharp, blackened teeth. The laugh started small, way down deep in his body, but it quickly grew in volume and hysteria until he was scream-laughing in my face. His breath was a miasma of decomposing flesh and rotten vegetables. Quick as lightning, he drove the rusty knife blade into my chest again and again. I slumped to the floor in agonizing pain. The last thing I heard was that insane laughter, which followed me down to hell. It's 3:15 a.m. The front page of a newspaper filtered across the road, carelessly blown in the breeze. The sky was black and moonless, and the two men who crept across the street far below casted shadows thrown only by the flickering blue-green neon of a nearby sign. These two were the sole people on the street at this time, and they glanced this way and that before hiding themselves in the alcove of their target's entrance. The building. The Cyber Cafe. The Cyber Cafe was an old, disused wreck. It went by the name of The Banquet back when it was open, God knows when. It was a curious name for an internet cafe, but there was probably some long-forgotten reason behind it. The place had no visible security besides a simple metal grate across the window and a rusted old padlock on the door. It was chosen as the night's target by the two men because of the building's age and its potential for high-value stock left abandoned inside.
Come on, Axel, get it open,
hissed the man with a shading of red stubble across his lower jaw. Raph was his name.
Give me a goddamn second, man,
his compatriot replied, grunting as he cracked the padlock at last with a crunch and a shower of rusted metal. A wire was inserted into the final lock, the one embedded in the door itself, and a minute later the men were in. With a long, low creak, the door was pushed inwards, and as they had predicted, no alarm bells were sounded. Raph grinned and rubbed his hands together, leading the way into the abandoned building. The place was thick with dust. Broken desk chairs lay heaped in the corners, and the desks themselves stood scattered clumsily across the entry room, as if they had been pushed to the side and just left there, no one ever bothering to return them to their original positions. A faded poster that hung on the wall advised its readers on the importance of staying safe online, and featured an array of cartoon children in colorful outfits, all using computers. In the darkness and the gloom, however, these children appeared unsettling. Their eyes were just a little too wide, their smiles ingenuine, and none of the characters on the posters seemed to be looking at their computers. Every one of them stared out, watching over the inhabitants of the room. And in that particular moment, the inhabitants were Axel and Raph. Both men shivered in discomfort, though neither admitted their reaction to one another.
There's nothing good in here, bro,
said Axel, running a finger across the surface of one of the empty desks and flicking away the grime.
You just don't know good loot when you see it,
Raph replied with a murmur.
Check the cupboards for parts. Anything metal, circuits, screens, we'll take the lot. Get them in the bag, and if there's more, we'll use the van. There's a couple of doors back there,
Axel said with a nod, gesturing further back into the shadows of the cafe.
Storage, probably. Alright, I'll go and check it.
Raph eased his way through the room and through one of the doors at the back, well away from the meager blue light that spilled in from the street. What he saw there surprised him.
Jesus! Hey, Axel! Yeah? Come check it. Forget the parts, bro. We've hit the jackpot here.
Axel followed on behind, and together the two men stepped into the room, awestruck. This second room was far longer than the first, and it was illuminated with a sole, quietly buzzing beam in the ceiling. The beam was once one of many, a dozen or more by the looks of it, but it was now the last light source remaining, and its brothers had long since gone dark. It revealed to the men the sickly blue-yellow patterns across the wall, like something straight out of the 90s, and it showcased the rows upon rows of computers, stretching away into the shadows before them. The computers were not particularly new. They didn't look like models from the past decade, but still, they were undamaged and would make decent stock. Very decent stock indeed.
Just look at all this. Why the hell would these get left behind, do you think?
Axel asked, his footsteps echoing as he moved deeper into the room.
Who cares? They probably forgot all about him.
Raph replied, scratching the stubble across his chin.
This is great. How many can we grab then? We can fit a whole load into the van. More if we aren't too concerned about potential damage. We should try and keep them safe. They look in pretty good condition.
Axel crouched down and rubbed his hands across one of the computers, pressing and trying the buttons on the sides.
Yeah, you're right. We can always come back again tomorrow. Or hell, later tonight if we're quick enough.
Raph mused, but his train of thought was interrupted by a loud, sudden, high-pitched jingle. Like the gradual beeping sound of a power-up noise compressed into a single second. Both men jumped back in surprise as the monitor Axel was playing with shined suddenly into life. Where once there was nothing but an old, dark screen, there was now a radiant blue background humming discordantly with the buzz of the overhead light.
What the?
Axel began, narrowing his eyes in uncertainty. He returned to the computer, tapped the screen with his finger a few times, making dull thunks against the glass. He gave the monitor a shake, and in response, an 8-bit image appeared upon the screen, accompanied by a quick error sound, like something you'd expect to hear on one of Windows's older systems. XP, maybe. Perhaps even 95. But the image in question was a very simple, pixelated smiley face. You know the kind. A circle, 2 soulless dots for eyes, and a long, inverted arch for a mouth, curved up along the cheeks. The smiley stared out at the men, and the men stared back. Heart beating fast, though not quite sure as to why, Raph spoke out first into the gloom.
The hell is that?
He murmured, barely above a whisper.
Couldn't say.
Axel replied in the same tone, eyes glued to the screen.
Should we turn it off?
Damn right we're gonna turn it off. It's giving me the creeps.
Just press the power button.
Please don't.
Came a crackly, distorted voice from the speakers. The line of the smiley's mouth began to glitch and ripple. Raph felt the blood drain from his body, and his composure cracked as it cooled. His throat dried up and he found himself unable to speak. Axel stared between them.
Did he just respond to you, Raph?
He asked, his voice wavering. Raph struggled for a voice.
It did. I swear it. I told you to turn it off, and the screen replied.
Please.
It said again, the speakers fizzing and crackling.
Please don't.
Raph wanted to turn tail and run, to get the hell out of there, but Axel stepped closer.
Why not?
He asked, hands clenched at his sides. The pixels of the smiley jumped and flickered. The monitor hummed, and the blue of its light reflected like water in the men's eyes.
If you turn off the computer, I won't be able to invite you to the banquet.
The banquet?
Axel repeated.
What banquet?
You're both invited to the banquet. Please come and join us. There is plenty to go around,
said the smiley. Raph reached out and grabbed the sleeve of his friend's jacket.
Let's go, man,
he muttered.
Let's just get the hell out.
Over to their left, another monitor flickered to life. That same rapid startup sound. That same blue screen. Another low hum to accompany the first. And then finally, another smiley. Glitching into life with the error noise, cutting through the room's tension like a sharpened blade.
Help us,
said the face.
Help us.
The smile flickered briefly to a frown, and then back. After a pause, it spoke on.
Please, help us serve. There is so much to go around. We require your assistance.
A third monitor burst into life, way towards the back of the room. The startup sounds echoed between the walls and the voice was deep and low.
Don't leave us alone down in the dark. A banquet is greater with guests. Greater with guests.
Whispers a fourth smiley, and then a fifth. All around, the startup sounds became louder and louder, deafening almost. A cacophony of glitching, beeping errors.
Greater with guests.
The banquet is just downstairs. Greater with guests. Please, won't you join us? Come join us downstairs for the banquet.
Greater with guests.
And at last the two men could take no more. Axel broke first, turning and making a break for the door. The spell over Raph was also snapped in this instant, and they barreled back through the open doorway and clattered and shoved their way through the main room, past the desks and back through the door and into the glare of the neon lights outside. They tore down the length of the street and clambered chaotically into their van, not bothering to take even a second to mask or to hide their presence there on that night. They drove, and they did not stop until they were miles and miles away. They contacted the authorities eventually. An unlikely turn of events for a pair in such a profession as they. But the police were called nonetheless, and the cyber cafe was duly explored. There were only 2 cops that went in at first, not really believing that they'd find anything. But that soon changed when they passed through the second door, when they ventured downstairs and discovered what lay beneath. What they found was a long, low table in a dark and blood-stained room, a table adorned with plate after plate of fetid, rotted food. And seated at this table, at regular intervals, were no less than 24 corpses, chained to their chairs and connected to the walls with wires protruding unnaturally from bumps in the skin, and their faces were carved and ruined with the marks of the smiley. A circle cut around the edge, deep into the skin. 2 deep, soulless dots for eyes, gaping holes, and a long, inverted arch through the mouth, curved up slick along the cheeks.
Please, won't you join us?
The house loomed above us. It sat as a broken, teetering tribute to the dead, perched atop Cackle Hill like a crown of rotting lumber. It was the most famous thing in our town, the thing everybody knew, everybody talked about, but nobody dared disturb. We were warned again and again to steer clear of the house, to avoid even so much as looking at it when we walked by, for fear that we'd see the man in the window with the tiny eyes and snaggle-toothed smile, beckoning us forward with his long fingers. But such superstitions are lost on children. It was on Halloween night that we decided to brave the house. There were 3 of us then, 12-year-olds, and small enough to navigate the maze of bramble that encircled the hill, deft enough to avoid the sharp thorns that pressed in upon the house like a barbed wire fence. The property once belonged to a wealthy aristocrat named Irish Cackle, who owned most of the real estate within a 100-mile radius. The story goes that Cackle had a taste for delicacies. He enjoyed fine foods from all across the world, whether that be escargot or snake wine. He loved to try things, eat things. At one point, he decided to try human flesh. And at one point, he decided that he liked it. Kids' flesh, most of all. It's estimated that over 100 different corpses littered Cackle Hill, their bones scattered amongst the bramble. These days, it's officially recognized as a burial ground, a final resting place for a legion of people with no name and no history, no record of their existence besides the occasional femur rising from the dirt. 22 years ago, though, the legend spun into overdrive. On Halloween night, 1989, 4 children crawled through the thickets of thorns and made it into Cackle House. All 4 were massacred. Ever since, it's been closed off. The authorities said it was out of respect to the unmarked graves that covered the property, and to protect would-be explorers from venturing into the dilapidated, condemned death trap that was the house. But the locals knew better. They knew that Irish Cackle had never been tried for his crimes. They knew that he lived a full life, one with blood on his hands, and hair in his teeth, and young flesh in his belly. They knew that Irish Cackle, despite being dead for over 100 years, still lived in that house, that he watched them from atop the hill. Stories like that are magnets to children. Urban legends have always had a special pull on the 16 and under crowd. And that night, me and my friends learned we weren't immune. I think that's why we did it. I think that's why we climbed Cackle Hill on Halloween night and made the worst mistake of our lives. The passage up the hill was awful. It was dark inside the bramble. The dense canopy of leaves blocked the moon almost completely. We navigated by feeling alone, with Landon in the lead, Wendy behind, and me in the rear. The blanket of thorns pressed us down, preventing us from being able to even properly crawl. Instead, we slid across the ground like worms. My heart worked overtime as my muscles burned, each movement more difficult than the last. It took us over an hour to make it up the hill, and once we did, we needed another 10 minutes just to catch our breaths. As we did, We realized just how alone we were. All the way at the top of the hill, you couldn't even hear the cars zipping along the streets below. You could barely make out the last of the trick-or-treaters marching back home for the night. It was just us and the house. It stood 20 feet away, a tall, teetering structure draping us in its shadow. The front of it was covered in broken windows and rotting wood. Its walls, now sagging and in many places crumbling, looked to have once been painted white, but all that remained of that were chips of discolored beige. I pulled my jacket tighter about myself. It suddenly felt cold. "This place even feels haunted," Wendy muttered. "That's just what they want you to think," Landon said. "Dead people are dead people. There's no such thing as ghosts. My brother told me the only reason they say all of that gossip is because there's actually a lot of valuable stuff inside Cackle's Manor, but they don't want kids looting it." It was hard for me to imagine being able to loot much of anything from the house. It was a tight enough fit coming up here with just the clothes on our backs, let alone a backpack or duffel bag. The thorns had cut my arms and legs to ribbons. "Whatever, let's just hurry up and get this over with," Wendy said. "This place gives me the creeps." Landon rolled his eyes. He dug in his pocket and pulled out a flashlight, turning it on and illuminating the battered front door, creaking quietly in the wind. "Guess I'll go first." He stepped across the rickety porch and paused at the door, then swept his light inside the house before disappearing into the darkness. I followed. Inside, the house was a mess. Cobwebs lined every corner of every ceiling, and what walls weren't decorated in peeling wallpaper were covered in faded graffiti. Beer bottles were strewn here and there, old ones, probably from a time before the bramble had grown as thick as it did. Of the 4 chairs that sat in the kitchen, 3 were in pieces and spread across the hardwood, while another sat bow-legged and weary, threatening to collapse at any moment. The countertops were dusty. Bugs skittered across them, spiders and ants alike. But beyond the insects and arachnids lay a row of black and white photographs. Still lifes of a different time. One pictured a man smiling, his teeth a mess that stuck out in odd directions. His eyes were sunken and hollow, and his fingers, long and bony, were draped over the shoulders of 2 girls.
There he is,
muttered Landon.
Erich Cackle.
Wendy shivered beside me.
He looks even creepier than in the textbooks.
I had to agree. There was something about the photo that made my inside squirm. The girls standing on either side of Cackle looked uncomfortable, almost frightened.
"These are probably the girls he ate,"
I said. "Probably," Landon agreed, moving past the photographs and inspecting the rest of the kitchen. He pulled open a drawer and withdrew a rusty carving knife.
"Think he cut up any kids with this?"
"Landon," Wendy groaned. "What?" he said with a smirk. "Everybody knows he loved them. Remember when the Daily Times published his journal?
He called them juicier than a steak."
"Ew, that's so disgusting." A clatter sounded from down the hall. I turned, startled, peering into the inky darkness. "What's up?" Landon asked.
"Be quiet for a second. Just listen."
The 3 of us stood there in silence, my ears straining.
"It sounded like somebody dropped something,"
I said.
"Like they bumped into a table."
"Well, let's go check it out," Landon said, flipping the carving knife in his hand and passing the flashlight to Wendy.
"Don't worry. If Cackle jumps out at us, I'll gut him with this."
He pantomimed, stabbing his stomach, complete with a goofy, tongue-rolling expression. Wendy sighed, but followed him into the hallway all the same. It was a long, twisting thing. The walls of the hallway were cramped, and its carpet was a faded red. All around us, objects hung from nails, interspersed between dusty photographs and old paintings. Trinkets, I realized. Pocket watches, bonnets, boots, and letters were all nailed to the walls, though many looked to have been torn off and stolen.
"These look like prizes from his victims,"
Wendy said.
"Mementos."
"Lame prizes," Landon said with a yawn. Well, they wouldn't have many possessions. The people Cackle preyed upon were mostly just poor immigrants who... Wind touched the back of my neck, warm, humid, like somebody's breath. I wheeled around, coming face to face with nothing at all. You're losing it, Landon snickered from out front. Everything okay? Wendy asked. You look stressed. I'm fine, I lied. Just tired. Well, let's check out a couple more rooms and head back down, Landon said, reaching for a doorknob at the end of the hall. This place is a lot more boring than I expected. He turned the doorknob and pushed open the heavy oak door. I doubled over and gagged. The stench coming from the room was unbearable, rancid, grotesque. It smelled like shit, piss, and perfume all at once. I brought a hand up to cover my nose. What's the matter? Wendy asked. That smell. It's awful. She looked to Landon, shaking her head. I don't smell anything. Me neither. Maybe Ian's gigantic nose is just better at smelling? Oh, screw off, I muttered, beginning to feel nauseous. The three of us moved into the room. In its center was a large bed, draped in moldy blankets. On either side of it were two finely carved dressers, and in the far corner was an empty closet and tall full-body mirror, broken a long time ago. Must be Cackle's bedroom, Wendy said. Looks like it. The smell of death was so powerful that it made my stomach twist. I'm feeling a little gross though, guys. Too much candy, maybe? I think we've probably seen enough. Hang on, Landon said. He pressed his foot against a floorboard, then another. One elicited a hollow echo. The other did not. I think there's something under here. He kicked at it, once, twice, 3 times. The board warped, but didn't break. 1 second, he said, grabbing the light from Wendy. Let me try to find a hammer. Before I could protest, he was gone, vanished from the room. His footsteps creaked along the twisting hallway before fading entirely. Wendy and I stood in the dark, no flashlight between us, with only the small scraps of moonlight filtering through boarded-up windows. You're right, I said to her. You were right all along. This place is creepy, and we shouldn't have come up here. My nostrils ached with the smell of corpses. We'll see what's under the room and then we'll leave, she reasoned. If we take off now, Landon's gonna throw a hissy fit. Okay, I said. The two of us stood there in silence, waiting for seconds that turned into minutes, that soon felt like hours before Landon returned. When he did, his face seemed different. It was hard to describe, but the carefree aloofness was somehow gone. Something else had replaced it. Something calculated, serious. Ready? He said. Don't trust him. That voice again. But where was it coming from? Who was speaking to me? I wheeled around, scanning the empty bedroom, and nearly yelped when Landon clasped my shoulder. You'll go first, he said. I'll throw you the light once you're down there. I nodded, somewhat disoriented. Sure, yeah, no problem. Landon got down on his knees, eyes staring into my own, and raised the hammer. It came down on the floorboard with a deafening crack. The wood, old and rotten, splintered easily, and Landon continued to smash away at it, a ravenous look in his eyes. Soon he was finished, leaving a jagged hole of splintered wood behind. That should do it, he said, breathless. I stared down into the hole, my palms growing clammy. I couldn't make out anything down there. We'll be right here, Wendy said encouragingly. Don't worry. Actually, I said, losing my nerve, I'm not feeling it. Sorry, guys, A hand pressed against my back, pushing me forward, pushing me into the hole. I shot out my arms, trying to catch myself on the lip of the broken wood, but my hand slipped. I fell, screaming. I fell. A second later, pain shot through my tailbone as I landed with a crash. I took a shaky breath, trying to get my bearings, but I was in so much pain. Tears welled in my eyes.
Landon!
I heard Wendy shriek from above.
Are you crazy?
Sorry, he said, sounding embarrassed. I didn't mean to push him that hard. I was just messing around. I groaned, looking up and seeing their two faces swimming in the darkness above. I must have fallen 6 or 7 feet, too much for me to get back up through the hole on my own. But still, I wasn't going to just sit there. I got to my hands and knees, then to my feet, and I gasped, crumpling to the ground. "What's wrong?" Wendy called.
My ankle.
I said through gritted teeth.
I fell on it. I think it's broken, maybe. I can't stand up.
"1 second," Wendy said. "I'm going to find a stepladder." She took the light and disappeared, leaving me and Landon alone.
You didn't have to push me, asshole.
I grunted. He didn't respond. Ever since Landon left us to get the hammer, he seemed different, more severe. Even now he stared down at me, the house so dark that all I could make out was his unmoving silhouette. He tapped the hammer against his leg, humming quietly.
Do you have your phone on you?
I asked, swallowing my pain.
I might need to call for help. Not sure I can actually get out of here.
Landon was silent, unmoving. He just stood there, humming and looking down at me.
I'm serious. I'm hurt.
A voice whispered. I froze. It hadn't come from above, but instead in front of me. Somebody else was in the crawl space.
Landon?
I said, panicking.
There's somebody down here.
No response. He just continued humming, louder and louder. There was a dull thud in the dark, then breathing. Heavy, ragged breathing. It sounded like something heavy was shifting its way toward me, moving slowly through the crawl space. Once more, I tried to rise to my feet, but once more pain exploded across my ankle and I collapsed into a heap. The thing shuffled closer. Whimpering, I scanned my hands across the dirt floor, feeling for something, anything to defend myself with. Nothing. Wait, what was that? My hands gripped something long, metallic, a screwdriver.
Hey!
A voice called from above.
You still alive down there?
I looked up and saw Wendy standing above me, smiling at me with the flashlight in her hands. I breathed a sigh of relief. Beside her, Landon was trying to position a ladder above the hole.
Hurry up!
I bellowed.
About time you said something,
Landon said with a smirk.
You've been quiet as a corpse. Roll out of the way,
Wendy called.
We're going to drop the ladder.
I did. The ladder crashed in front of me. A moment later, it creaked and groaned as Wendy clambered down it, followed by Landon.
We gotta go,
I said.
What is this place?
Landon said, looking around.
Smells like rat doo-doo.
I studied him warily. The silent, creepy figure from earlier seemed to have gone, and he was back to cracking silly jokes. Wendy swept the flashlight across the area, revealing a narrow pathway lined by several thick wooden supports that ended in a sharp corner. There was no sign of anybody else down here.
Sheesh, it's a total maze, she said. Bet you there's something cool at the end,
Landon said.
Let's go check it out. Don't,
I snapped. The idea of Landon going into the dark alone with Wendy made my skin crawl. I couldn't put my finger on it, but Landon still felt different. Dangerous.
Don't go,
I said.
I heard somebody down here. Just help me up the ladder and let's leave this place.
Wendy eyed me. You saw somebody down here?
Well, no. I heard them and...
Landon slapped my back.
Don't be such a baby. I've got the hammer. And besides, we'll be back in no time.
The two took off, their figures shuffling down the narrow corridor and disappearing around the sharp bend. I swallowed. It felt so vulnerable sitting here like this, alone in the dark, without so much as the ability to stand on my own 2 feet. I was helpless. The breathing returned, this time right next to my ears. I snapped. I flung my hand out, screwdriver clenched between my fingers, but connected with nothing but empty air. I panted, mouth dry.
Wendy! Landon!
Now the breathing was in my other ear, ragged, warm. I spun around, my ankles screaming in pain, and I threw my hands through the dark, but they met no resistance. Was I losing my mind?
Guys!
I called out.
Get back here! I'm f***ing serious, there's somebody in here!
No response. Then, a voice. This one higher pitched, childlike.
Run! Run now!
I shook my head, backing up against the far wall of the crawl space. Where was Wendy? Landon? They had to have heard me. I shouted for them as loud as I could, and yet... A new sound reached my ears, this one familiar. terrifyingly familiar. It was Landon. His voice was low, quiet. He sounded like he was just ahead of me, near the sharp bend where the wooden supports split off. "Now that we've got him here," he said, "I'll bash his brains in with the hammer. You can take the first bite." "No," Wendy replied, her voice reverberating all around me. "I want to cut him open and see how much of him I can eat before he dies." "Greedy," hissed Landon. "I thought we brought him down here so we could take our time." "We did, but I wanted to play with his brain. Where did you put the saw?" My body shook. I scrambled, pain be damned, as I tried to mount the ladder and reach the opening above, to reach the inside of the house and eventually the hill beyond. But it was no use. My ankle writhed with pain the moment I so much as moved it, and the pain crippled me, broke me into a heap on the floor. I screamed, "Help! Anybody, please!" It wasn't any use. I know full well that it was late. Much too late for people to be out and about near Cackle Hill. Besides, even if they did hear me, how were they going to help? We barely made it up here as it was. The sound of shifting dirt met my ears, followed by a low humming. Somebody was walking toward me. Not Landon, but somebody else. I squinted my eyes, and ahead, a shape moved beneath the dim light of the broken floorboards. Wendy. She held something, patting it against her side. A saw. Rusty metal. Deadly. "Wendy," I said, mouth trembling. "Stop messing around, all right? I don't feel good." She didn't respond. Instead, she took a shambling step forward, her head snapping to the side, her body moving like a puppet on strings. Her tongue darted across her lips. Landon appeared beside her. He slapped the head of the steel hammer against the palm of his hands, humming along with Wendy, but an entirely different tune. His expression was detached, empty. They looked possessed. They looked like something had crawled into their skin. "1, 2, Wendy sang. "Coming for you." She sprang at me. I shrieked in agony as the saw blade dug into my shoulder. I felt my skin tear, my warm blood seeping down my chest and through my jacket. Wendy grunted, wordlessly, her eyes wild. She began working at the saw blade, grinding it back and forth, cutting apart my flesh, and beginning to tear my arm from my body. My other hand, still gripping the screwdriver, moved on instinct. I swung at her. There was a wet, popping sound, and Wendy's mouth dropped open. Her expression turned vacant. She teetered on top of me for a moment before falling forward with a soft groan. Warm blood flowed from the place the screwdriver pierced her skull. It dripped onto my face, into my eyes, my mouth. I gagged, crying out as I tried to push her off of me. But Landon was quicker. He clambered on top of her corpse, knocking the wind from me, and before I could react, he lifted the hammer, then brought it down on my forehead. Crack! My world went blurry. Everything from sights to sounds to scents, and even the taste of Wendy's blood, became a slurry of madness. I squirmed, and in the corner of my vision, I spotted a shape on top of me, vaguely humanoid in appearance. Landon. He lifted the hammer again. Lifted the hammer to kill me. My hand scrambled across the floor, gripping something small, something sharp. Landon swung, and this time my hand shot upward, jabbing at him, jabbing into him, but it wasn't enough. I was slow, too slow. The hammer struck my temple, and my world went black. When I came to, I was in a bright room. Light shone above me, blinding, painful and disorienting. I tossed and turned, grumbled, moaning as vignettes of nightmares played inside of my head. A voice reached me, one I'd missed, one I'd wanted to hear for some time. "Oh, sweetheart," my mother said. "You're awake." She told a man standing in the corner to go and get the nurse. The man's arms were crossed. His face was stern, and he gazed at me like he wanted to rip me from limb to limb. My father. He turned, leaving the room, and coming back a moment later with another man in scrubs. The nurse. "How do you feel?" the nurse asked, checking several instruments and making notes on his clipboard. "I feel a bit hazy, nauseous." "You were struck in the head multiple times with a hammer," he explained. "Your skull is fractured, but it looks like you've avoided the worst of it. No brain damage. You're likely to experience migraines for some time, however. Do you know what a migraine is?" I nodded, my world still a blur. It was just then that I noticed another figure in the room, a woman in a dark jacket with stern eyes. "Where's Landon and Wendy?" I asked. "Are they okay?" My mother choked back a sob. The stern woman cleared her throat. "I'd like to ask you some questions, if that's all right, Mr. Pearson. I'm a detective with the county police, and I need to know if you remember anything from 3 nights ago." 3 nights ago? I asked. My mouth felt drier than a desert. "Yes," she said. "October 31st, Halloween. Do you recall anything from that night?" I racked my mind. It was hard. The landscape of my thoughts felt like quicksand, but certain pieces still jumped out at me, certain memories. "I remember going up Cackle Hill," I said, slowly. I glanced sidelong at my father. Sure, I was going to get grounded for just admitting that, but he didn't react. He just sat there, gnawing his lip. "I remember going into the house with Landon and Wendy and seeing some photographs and..." I paused. There was somebody else there with us, wasn't there? Another voice, another presence. "So far, that matches what we have," the detective said. "You and your friends did climb Cackle Hill that night. At roughly 2 a.m. that morning, shouts for help were heard in the neighborhood below, coming from the house. Officers were dispatched to the area via helicopter and located you in the crawl space." I took a breath. It was only then that I realized plastic tubes were stuffed into my nostrils, draped across my chest, and connected into oxygen units. Breathing felt difficult. "We found you lying beneath the bodies of Landon Matthews and Wendy Song." I swallowed. My heart pounded. Beside me, a machine began beeping more rapidly. "What happened?" I asked, panic seeping into my words. "Your fingerprints were found on an old screwdriver and a rusty nail," the detective explained. "Do those objects mean anything to you?" "No," I muttered, my thoughts racing. "Should they? They were the objects you used to murder Mr. Matthews and Miss Song, respectively." I took a sharp breath. Machines sang beside me, their choruses reaching new, piercing heights. I felt hot. I felt sick. My entire body seemed to shake under the weight of the horrific revelations, and yet it felt numb, like it wasn't even there. "What we've been so far unable to explain," the detective continued, "is the fact that both Mr. Matthews and Miss Song's corpses were partially consumed at the time they were found. Their faces, particularly their cheeks, had been violently bitten. We found traces of their DNA on your teeth, and presently, we believe we found evidence of their flesh in your stomach." My mother stepped forward, a hand raised. Her voice was hoarse, broken. "He doesn't need to hear that," my father growled. The detective looked at my mother, then she looked back to me. "Unfortunately, he does, Mrs. Pearson. Based on the analysis of the bite marks, your son murdered and partially cannibalized his classmates, and I'd like to know why." "Look at him!" my father shouted. "He didn't have a choice. You think he rolled underneath their bodies? No, they were trying to kill him." My mother pressed a soothing hand to his chest. "Self-defense is self-defense," the detective agreed. "But cannibalism is something else entirely." She turned her attention to me, walking up to my bedside and crouching so that we were eye level. "The thing I'd like you to help me understand is who the other bite marks belong to." My jaw fell open, and stuttering words fell out of it. "Other bite marks?" "Yes. In addition to the teeth marks on Song and Matthews' cheeks, they also had bite marks on their arms and legs. Strips of flesh had been torn from them. Where that flesh went, or who attacked them in that manner, is something we've been unable to determine. But the marks were made with human teeth." A shiver ran through me, but whether because of the drugs coursing through my veins or the exhaustion of my body, I hardly felt it. I felt frozen, unable to move. "I don't know," I said. "I didn't see anybody else." "Are you sure?" "Why would I lie to you?" I yelled, losing control. "My friends are dead, and I'm sitting here with a broken ankle and tubes sticking out of me, and you're telling me I killed them and ate them, and now you're calling me a liar?" Tears flowed from my eyes in a torrent. "What's wrong with you?" "You didn't feel it then?" the detective asked. I blinked, bleary-eyed. "Feel what?" she sighed, looking to my mother and father, then to the nurse. All three of them looked away, as if they couldn't bear the interaction. "I'm sorry to be the one to show you this. She'd pulled back the sheet covering me. The breath left my lungs. No, not my lungs. I didn't have lungs anymore. Just a couple of airbags inside of my split-open chest. Tubes spilled out of me from all directions. So many of my organs were missing. So were my arms, my legs. I couldn't speak, couldn't even cry. I just stared at my hollowed-out body in silent horror. Whoever tore the strips of flesh from your friends also dismembered you, chewing your limbs to the bone before laying them next to you in a cross. They made a small incision in your side, and from what the surgeon described, they reached inside and pulled out pieces of you. Not enough to kill you, just enough to taste. The detective lowered her eyes, taking a deep breath. We found your appendix partially devoured a short distance from you, as well as pieces of your large intestine. Your wounds have been cauterized. For whatever reason, whoever did this to you wanted to keep you alive. My mind felt blank. I couldn't process what she was saying. Do you have any idea who did this? Any idea at all? I did. I knew exactly who did this. The trouble is, he'd been dead for over a century.
I don't have a shot,
I whispered.
those guys are in the way.
They all must die, Ledger.
Eliana said over the radio, her voice a guide in my earpiece.
They're all involved.
I sat crouched behind a pallet of wood at the dark construction site. 6 men in suits stood about 20 yards away, talking. We were on the 7th floor of the unfinished building. It was nothing more than a skeleton made out of metal and concrete. Outside, beyond the glassless windows, rain poured down. I had watched from my perch as the men arrived in groups of 2 from 3 sleek black cars. The drivers got out of the car and popped umbrellas, walking the important men from the backs of the cars into the building. Then the construction elevator had whirred to life, bringing them up 2 at a time as they arrived. Now that they were all here, I had a job to do. I'd been training for this ever since I could walk, one way or another. Eliana was always there, delivering harsh criticism and encouragement when needed. Despite all the skills I'd gathered, I still felt like the teenager I'd been until my birthday last month. Peering around the pallet of wood, I watched them. But there was one man in particular I was here for. He had his artificially dark hair slicked back like some stockbroker from the 80s. His eyes were cruel, brows always slanted, making him look angry all the time. And from what I knew about him, he was angry all the time. His name was Holt, Darren Holt, and I knew he liked to meet with his crew bosses at places like this because they were sure it wouldn't be bugged.
Do it.
Eliana said.
Do what you came here to do.
I raised the Heckler & Koch VP9 pistol. It had a 17-round magazine and one in the chamber. 18 bullets was plenty for 6 guys, if my training was any indication. Plus, I had spare mags on my hip, but I had never fired at a human before. Holt was still partially obscured by 2 guys standing with their backs to me. I picked my targets and mentally rehearsed my sequence, knowing I would save the 2 guys with their backs to me for last, since they would have to turn completely around to get a bead on me. I aimed at the man on the far left of the group, his face in profile to me, and I fired. 2 rounds to the dome, the man went down, but I was already shifting over to the next guy in line, the one standing next to Holt. 2 rounds into that guy, and he went down before he'd even had a chance to touch his gun. But now the men were all moving, scattering, shifting. I suddenly had a shot at Holt, but instead of taking it, I jumped my barrel over him to the next guy and fired. The guy went down. I wasn't missing. Holt bolted to my left, away from the elevator, which was the smart move. He knew where the shots were coming from, which meant he knew that running for the elevator would be a death sentence. The 2 guys who'd had their backs to me split up, one going right and the other left. I fired at the one going right. He went down. I still had 10 rounds left as I stood up and bolted after Holt and the other guy. I turned the corner and fired at the guy who'd been slower on the uptake than Holt. He went down, and I ran past him as I went after Holt. As I turned another corner, I saw Holt jump out through the window at the end of the hallway there. I knew what he was doing. The way the building was constructed, there was a 5-yard gap between building wings. Holt was jumping down to the lower floor. I ran down and jumped out through the same window. My momentum took me across and down through the 6th floor window on the other side. I rolled and came up on my knees in time to see a 2x4 flying at my face. The impact whipped my head sideways, and I lost my grip on the gun. Holt must have lost his gun in the jump. Dropping the board, Holt scrambled for the gun, but I fought the pain and jumped for it. We both grabbed it at the same time and struggled for it. I got up to my feet, fighting against Holt, who was trying to point the gun at my head. My face was bleeding, and I felt as though something had broken when Holt hit me with the board. My eye felt loose in its socket, so I figured it was one of my orbital bones that had shattered. The pain seemed to sap my energy. Holt was forcing the barrel closer and closer to my face as we struggled a few feet from the window we both jumped through.
This man is not your father,
Eliana said in my earpiece.
He may be blood, but he is not your father. The only reason you are here is because of what he did to your mother. He raped her, Ledger. He raped her and drove her to suicide. And he's done the same to many other girls and women. So balance the books. You're stronger than him. Balance the books, Ledger.
A surge of anger released inside me from the same dark place that had led me here, to this profession, to this way of life. I momentarily let my arms go limp while simultaneously ducking my head out of the way and twisting my body. Holt wasn't ready for it. He lost his balance, and I pulled him over toward me, swinging him at the window. Then I let go, letting him have the gun. He backpedaled, overbalanced, until the backs of his legs hit the bottom of the window. He went backward into the rain and the night. I didn't hear him hit, thanks to the downpour, but when I looked down, I saw his broken body sprawled on the ground 6 stories below.
Good job,
Eliana said.
Now go get your gun back and get the hell out of there. The cleanup crew will be there soon.
I looked up at the surrounding buildings, wondering where Eliana had posted up, and I managed to smile. That wasn't so bad. Not so bad at all.
I know what this is about.
The man across my desk sneered.
You're trying to find out why I'm a psycho, or a junkie, or a career criminal. You're trying to find out why I can't just live in a little plaster box and pay my taxes like everybody else.
I'm trying to find out who you are, Marcus. I sighed. And I would never call anyone any of those things. A person is more than just the problems they face.
Problems? You don't know shit about problems. They may not be like those sad fuckers out there.
He gestured to the other homeless waiting in the hallway of the center.
But I've got a big fucking problem.
That's why I'm here, Marcus. Why don't you talk to me about what's troubling you?
Because I want to sleep under the stars tonight. Not get dragged off to some padded cell in a straitjacket.
I leaned forward and pushed up my glasses, stroking my chin like I just couldn't find the right thing to say. It was a disarming gesture that helped people to open up to me. As a social worker specializing in homelessness, I needed every helpful strategy that I could get. Most of the people I worked with viewed me at best as a waste of their time, and at worst, as a threat.
The more I understand, the more I'll be able to help. That's all I want, Marcus, to help you. Will you let me do that?
The 20-something blonde across the desk from me rolled his eyes. They were red and dark-pitted from lack of sleep. Apart from that, however, Marcus wasn't a typical case. He was well-dressed and clean-shaven, even though his suit had seen better days.
Look, if I talk about this, there might be consequences. Horrible consequences. It might even bring her into your life. And I don't want to be responsible for that. I've got enough shit to deal with already.
Marcus grabbed the arms of his chair and pushed himself to his feet. If he walked out that door, I was sure I'd never get another chance to get him the help he needed.
Marcus, it says in your file that you never sleep in the same place twice. Why is that?
Marcus paused, his worn-out pack halfway up his back. Through its bulging seams, I could see his tent, sleeping bag, and clothing all packed neatly away inside.
It's because of her, isn't it?
Marcus sat back down.
You have to promise me that I won't get locked up anywhere.
The young man muttered gruffly.
And that if I ever get picked up by the cops or whatever, you'll do your best to spring me the very next night. I need you to promise me all that, and mean it. Look, I know it's a tall order, and it's okay to say no. I'll just walk out that door. You'll fill out your little form, and we can both pretend that this conversation never happened.
As he looked across the desk at me with those soulful, sleepless blue eyes, I had the strangest feeling that he was the one taking pity on me.
Marcus,
I grabbed the young man's hand solemnly.
I promise that I'll do everything in my power to meet your conditions, should they ever arise.
Marcus looked around, as though to reassure himself that no one else was listening. The troubled expression on his face was one I recognized. He was struggling to convince himself to open his inner world to a stranger. I let him sit in silence for a while, knowing full well that at this point, what happened next was up to Marcus.
Sometimes it's so right it feels wrong,
He said suddenly.
You ever been in a situation like that? You find the perfect job or the perfect girlfriend or the perfect opportunity, but there's something off about it. Know what I mean?
I nodded.
It was like that with the apartment.
Marcus went on.
My lease was running out, and I couldn't find anywhere that wasn't an hour away from work or a total scam. Then I found it. 2 bedrooms, 1.5 baths, newly renovated but in a handsome old building. It was so close to my work I could walk there. And the price? It was less than half of what I was used to seeing. I flipped through the contract looking for a catch, but there wasn't one. The place was rented by a small property management group that only owned a few buildings. I seemed like a reliable renter, they said. And I guess they liked that.
Marcus laughed bitterly.
I still remember how it felt, looking around at those bare wooden floors and perfectly white empty rooms. I still hear my gut instincts whispering to me, something is wrong here, get out now. But what can I say? For $800 a month in the heart of downtown, I signed right away. I moved in a few days later after work. It was late, and I was too tired to mess with unpacking all those cardboard boxes. I fell asleep on the bare mattress without even bothering to take off my suit.
Marcus rubbed his sleeve thoughtfully, and I realized he was referring to the same suit he was wearing now.
I had horrible dreams that night, but try as I might, I couldn't remember any of them the following morning.
Marcus shuddered.
Then I noticed the footprints. It looked like some barefoot person had crossed the dusty floor and stood just inches away from where I'd been sleeping. Funny thing was, those bare footprints started from the wall and didn't turn back. Like whoever it was had walked out of a solid brick wall, hovered over me all night, then disappeared. Was I creeped out? Sure, a little. But I also had to be at work in an hour, and I had no idea in which one of those damn boxes my coffee pot was hiding. The next night...
A door slammed in the hallway and Marcus jumped.
Look, do you mind if we walk and talk for this next part? I need a cigarette, and I really don't want to tell this part of the story indoors, just in case.
It was my policy to never meet outside the office. I heard horror stories of caseworkers who were robbed at gunpoint, stabbed with dirty needles, or simply got too attached or crossed the boundaries of professionalism in ways that ruined their careers. I don't know why I made an exception for Marcus. Perhaps I, too, needed some fresh air. There was something claustrophobic about his story, the way his eyes kept darting around the room.
After work on the second day, I was beat. A picky client with a complicated problem had trapped me on the phone all day, and the stress burned the image of those creepy footprints right out of my mind. When I walked in the door, I kicked off my shoes, chugged a glass of water, and fell onto the mattress face first. I only meant to take a little nap before unpacking more, but when I woke up, it was already dark and someone was chewing on my toes.
I stopped walking.
I know what you're thinking.
Marcus sneered.
It does sound crazy. My brain didn't want to accept it either. I didn't want to believe that a naked old woman with white hair hanging down past her waist was gnawing on my foot with a mouthful of twisted teeth. I yelled loud enough to wake up half a city block and kicked her right in the face. Or at least, I tried to. My heel went through her like she wasn't even there. No matter how I kicked and squirmed and fought, it didn't matter. She just kept biting. When I ran away, she slithered after me on the floor like a boneless goddamn snake, always nibbling, licking blood out of the bite marks on my legs. I threw pots and knives, said the Lord's Prayer, even swatted at her with the broom. Nothing worked. In the end, I ran out of the apartment, barefoot and bleeding, with 2 of my toes missing. Of course, my neighbors had called the cops, but when they went back inside with me, it was like she was never there. I was a mess,
Marcus went on.
I think I actually cried on the cop's shoulder. The hospital wanted to keep me for observation for a few days, and I said yes to everything. I mean, I sure as hell didn't want to go back to my place, and I was in no condition to work. Every time I looked at my feet, the reality of it hit me like a punch in the chest. A ghostly old woman really had walked out of the wall of my apartment, and she really had chewed off my 2 right toes. The cuts were as neat as though I'd been born without them, and there wasn't any blood in the apartment either. It was like she'd lapped it all up.
So no one else could see the old woman who attacked you? I summarized.
It's not like I don't have proof. I can show you the missing toes if you want.
Marcus knelt to take off his shoe.
Hey, there's no need for that.
I moved to stop him, and as I did, I felt a ragged gap in the flesh of the arm beneath his suit. During the few seconds that my fingers brushed against it, I couldn't help but notice that the gap was the same size and shape as a human mouth. Marcus stood, looking up at the sinking sun with a sigh.
I thought I'd be safe in the hospital. Who wouldn't? There are armed guards and nurses everywhere and emergency call buttons. But even with all that, I still expected to see her come crawling around the corner, a hungry smile on her rotting face. I hardly slept at all that first night. Maybe that's why I dozed off so quickly on the second.
Marcus took a deep, shuddering breath.
All I remember is the pain, and her face. I'd left my arm hanging over the railing of the bed that second night, and she just chomped down on it. Her tongue jabbed at my veins, thirsty for more blood. Her eyes rolled back in her head. Her tangled hair and decrepit face shook from the joy of it. Then the nurses came running in, and she was gone. The chunk missing from my arm was the only proof that she was ever there. The doctors couldn't explain it, but after hearing my crazy story, they didn't want to just let me go either. In the end, I had to break out of the place.
I made a mental note to check the hospital database for any record of Marcus's story.
You wanted to know why I live on the street, right?
Marcus's shout brought me back to reality.
That's why. Because every time I stay any place for longer than a night, she shows up again. I don't know who she is or why she chose me to torture. All I know is, if I ever spend 2 nights someplace, I'm done for. That's why I need you to help me. Make sure that no matter what, I never sleep in the same bed twice. Otherwise, she...
Marcus sniffed. I was surprised to see tears pouring down his face.
She won't even leave the bones, man. She'll drain me till there's nothing left.
I can't remember what I said to that, or how I concluded my interview with Marcus. I just gave him my card and wished him the best while I tried to pretend my mind wasn't buzzing with unsettling images of his bizarre story. When I finally calmed down, I realized I hadn't scheduled a second appointment with Marcus, or even established a way to contact him again. I'd have to rely on him to get in touch with me, which, considering his homelessness, wasn't likely. The guilt ate at me while I typed up our conversation and archived the file. Marcus never came back to the center after our talk, and I knew better than to go looking for him. I'm ashamed to admit that after a few years, I completely forgot about him, until I got the phone call. It wasn't the harrowed young man in a business suit who reached out to me, however. It was a police officer from a few states away. He was getting in touch with me, he said, because of
something sort of strange
that had happened in the county jail. Marcus Reginald Brownwell, male, Caucasian, 31 years old, had been detained a few days earlier for vagrancy. Since then, he'd been
no end of trouble,
screaming about needing to change cells. When Marcus didn't get his way, he got violent. The warden had him transferred to solitary confinement for 3 days. The officer who called couldn't say exactly what had happened to Marcus during that time.
The damn cameras all went dead for some reason.
He could, however, tell me what was left of Marcus afterwards. An empty jumpsuit and a sickening, greasy stain on the floor.
It's the strangest damn thing.
I could hear the officer scratching his head on the other end of the line.
We figure he's escaped somehow. And since he kept calling you over and over and asking for you, and saying you'd get him out of there no matter what, well, we figured you might know something, Doctor.
The sneer in his voice told me all I needed to know about his view of my profession, but I hardly noticed. My thoughts were fixed on the last words he said.
Calling me over and over, asking for me, saying I'd get him out no matter what.
Of course. Marcus had my old number. When I switched jobs to work for an NGO, I'd updated my contact information with all the contacts I could find, but I hadn't been able to find Marcus. And if I was being honest with myself, I knew the real reason why. I had been too disturbed by Marcus's story to do my job properly. I didn't take down his information when I should have, and as a result, I had the first dream last night. The sheer horror of it, and the fact that I couldn't remember any part of it afterward, made me think of Marcus. Then, beside my bed, I saw the footprints. I'd been remodeling the kitchen, and with all the powdered plaster everywhere, it was easy to see that whoever had been standing beside my bed all night had walked out of the kitchen wall. A packed rucksack is leaning against my desk. I hope I've got everything I need. I've learned a lot about life on the streets over these past 4 years, but some things always surprise you. It takes a special kind of person to become an exterminator. I was reminded of this again as I stared into the pitch-black basement tunnel. Dusty cobwebs hung down from the ceiling. The darkness was so thick I could taste it. Or maybe that was the asbestos. Typically, the asylum maintenance people took care of pest control for the old mental hospital on their own. It was unusual for them to call in outside help. The problem must have been beyond their abilities, I thought to myself.
They've been coming from down that way. The big ones are almost the size of cats. I've never seen anything like it.
The young, pimple-faced security guard was just exaggerating, I thought.
I'm gonna need you to come down there with me. I don't have a key for the doors. Nuh-uh. I'm not going in there. Not with all those rats running around. You don't have a choice. I need to get inside. You're the security guard. You want me to tell your boss that you're refusing to do your job? Guy, I get paid $8 an hour,
he said, pulling a key off the big ring he had attached to his belt.
Here's the Grandmaster key. Give it back to me when you're done. I'll be upstairs in the office. Thanks a lot.
He walked off, ignoring my sarcasm, leaving me alone in the dark, mildew-stinking basement. I turned on my flashlight and began to venture down the ancient corridor. Pushing my way past the curtains of cobwebs, I walked deeper and deeper into the darkness, the smell getting worse with each step. What was that stench? I wondered. Spiders were soon crawling on my skin and in my hair, up my sleeves and down my back. I tried to contain my terror and brushed them off of me as best as I could, but there were always more. Soon I felt them biting me beneath my clothes as I invaded deeper and deeper into their territory. The spiders were so distracting that I didn't even notice at first when the rats started swarming past. Just a couple at the start, then a half dozen at a time. Soon they were moving around me in a fleshy, hairy herd. The warmth of them radiated from the floor, and I moved as quickly as I could through the swelling midst of them. There were hundreds, perhaps thousands of rats. I'd never seen so many in one place. The door up ahead was locked with a thick steel chain and a padlock from a century ago, but that wasn't stopping the rats. In the glow of my flashlight, I saw them moving through a hole they had made in the baseboards after chewing through it like acid. They streamed through this gap like flowing water. With shaking hands, I pulled out the key which I had tucked into my front pocket. I inserted it into the lock and turned it with effort. The lock was rusted to the point of almost being seized. After a great deal of jiggling and desperate pounding against the door with my shoulder, it creaked open. Inside was another long corridor, stretching off into the darkness. Rats were squeaking and fighting amongst themselves, running around on the floor, and I saw that the security guard had been telling the truth. Some of them were the size of small cats. I just hoped they weren't hungry enough to take a bite of me. This hallway stretched mind-bendingly off into the far distance. I couldn't believe how big this place was. The old mental hospital had been built nearly 200 years prior, and it was massive. It was also rumored to be haunted, but I had more tangible things to worry about than ghosts at that moment. The rats were a constant presence as I forced myself to go deeper into the darkness. A large part of me wanted to go back, to say this was too much for me. But another part said no, this was my job, and it was up to me to get this done. I could only imagine the Yelp reviews and what they would say about an exterminator too scared of rats to exterminate them. But the smell. The smell was almost too much to bear as I trudged closer and closer to the unknown source of it. Something told me if I could find the source of that smell, I'd find what was causing the rat problem. I anticipated a leak leading into the municipal sewer system, but I never expected what I ended up discovering. I noticed there was a small gap in the left side of the tunnel up ahead. Rats were pouring out of this space and into the larger corridor where I was standing. I tried to push against the side of the gap and found it slid open further. It was a secret doorway. The sliding door was covered in textured paint which matched the walls around it. I pushed it open and stepped inside. Rats were nearly up to my knees at this point, many of them climbing on top of one another. I used my flashlight to bat them off of me as some tried to crawl up my legs, one getting almost to my neck. I tried to stop myself from panicking, but I could feel my heart pounding, and I was beginning to wonder what the hell I'd been thinking, going down there alone. The tunnel led downwards, heading deeper and deeper below ground. It appeared to be crude and dug by hand, without the use of sophisticated equipment. There was no lighting, and the ground was filled with potholes and ruts, which I repeatedly tripped over. I imagined falling face down in the midst of all those rats and squirmed at the thought. Eventually, after several long minutes of descending deeper and deeper downwards, the space opened up before me, and I saw I was in a large hidden cave system beneath the hospital. I braced myself as I followed the trail of rats and saw a cluster of them in the darkness up ahead. I went forward to examine the source of the asylum's rat problem. I couldn't help but wonder if the management of the hospital knew about this underground cave system beneath the place, or if it was a secret even to them. But one thing was for sure. Somebody had made this secret tunnel leading down to this cavern. And the person using the hidden passage these days was doing so with some terrible purposes in mind. As I drew closer to the horde of rats, the terrible smell I had noticed earlier began to grow stronger, to the point of being almost unbearable. I pulled up my shirt over my face and pointed the flashlight beam towards the source of that horrible odor. There was a pit with at least a dozen dead bodies in it, each of them in varying states of decomposition. The rats were crawling over the faces of men and women, eating their skin and pulling off scraps of flesh from their necks and ears, lips and eyelids. The eyeballs were already missing from each of the bodies, as if those were the tastiest, and the rats had decided to eat them first. With growing concern, I saw a few of them were wearing service uniforms. There were plumbers, electricians, carpenters, and more than one exterminator. I spun around just as the familiar security guard was sneaking up behind me with a hammer. He swung it hard at my face, but he wasn't anticipating my quick response. Dodging out of the way, I saw his eyes were full of rage, focused intently on me. He looked savage and angry as he took a swing at me with his hammer, then another and another, each time just barely missing as I ducked out of the way. He grazed me once on the shoulder, though, nearly crippling me despite the fleeting impact. The kid was young and he was quick, but he was filled with anger, and it was making him sloppy and careless. Each time he missed, I could see his rage growing, his face getting redder, his eyes more and more manic. And with that came a lack of focus as he fell further and further away with each strike. I realized I only had one chance to fight back, since I was without a weapon. My mind formulated a plan as I circled back around towards the pit, filled with dead bodies. With my back to it, I slowed down, acting tired. Then, as he came at me, I pretended to be surprised at having backed myself into a corner. He attacked, and at the very last second I dodged away, kicking him in the back as he went off balance. His eyes went wide with surprise, having missed wildly with his attack. The security guard who had lured me down there went flying into the pit of rats and dead bodies, spinning and turning in the air as he landed so that he was looking up at me. A moment later, the vermin swarmed him. It was like piranha smelling blood in the water. As soon as they saw the fresh meat, they began to feast on his flesh as he screamed. I slowly backed away, watching carefully to make sure he didn't chase after me. But within a few moments, the screams began to turn into bubbling gurgles and a wheezing death rattle. Soon after that, I heard nothing at all, and it was silent, except for the sounds of rats eating the man as I retreated back the way I'd entered. The rats were swarming back towards the caverns, I saw with pleasant surprise as I made my way up towards the entrance of the caves. Finally back in the basement, I stood watching as the rats' numbers began to thin, their masses returning to their home in the cave system after smelling the fresh meat. After the last ones had gone back through the secret door, I closed it shut and heard it lock securely in place. The hidden tunnel was once again disguised to blend in perfectly with the basement wall, tucked away in the derelict hallway that no one ever visits anymore. Not only that, but I had solved the rat problem. Like I said before, it takes a special kind of person to be an exterminator. It's not for everyone. And some people just don't have what it takes.
So, will you do it?
Robbie asks, twirling a pen in one hand while snapping gum in his mouth.
Are you my guy, Chuck? Are you there for me?
His smile sparkles, making me squint.
Can I count on you?
I wonder briefly how much his teeth whitening regimen costs. He has his feet propped on the desk. I can see the logo in the soles of his shoes. They're a special edition model. No way you can get those without a connection in the fashion world. He's waiting for an answer, so I drag my mind from the sludge of low-grade envy and look into his eyes. A dozen possibilities rush through my mind, only one of them good. Although good isn't exactly the right word, not in the moral sense. Are those still a thing? Morals? I thought they were, but now I'm not so sure.
Yes,
I finally say, forcing the word out of my throat, like shoving a scared fat kid down a water slide. His smile gets 1,000 lumens brighter before it suddenly vanishes, letting my eyes relax as he pulls his feet off his desk and leans over. He peers over the marble-topped desk, his face reflected in its surface, smooth skin, plucked eyebrows, the perfect amount of facial hair.
Thank you,
he says.
Seriously, this is important for all of us.
By us, I know he means our team, which is made up of Robbie, me, 2 other guys, and 1 woman. Aside from Robbie, I'm the most senior.
Now f*** off and get back to work,
he says, leaning back again, with a smile back on his perfect and perfectly smashable face. The bastard. He has it all, and he's only 2 years older than me. As I leave his office, I tell myself that he was where I am now 2 years ago. If I play ball, do what I'm asked, and keep busting my ass, I'll be where he is in just 2 years. 730 days, 17,520 hours, 1,051,200 minutes. Of course, not all of that will be work time. I'll be sleeping for some of it. For all the other hours, I'll be commuting or social engineering or thinking about work. Working, sleeping, schmoozing, commuting. Just 2 more years of this shit before I can finally relax a little and enjoy myself. I'll be the boss. I'll walk around like I have brass balls and a credit card made of solid gold. I nearly bump into Jaden, Robbie's assistant, when I'm heading out of the reception room.
So sorry, Mr. Braxton,
He says.
watch it.
I tell him. His face falls, and I almost tell him I'm kidding, but I resist the urge. It's good to keep the new guys on their toes. They have to pay their dues. We all do. I walk down the hall toward the elevators, passing half a dozen offices just like Robbie's, each with its own assistant. The place smells like unlit cigars, freshly polished leather, and baby powder. I'm only going down 2 floors, but I bypass the stairs and stop outside the bank of elevators. I like to look out the window at the city skyline stretching from horizon to horizon. I can see tiny cars bustling around in the bumper-to-bumper traffic below. I can see people moving along the sidewalks and crossing crosswalks. The view of the city suddenly brings a wave of melancholy down on me like a tsunami on a quaint fishing village. I lean against the window, my mouth suddenly full of hot saliva. What the hell did I just agree to? I feel ill. 2 years, I tell myself. Just 2 years.
Hey yo, Chucky, my man.
The voice comes from behind me. I straighten at the window before turning around to face the man. Theodore Upton slaps me on the shoulder, a goofy grin on his face.
What the hell are you doing on 67?
He asks.
I could ask you the same thing.
I say.
I'm moving up here soon, man.
He says. One of the elevators dings. Theodore must have pressed the button. We step on, joining 5 other people. We're all going down, I guess.
So it's official?
I ask, reaching over to press 65.
You got a raise?
The door closes, and the elevator moves.
Well, no. Not official. You know how it is. Jerk-off's gotta jerk you around first, right? Wait, what am I saying? Of course you know how it is. You're one of the guys who does the jerking, aren't you?
Theodore laughs, turning to look over his shoulder to see if anyone else got the joke. Although, it doesn't really make any sense. Theodore and I have almost the exact same job, just on different teams. I smile, clenching my teeth. Bile backs up into my throat and I cough once, choking on it before I swallow it back down.
Whoa, you okay, man?
Theodore asks.
Relax, it's just a joke.
The elevator opens on 65. Theodore and I step off, and a couple of women step on.
All right, asshole.
Theodore says.
See you later. Hey, Teddy.
I say, stopping him before he heads to his shared office.
Has Hank ever asked you to do something you weren't comfortable with? Are you kidding me? Like every day. What's the problem, Chucky? Old Robbie asked you to burn some papers or something? He asked you to email some insider trading information to his latest buddy?
I don't answer, but Theodore doesn't wait long for me to say anything.
Dude, the only guys who get in serious trouble are the ones who don't play ball. We protect our own.
Stopping outside of Theodore's shared office, I look through the narrow window in the door. I can see down an aisle between the cubicles to an office with clear glass walls. There's a man sitting in the cramped office behind a desk, Theodore's boss, Hank Westgate. Hank has the same job title as my boss, Robbie, but he's stuck in an office down here on the 65th floor because my team always puts up better numbers. That's why Robbie gets the nice office upstairs, but Hank is jockeying for position, brown-nosing with some of the higher-ups. It's no secret he wants that office, and Robbie knows it. Hank is looking down at his desk, but he seems to sense me. He brings his eyes up just as I step to my right. I don't think he saw me. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter anyway. I turn and head back the way I came, going to my shared office.
Well, dear, you can come home and stay with us again if you need to.
My mom says.
I've read that a lot of people your age are doing that. Things are different nowadays. Not like when your father and I were your age.
I roll my eyes, walking down the street toward the club. I don't really feel like partying tonight. My feet are killing me, and I can barely keep my eyes open. But I don't have much of a choice.
No, Mom,
I say.
That's not at all what I'm asking. I don't need to come home. I don't want to come home. I mean, it would be nice to see you and Dad for a change, but I can't make time for a vacation right now.
We haven't seen you in so long,
she says in her best guilt-trip voice.
I know. Once I get this promotion. Anyway, what are your thoughts on what I asked?
I'm coming up on a homeless shelter with a line spilling out along the sidewalk. I forgot they were building another shelter here. Seems like there's one on every block now. My tax dollars at work. Bunch of freeloaders. Making sure I don't get hit by a car, I cross the street to avoid the unwashed masses as my mom formulates an answer.
It's hard to give you an answer without specifics, Charles,
she says.
But I guess my advice is just to do what you think is right. You have a good heart and a good head on your shoulders. If it feels like you're selling your soul, then it probably is.
Yeah, but did you and Dad ever have to do anything that you didn't want to do when you were coming up?
Oh, sure,
she says.
Everyone has to do things they don't want to do. I'm afraid that's the way of the world. But you should never cross the line that...
Okay, Mom, thanks. I gotta go. Love you.
I hang up the phone just as I come up behind Theodore on the sidewalk, talking to a couple of young ladies. This is exactly why I can't stay home at night. Because guys like Theodore are always out here, generating connections and building up their social credit. If I stay home, I fall behind.
Well, hello there, ladies,
I say, wrapping an arm around Theodore's neck.
Are we ready to do some drinking? Chuck!
Theodore says.
I was just inviting these two lovely ladies into Mephisto's for a couple of stiff ones.
He waggles his eyebrows as he says this. The two women, clearly not from our social strata, giggle. I introduce myself as we cross the street, learning that their names are Alabaster and Juniper. I resist the urge to ask if those are their real names or if they're strippers. Mephisto's has two lines snaking down the block. The line on the left side of the door is populated by people like Alabaster and Juniper, hoping for a chance to get inside. Unfortunately for them, people that don't matter have to wait in line to get into the club. The other line, on the right side, is populated mostly by people dressed in rags. It could be a line from the homeless shelter I passed, as though there's been some sort of mistake. But there's no mistake. These people are trying to get into the club, just for very different reasons than the people in the left line. Theodore leads the way as we approach the pair of bouncers at the doorway. I see Theodore shake his head once, very discreetly, as we approach. The bouncers open the door and let Theodore and me inside, but they stop the ladies. We both turn around and look at them. Their faces are petrified, but there's still some hope in them. They think we'll be able to talk to the bouncers, to let them in. They think they'll be the envy of the entire line of people, trying to look like they don't care whether they get in. But they're wrong.
Oh, sorry, ladies,
Theodore says.
I forgot. This place has standards.
The embarrassment on their faces is priceless. We laugh as the door shuts and we head up the stairs.
Oh man, that never gets old,
I say, ignoring a sudden bout of nausea. Must have been something I ate. Mephisto's has 9 levels of dance floors, bars, lounge areas, and private rooms. The bouncers at the door occasionally let people in to purchase overpriced drinks on the first floor. But it's not where anyone wants to be. It's kind of like a waiting area, where the desperate wait and hope to be brought upstairs. Each floor has its own set of bouncers, controlling who can go up to the next level. The highest floor Theodore and I can get to is the 5th. We've heard wild stories about what goes on at the levels above, but we'll have to wait to find out for ourselves whether they're true. Our bosses, Robbie and Hank, do their partying on the 6th floor for the most part, but they sometimes come down to rub elbows with their lessers, which is what we do as we make our way through the club. On the 2nd level, we move through the thrumming dance floor and toward a bar at the edge of the room. Lights flash in time with the bumping music while people dance and chat and laugh. We pass a line of booths on our left. The homeless people who've made it inside stick out like sore thumbs. Of course, that's kind of the idea. The founders of Mephisto's had a genius idea to use homeless people as personal waiters for anyone who requests one. They work only for tips, and the club doesn't have to worry about pesky things like paying them an hourly wage or giving them tax documents or anything. Apparently, the owners of Mephisto's found some kind of legal loophole in the city's laws that allows them to don charity status. The homeless people volunteer and take what they can get as far as tips. Of course, things are a little different on the other, higher floors. Given what goes on up there, there's a general consensus that the homeless who work those floors will walk away with a decent chunk of change. Theodore and I grab a drink and see who's around. We stay on the 2nd level just long enough to feel like we've been seen before heading up to the 3rd. We don't spend too much time here because there's no one important around. On the 4th level, we pass homeless people who volunteered to work here. They act as human footrests or seats for patrons. Many of them are dressed in their underwear. Some dance in front of tables while the patrons laugh and throw dollar bills at them. It really is brilliant. A win-win for everyone. The bar saves money, which it then passes on to the consumers, who then pass it on in the form of tips to the homeless people. Trickle-down economics at work. Gotta love capitalism. After stopping briefly on the 4th floor, we head up to the 5th, where the real action is at. We find a private room with some of our coworkers inside, stepping into a wave of shouted greetings. The room features screens on all the walls showing camera feeds from the dance floor and bar outside, so we can see who's here. It also has 2 large booths facing each other. On the wall, under one of the screens, and between the 2 booths is a homeless man with a bushy gray beard. His arms and legs are fastened to the wall with restraints. He's dressed only in a ratty pair of underwear. I can see a bunch of fresh scars on his skin. He must be a regular.
Well, who do we have today?
Theodore says, stepping up to the man.
I don't recognize this one. What's your name, man?
The guy lifts his hanging head, shame seeming to spill out of his eyes with his tears.
Travis.
he says.
Oh, Travis!
Theodore says loudly, looking around and getting laughs from some of the people in the room.
Nice to meet you.
Theodore turns away, but then spins around and spits in Travis's face.
You're the biggest piece of shit I've ever met.
Theodore says.
You're worthless, and I would like to gut you with a knife right here and now. Nothing would make me happier.
The room goes suddenly quiet at this outburst. We all look at each other before bursting into laughter. The party continues while Theodore pulls out a $100 bill and shoves it into the waistband of Travis's underwear.
Just wait until you get to the 8th floor, Teddy.
Someone shouts.
I hear you can do that up there.
Laughter ensues. I know this is just the beginning for Travis. As the night goes on and people get more wasted, he'll take much more abuse, both physical and mental. But he'll walk away with a decent chunk of cash. Not enough to afford an apartment in this city, but still, better than nothing. At least he's working for a living and not just living off of handouts. My nausea intensifies, and I look down at my drink. I don't know if it's something I ate or if there's something in this drink that doesn't agree with me. Either way, I set it down and head out toward the bathroom. As I'm making my way toward the restrooms, I see Hank coming down the stairs from the 6th floor. Moving swiftly to my left, I duck behind a pillar so he doesn't see me. He must be calling it an early night because he heads down toward the 4th level. I follow at a safe distance, trailing behind him as he goes all the way down to the 1st level, where he stops and talks to a tall brunette woman in a sparkly dress. She throws her head back in laughter at something he says. She's really laying it on thick. I watch from the other side of the dance floor as they chat for a minute. The woman points up the stairs and pouts. She seems to want to go up there, and she thinks Hank will take her. She must know the rules. After a little more back and forth, they head toward the exit. I wait a few beats before following, stepping outside and looking to see which way they went. I spot them to the right, crossing the street to the next block. That sick feeling in my stomach intensifies as I walk down the sidewalk, eyes fixed on Hank and the woman. They walk arm in arm. Every so often, the woman laughs loudly at something Hank says. If it's genuine laughter, then I'm Elon Musk. Still, Hank doesn't seem to mind. All he cares about is that she's humoring him all the way to bed. Putting a hand in my pocket, I feel the small knife I always carry. You never know when you'll need to defend yourself on these grimy streets. Ahead of me, Hank and the woman turn down a small side street. They must be going to her apartment, because Hank certainly wouldn't live in this part of town. Fingering the knife, I turn the corner after them. I'm closing the distance. Every time the woman laughs her awful, fake laugh, I rush ahead, using the sound to cover my footsteps. So far, they haven't looked back. They're oblivious. I'm about 10 yards away now, walking on my toes so as not to make much noise. We're alone on the street, and there's an alleyway coming up on the right. They're going to pass right by it. Glancing behind me to make sure we're alone, I think I see movement, like a person ducking into a doorway to hide. Is someone following me? I shake it off. Now's my chance. They're approaching the alley. Pulling the knife out of my pocket, I flip the blade open and hide it behind my right thigh as I rush forward. Hank! I call. Hank and the woman turn around. They're right next to the alley. Hank looks at me with disgust.
What the f*** do you want, Braxton?
He says. He has no idea what's coming. I step up close, a pleasant smile on my face. I try to ignore the sick feeling in my stomach, even though I feel like I might vomit at any moment.
You dropped something,
I say, taking the knife from behind my leg and jamming it into his chest. Leaving the knife sticking out of him, I shift and punch the woman in the face. She totters backward and collapses into the alley, unconscious. Turning my attention back to Hank, I'm pleased to see that he's still staring down at the knife, dumbfounded. I grab the weapon with one hand and shove him into the alley with the other. He trips over the woman and falls onto his back. I jump on him, stabbing him in a frenzy just to get it over with. After plunging the blade into him a good 15 times, I lurch up and vomit against the alley wall.
Oh, you asshole,
a familiar voice says from behind me. I turn, vomit still dripping from my nose and mouth. Theodore stands there, looking down at his boss like he's a plate of spilled food.
You asshole.
As I look around wildly, 1,000 thoughts rush through my mind. Do I kill him now too? How can I not? I'll go to jail if I let him live. Leading with the knife, I stagger toward him. He looks up at me.
You don't waste any time, do you?
he says. This stops me in my tracks. I stare at him in confusion.
Dude,
He says,
how did you think I was going to move up to 67? Hank told me to kill Robbie. That's what I was doing up there today. I was casing the place, seeing where I could hide. I know Robbie works late, so I figured that would be my chance. Of course, the bastard left early today, but man, I guess you're taking Hank's spot now. Good on you.
I spit bile and shake my head.
What? What the hell are you talking about?
Theodore's eyes narrow as he looks at me.
Wait, you're not really broken up about this, are you?
He laughs.
Holy shit, man. You'll never get ahead like that. Are you serious right now?
Dumbfounded, I look down at Hank's corpse. That sick feeling comes back, and I gag. Theodore steps toward me. I raise the knife and he stops.
Whoa, man.
He says,
It's okay, dude. I'm not gonna hurt you or rat you out or anything. Just don't stab me, okay?
I lower the knife but keep it in my hand as Theodore puts his arm around me.
I don't get you.
He says,
I mean, what about the homeless woman we killed last week? You f***ing cooked and ate a chunk of her ass. I've seen you kill dozens of people. What's wrong with you?
I shake my head.
Yeah, but all those people were poor or middle class. They don't count. They don't matter. Hank, though, he's one of us, man. He's one of us. It just doesn't seem right.
Theodore giggles.
You still holding on to notions of right and wrong? How naive can you get? Oh, but I forgot you come from humble upper middle class beginnings. You're a f***ing unicorn, man. I always forget.
He sighs.
Just take my word for it, man. This is how things are done sometimes. Really, it's all in the game.
I don't answer. I just stare down at the body.
Remember what I told you today?
Theodore asks.
I said that the guys who play ball get taken care of, remember? And you're playing ball. It'll be fine. The guys at the top really love a cutthroat mindset. Literally.
He laughs, reminding me of the woman I knocked out. I look over to where she lies nearby, still unconscious. Theodore follows my gaze.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
He says, turning to look at me. I smile and nod.
There's the asshole I know and love,
He says.
I'll help you hide this prick's body, and then we'll take the girl and have some fun. How about that?
I nod.
Yeah, okay,
I say.
It'll make me feel better. Nothing like killing some poor dumb idiot to take your mind off work,
Theodore says, bending down to grab Hank's feet. He's right. As I step over to grab Hank at the armpits, I glance at the woman. She's starting to stir. Thoughts of the fun we'll have with her make that sick feeling in my stomach go away. And I think about moving up to the 67th floor. I think about going up to the 6th level at Mephisto's, and then the 7th and the 8th and 9th. I'll get there, eventually. You just gotta keep at it, I tell myself, hefting Hank's body. Keep playing the game. Your hard work will pay off. The blood squirts out of my father's neck. Its warmth on my hand, a sharp contrast to the cool night air. He makes a surprised, choking sound and reaches back toward me. My eyes are wide, seeing what I've done thanks to the little bit of moonlight that filters through the pine trees we're standing under. I recall everything that led up to this, a rush of memories and emotions, mostly fear and desperation. My father has never been a good man. He's never even been what you probably think of when the word father comes to mind. Unless, of course, you've had a childhood like mine. I'm 17 years old, and I'm surprised I've survived this long. My earliest memory of my father is from when I was perhaps a year and a half old. I remember walking up to him where he sat in his recliner, the lurking presence in my life that I knew instinctively was supposed to protect me, and care for me, and love me. The excitement I felt while walking on my chubby, wobbly legs was overwhelming, and I wanted to share it with him. I think it was my first time walking, but when I brought it up to my father years later, he insisted it wasn't. He was probably lying. I doubt he even remembered the incident. I walked up to him, arms out to keep my balance, giggling like the excited toddler I was. I grabbed at his legs, which extended down from his impossibly long body that was folded into his recliner. I laughed, leaning on his legs for balance, looking up into his face. His gaze was fixed on the television. He didn't even move his eyes down to me as he kicked out, launching my little body across the living room. I narrowly missed the coffee table, hitting my head on the carpeted floor. My bawling brought my mother into the room, who scooped me up into her arms. The memory grows blurry here, disappearing in a haze of yelling while my parents fought. It was a sound I grew accustomed to over the years, although not one that I ever fully accepted to be normal. As the years went on and I grew older, I realized that my father wasn't a person, not really. He didn't have the characteristics I associated with other people. He had no empathy, no remorse. He was full of indifference that sometimes morphed into hate, which often turned into violence. I knew that one day he would go too far, and I would have to do something about it. It was a realization I'd had when I was 13 or so. Now, 4 years later, it has finally happened. And it all started with my dog, Dallas. My parents had agreed to get him for me 3 years earlier, for my 14th birthday. Dallas is a black lab, smart and loving and loyal. 3 traits that had always been lacking in dear old Dad. Maybe that's why my dad decided to turn him from an inside dog to an outside dog, for no apparent reason. Maybe he was jealous, or maybe he lacked any sort of logical reasoning at all. We'd been eating dinner about an hour ago when my father made the announcement.
We're going to be keeping the dog outside from now on,
He said, not using Dallas's name. It was always just
the dog.
to him. I froze with my fork halfway between plate and mouth.
What?
I said,
Why?
Dogs shouldn't be in the house. They're animals. They belong outside.
After 3 years?
I said,
You suddenly decide this after 3 years of him living inside, sleeping in my room?
My father hadn't looked up from his plate, even when he'd first made the announcement. He finally looked up, bringing his vacant gaze to my face.
This is not a discussion. I'll be putting him outside after dinner, and there he'll stay.
I looked to my mother for support, but I could see that she wasn't in any condition to join the fight. The bruises on her neck were evidence enough for me. This wasn't the first time I wished I had a brother, someone to help me stand up to my dad, so it would be 2 against 1, 3 against 1 on those increasingly rare occasions when my mother was feeling up to the task. But I didn't. It was just me. My dad kept his promise, putting Dallas outside after dinner. We didn't have a fence around the backyard, and the woods our house backed up to went on for miles. So we strapped Dallas to the railing at the foot of the deck stairs. He didn't even bring his food and water dishes outside. I did that when I went to check on Dallas once my father was in his room. I took the dog for a walk, passing the 2 sawhorses set up in the backyard. They supported a rusty saw and 2 rotting 2x4s my dad had bought to repair a portion of the deck, but had never finished. We walked for an hour around the dark neighborhood, and I spoke to Dallas, trying to make him understand. I vented my frustration to him, and he glanced up at me every so often, ever the patient listener. By the time we got back to the house, I decided to wait until my father went to sleep, and then planned to sneak Dallas inside to my room. But I never got the chance. When he'd been left outside alone for about 45 minutes, Dallas started to bark. It was a let me in bark. I sat in my room and listened to him for a little while, staring up at the ceiling, stoking the anger I felt toward my father. A pained yelp got me moving, rushing out of my room to investigate. I came to the top of the deck stairs just in time to see my dad punch Dallas in the head. My dog yelped again, and this seemed to enrage my father further. His shoulders bunched up, his fists clenching as he walked over to the edge of the yard, grabbing a stick from the ground. He stalked back over to Dallas. I stood on the deck, frozen with fear, wondering if this would be the time I did something to stop him. My heart beat wildly and my breathing became shallow. My father raised the stick, but before he swung it down, I yelled for him to stop. Stop! He turned his head, his right arm still raised, and spoke in a growl.
Go back inside.
Dallas looked up at the club, his eyes wide with fear, tail tucked between them. I launched myself down the stairs. My father turned toward me, a small smile on his face. But that smile faltered when he realized that I wasn't going to stop. I ran into him with my shoulder, sending him backpedaling until he fell and landed on his butt in the yard. Rage clouded his features, making his eyes grow into bottomless pits. His mouth convulsed and his nostrils flared. He got to his feet, the club still in his hand, and ran toward me without a word. I knew he meant to kill me. As I started to run, I noticed the rusty saw lying across the two warped 2x4s on the sawhorses. Running past, I grabbed the saw and headed into the woods, my father's footsteps loud behind me. It didn't take me long to increase the distance between us. An old college football injury slowed him down, but I could still hear him behind me. There was a clump of bushes up ahead, and I ducked behind them, catching my breath.
You're dead,
he called out in a sweet voice that I'd only ever heard him use when he was truly angry.
Where are you?
He called, like we were playing hide and seek. I watched him through the bushes as he stomped around, searching. I held the saw down by my right thigh. After a few minutes, he stopped searching, and he started laughing.
Fine,
he called.
When you come home, I'll be waiting. But your dog and your mother won't be.
He turned to head back to the house, and I knew he meant to make good on his threat. If I let him go, he'd kill them both.
Wait,
I said, stepping out of the bushes.
I'm here.
He turned, that lifeless smile still on his face. He walked toward me at a casual pace, his club held out from his body.
Listen,
I said as he approached. I searched for words that would make everything all right, but deep down, I knew there were no words that could change my father's inherent nature. I started backing up as he got closer, unsure of what to do. He swung his club at me, but I saw it coming and ducked out of the way. He growled and swung again, hitting me in the shoulder, knocking me off balance. I fell to one knee and swung out with the saw, tearing through his jeans and nicking his leg. He paused, looking down at the wound as if in disbelief. I tensed, preparing for what would come next. He raised the club in both hands and scythed it down, but I jumped, rolling out of the way and coming up behind him. I swung the saw as hard as I could at the side of his neck as he straightened up to turn around. The rusty blade embedded itself there with a wet thunk. He moved slightly, causing the blade to come out a little. Blood squirted onto my hand, somehow making everything real. He made a choking sound, reaching back toward me. He moves again now, dropping his club and reaching up to the blade. I yank it out, marveling at the amount of blood that follows. He puts his hand to the wound and turns around, looking at me with eyes that are filled with hate. The blood pours around his fingers, soaking his shirt. He reaches out to me, and I step back. Then I think better of it and step forward, kicking him in the stomach and sending him to the ground, much like he did to me so many years ago. I watch him bleed out, waiting until he's dead, before I head back to the house to find a shovel and let Dallas back into the house. While I dig the hole next to my father's body, I think about how everything has led up to this. I picture a different life, a different childhood. One where my father was a pleasing, supportive presence instead of a dark shadow whose wrath I had to fear. I think about how nice it would be to work on a car, or talk about football, or discuss dating with my dad. How it would be to get a hug on my birthday, and to hear the words, "I love you, son." Words I'd never heard spoken by my father. I finished the dirty job just after midnight, and I creep back into the house. My mother's habit was to lock herself in her office-turned-bedroom after dinner, because that was when my father hit the bottle hardest. A wrong word could send him spiraling out of control. So I'm not surprised to find the house quiet, my mother none the wiser. I pack up my bicycle in my father's pickup truck and drive to a Walmart about 5 miles away. I park the truck, leaving the keys in and the doors unlocked. hoping someone will steal it. I ride home, focusing on the expanding feeling of freedom in my stomach. A burden has been lifted. I finally get to bed around 3 in the morning. My conscience is clear, and I fall asleep with no trouble. Dallas curled up on the floor next to my bed. A rumbling sound wakes me. It's still dark outside, and it takes me a moment to realize that the rumbling is Dallas growling. I click on my small bedside lamp and see Dallas, his head down and the fur on his back bristling. He's looking at my bedroom door, which opens slowly, silently. My father steps into the room, coated in clumps of wet dirt and drying blood. I can see the wound in his neck clearly, but his eyes are shadowed as he steps closer. Dallas backs up whimpering. I sit up, sure I'm having a vivid nightmare. He lunges for me. As his cold hands wrap around my throat, I look into his eyes. In them, I see hell.
I love you, son,
my father says, choking the life out of me. And the worst part is, I know he means it.
Where are you taking me?
My younger sister giggled as she looked out the car window at the woods.
I told you, it's a surprise. You'll see soon enough.
Her face got suddenly serious, and she peered at me so intently that I had to slow down a bit on the dirt road to gaze back at her.
Wait,
she said.
You're not taking me out to murder me, are you?
My mouth dropped open and my eyes went wide.
No.
We both fell into laughter. Tears streamed down my cheeks as I finally got myself under control, my gasps dying down. It was a good laugh with Serena. It felt like old times, better times. We lapsed into a comfortable silence as I steered the car down the narrow road, the headlights picking out little more than shapes from the trees. Then the structure came into view up ahead, the glowing lights of the towering mansion appearing through a gap in the foliage.
Wow,
Serena said.
I wonder who lives there.
You're about to find out, I said.
No way.
I nodded.
You actually know the person who lives in that house?
She asked. I nodded again.
I met him a couple of months ago. The first person I thought of was you, when he invited me up and I saw it the first time. I know how you love these old mansions. I definitely do. I just wish it was daytime. I can hardly see the architecture. And why all the secrecy? Why couldn't I tell Simon and the kids where I was going?
I rolled my eyes.
I didn't want your husband worrying and calling you every 5 minutes. He's such a baby.
My sister punched my arm and laughed.
Leave him alone. He's sweet. Just trust me, I said. There's more than just the house waiting. I promise.
10 minutes later, we pulled up to the unique mountainside mansion. There was a fountain in the middle of the circular driveway, red lights shining up from the water as it burbled away. After I parked, we got out of the car and marveled at the structure. There were 3 chimneys sticking up, and 2 peaked towers with arch-style windows. The roofs were all steeply pitched, giving the house itself the appearance of some especially brutal mountain range. Looking at my sister while she babbled on in architect speak, I had a moment of regret. I suddenly wanted to tell her that plans had changed before whisking her back down the mountain. With some effort, I shoved my regret deep down, knowing that what came next would absolutely be worth it. It would be worth anything. I just had to keep my nerve for a little longer. I knocked on the heavy and ornately carved wooden door and waited. The door opened, revealing Horace in all his pale and handsome glory. A tall man dressed in an immaculate black suit with a red tie, Horace smiled without showing his teeth as he took us in with lively eyes. His brown hair was pulled back into a bun, and his cheeks were clean-shaven.
Come in, Jackson. This must be your lovely sister, Serena.
We stepped inside as Serena shook Horace's hand and gushed about his house.
Thank you,
he said.
I spent many years perfecting the design.
He led us through the house, which was draped in finery and decorated in dark hues. He came to a metal door, which he opened before standing aside, gesturing for us to enter.
We're doing this now?
I asked, suddenly sweating.
Why wouldn't we?
Horace asked.
Doing what?
Serena said. She seemed to sense that something was off. Maybe it was the pitch-dark room waiting for us.
Your brother has orchestrated a little surprise for you,
Horace said, smiling again without showing his teeth. Serena hesitated.
Please,
he said.
I'm sure you will quite like it.
Serena walked into the dark room. I paused and looked at Horace. The edge of his lip twitched as his eyes bore into me. Swallowing, I walked into the room. Horace stepped inside after us, swinging the door shut and removing any source of light. But it was only dark for a moment before the lights came on. I gasped, looking around the room at the collection of severed human heads preserved in glass cases filled with liquid.
What is this?
Serena asked, stepping close to me.
This is the one room I never showed your brother,
Horace said.
What's going on, Horace?
I asked.
I brought her here. Now you keep your promise.
What?
Serena said.
What promise?
Horace finally smiled fully, revealing long and sharp bangs.
Yes. Why don't you tell her?
It's nothing,
I said.
just a misunderstanding.
Tell her!
Horace shouted, his voice a growl as he rushed to me and grabbed me by the neck. Half choking, I said,
I have a brain tumor, Serena. There's no cure. No cure but what Horace can give me.
Serena was back against the only wall without shelves. She was shaking.
What can he give you?
She asked.
Eternal life,
Horace said.
He was ready to trade you to me for eternal life.
No,
My sister said.
no, he wouldn't. You wouldn't.
I looked at her, willing her to see my side of it. But there was no understanding in her eyes. Only the cold realization that Horace was telling the truth.
All these people were trying to kill to attain immortality,
Horace said, gesturing at the heads.
They all wanted to deal with the devil.
They may not have gotten what they wanted,
But they got what they deserved.
He lifted me off the ground by my neck. I felt the cartilage in my throat breaking as his cold hand clamped down. I kicked my feet and punched at him, but it was as if he was made of stone. Horace took something from his jacket pocket and poured it into my grimacing mouth. The coppery taste left no doubt in my mind as to what it was, but I didn't know why.
Leave now and forget what you saw here,
Horace said. He dug into my pocket and retrieved the keys, tossing them to my sister. Serena rushed out of the room a moment before I felt Horace's other hand on my skull. He was digging into the flesh of my neck with claw-like fingers, pulling one way on my skull and the other on my body.
You know that old thing about vampires dying by decapitation?
He asked me.
Well, it's wrong. The head lives, you see. It can live forever.
The pain came to a crescendo as skin and muscle ripped, followed shortly by the wet cracking pop of my spine severing. My vision tilted, the room spinning as my head fell down to crack on the concrete floor. My vision darkened. I tumbled through death, a savage existence where endless hands pulled at my very essence, ripping my soul apart and leaving only tatters. I was sure years had passed when my vision came slowly back, and I saw Horace. He was lifting me up and dumping me into a jar on a shelf. Not all of me, though. I could see my body on the floor, fresh blood all around it. The blood he'd poured into my mouth was his blood. He'd done it. He'd followed through on his promise. He turned me into a vampire. And then he'd taken my head. Elephants are some of the smartest creatures on Earth. Researchers around the world have found out all kinds of stuff about these amazing mammals. They're able to recognize languages. They are excellent problem solvers. They show empathy and mourn their dead. They even have more neurons than humans do. Granted, many of them are for operating their massive bodies, but still, they're incredible. But I didn't have to read news articles or scientific studies to know this. As a zookeeper, I've been working with elephants for years. I've seen their amazing abilities with my own eyes. I'm sure you've heard people say that they prefer animals over humans. Most of the time, they're joking. But when I tell you that I've developed deep bonds with the elephants in my zoo, I need you to believe me. Because it will help you make sense of the story I'm about to tell you. It started when I was headed to the elephant barn one morning several months ago. The barn is essentially a large, sturdy warehouse with a big cage inside. It's where we gather the elephants so we can do some training and inspect them for injuries or illnesses. The bars in the barn cage are widely spaced, allowing humans to slip through if we need to, but keeping the elephants in place. It's a part of the zoo that visitors never see, attached to the elephant habitat with large doors. We have some animal care assistants that help get the elephants into the barn every morning, but they're usually already on to their next task when I get to the elephant barn. Not this day. As I approached the door to the barn, it came open, and a 25-year-old animal care assistant named Seth stepped out. His eyes went wide and his face flushed.
Good morning,
I said, wondering why he seemed surprised to see me. He averted his eyes, mumbled a good morning, and went on his way. When I stepped into the barn, I saw that Leonard, one of the elephants, was standing near the bars.
Hi, Leonard.
I said in my usual jovial way. I knew something was wrong when Leonard didn't flap his ears or rumble as he always did to greet me. It took him a while to get back to normal that day, but I couldn't find anything wrong with him. He had a few minor scrapes and bruises, but that was fairly common for him since he liked to roll around in the dirt and scratch himself on the boulders we had in the habitat. Still, something seemed off, and I figured it had to do with Seth. The way he looked when he came out of the barn bothered me. Although we had cameras in the habitat, we didn't have any in the barn since the elephants didn't spend much time in there without being accompanied by a human. So when I left work that night, I went and bought a wireless, battery-powered camera. The next day, I set it high up in the barn on a crossbar. The footage from the next couple of days showed nothing out of the ordinary. Seth and the other assistants got the elephants into the barn and shut the doors. Then they left to assist with the other animals in the zoo. But the footage from the third day was different. It started the same, with the assistants getting the elephants inside. Then they left. But 2 minutes later, Seth came back into the barn and grabbed one of the rods I used for positive reinforcement training. These wooden rods are about 4 feet long and have a simple rubber ball at one end. The ball is used to gently touch the elephants somewhere or to point where we want them to go. This allows us to train the elephants to do things like show us the bottoms of their feet or open their mouths so we can check their health. With rod in hand, Seth coaxed Leonard over to the bars. Then he turned the rod around so the ball was on the wrong end, near where he was holding it. When Leonard got close, Seth reached through the bars and hit the elephant with the hard end of the stick. He did it again, striking the animal with all his might. Leonard moved away, but Seth slipped through the bars and struck the animal 3 more times before Leonard turned around and cried out. Seth hurried back through the bars, a smile on his face. It's hard to describe how I felt at that moment. It was as if a bright ball of flame ignited deep inside me. It was as if I'd just seen footage of a man beating a member of my family. I was seeing red, and my first thought was to go find Seth and beat the living daylights out of him. But that wouldn't do. I would go to jail. Sure, I could show the footage of Seth to the zoo curator, who might even choose to press animal abuse charges. But what would happen then? Would it cure Seth of his sick behavior? Then I thought about how it was common for serial killers to abuse or kill animals. It showed a lack of empathy. What if he went on to kill someone? What if I had a chance to keep a dangerous man from doing evil, but I didn't take it? In the end, I knew it wasn't really up to me. I decided that I'd give Leonard the chance to do what he felt was right. A few more days went by, and I kept a close eye on the camera feed from my phone while Seth was around. I stayed out of sight near the entrance to the elephant barn, phone in hand, waiting. And Seth didn't disappoint. It was a Thursday morning when I saw Seth come back into the barn again on the camera feed. I put the phone away and rushed over to the barn, slipping silently inside while Seth was focused on coaxing Leonard to him. The memory of him beating my friend was all I could think of. I ran up to him and slammed into him with my shoulder just as he was turning around, attention drawn by my footfalls. Since he was already lined up with the gap in the bars, he went flying through to the other side, dropping the training rod and falling to the dirt floor. Leonard had been in the process of coming reluctantly over, so he saw the whole thing. He was standing just a few feet away from where Seth went down. He looked at his assaulter, big black eyes full of intelligence. Then he looked up at me. I nodded.
It's up to you,
I said. Seth scrambled to his feet just in time to get a trunk to the face. He flew several feet, crashing into the wall and falling to the ground again. Leonard hustled over, raised up on his back legs, and brought his forelegs down on Seth. The sound of his skull and ribcage cracking under the elephant's immense weight echoed off the walls. Leonard took no pleasure in it, but both he and I knew it had to be done. He moved over to the other elephants, who immediately began to console him in their unique way. It went down as a tragic accident. What Seth had been doing alone in the cage was a mystery. Unfortunately, we didn't have any cameras in the barn, and I only got there after the deed was done. Maybe you think it was the right thing, maybe not, but I don't regret what I did one bit, and neither does Leonard. A summer wind stirred the trees outside my window. The leaves rustled in the darkness, the cool breeze coasting through my bedroom, bringing with it the potent aroma of plant life in full splendor. Face up on my bed, lying with my eyes open, I thought I could see the currents of wind and the tendrils of molecules that rode upon them. Sometimes, I thought I could see things other people couldn't. The hidden splendor of the mundane and uninspiring. I thought I could see breathtaking beauty where others saw only wretched ugliness. And if I thought I could see those things, maybe I could. The sound of a car engine rolled through the window and into my ears. The familiar sound of tires shifting from asphalt to concrete followed. I reached over to the nightstand and picked up my phone to check the time, seeing that my mother answered an earlier message about what to watch on our weekly movie night. It was 2:13 in the morning, and my mother wanted to watch Rear Window, a classic. I swung my feet off the bed and padded over to the side window that looked upon my neighbor's house. I still wore my comfortable house clothes, consisting of sweatpants, a blank 3/4 sleeve baseball shirt, and black socks. The red glow of brake lights went out just as I reached the window, but the running lights on the big blue SUV were still on. My neighbor got out of the SUV and walked up to the attached garage, holding out a small black rectangle. It was his garage door opener, and he was pressing it repeatedly, but the door stayed stubbornly shut. As he turned back around, clearly frustrated, he looked up at my window. I stepped back from the glass, my heart suddenly thudding away in my chest. Percy Douglas was an imposing man who lived alone in the house next door. He had the square jaw of an action hero and the body of an aging college football lineman who didn't have any energy left for exercise. Even under the dark shelf of his brow, I could see his bright and intelligent eyes gazing up at my window. He wore a dark purple polo shirt and black slacks with black shoes. His arrival home had caused the motion sensor light to come on at the side of his house. With this illumination reflecting off the window, I was confident he couldn't see me. The window was only open a few inches, not enough for him to see in past the screen. Percy stood perfectly still, making me realize what he was doing. I stepped further back from the window just before the motion sensor light timed out and went dark. I could no longer see Percy, and I knew he couldn't see me either. I'd started to notice his strange behavior about a week ago and wondered what he was up to. He'd always been a strange, off-putting kind of man. We were around the same age, but only had one or two things in common. And sometimes I got the feeling that he didn't like me very much. Standing still, I waited for the motion sensor light to turn back on. My heart was still hammering away, and I didn't dare step back to the window until I knew he couldn't see through it anymore. I listened, counting the seconds. After a minute, I assumed that he had somehow moved without setting the light off again. Maybe he knew its radius well enough to move around it. But why would he need to do that? Still, I stood, listening, counting, unmoving. At 2 minutes and 40 seconds, the light came back on. I moved quickly, looking out again to see Percy walking around the open door of his still-running vehicle. He leaned in, replacing his garage door opener on the sun visor. Then he turned the vehicle off, shut the door, and tracked around the back. He locked the vehicle with his remote before walking up the path to his front door. I stood there for a long time after he went inside, wondering what was going through his head as he stood in his driveway for over 2 minutes and 40 seconds, not moving a muscle. It was a long time, and thinking about him staring up at my window for those long minutes gave me chills. But there was excitement in those chills. When the light turned off again, I moved away from the window. I could see that the shades were all drawn on the side of Percy's house that faced mine. I went back to my bed and laid down, although I didn't think I would sleep. I've never been much of a sleeper. My mother used to call me her little night stalker when I was a child. I listened to the wind through the leaves of the hickory tree in my front yard. I heard the occasional night bird singing and the lonely echoing bark of a faraway dog. I wanted so badly to hear a distant train whistle, to round out the sounds of the beautifully melancholy night. Instead, I heard the opening of a car door from Percy's house. Quickly, I was out of bed and several feet back from the window overlooking his driveway. There was no light on this time. He'd turned it off. I caught a glimpse of him moving hastily along the path to his front door, something heavy in his arms. Since his back was to me, I moved closer to the window, trying to glimpse what he was holding. Whatever it was, he had it wrapped in dark blankets. Soon, he was through his open front door and out of sight. The back of his SUV was still open, and a circle of color against the dark upholstery in the cargo area caught my eye. It was a bright pink scrunchie. Percy's dark figure moved out of the house and down the 3 wide wooden porch steps. I moved back into the darkness of my bedroom just as the dark hollows of his eyes lifted to my window. His eyes only shifted away from my house when he came to the SUV. He froze, looking down at the bright-colored scrunchie. Then his head whipped back up to my window. I didn't dare move. I thought I was far enough back in the room that he couldn't see me, and I knew that movement would give me away. So I stayed, unable to take my eyes off him. Long seconds passed before he turned and shut the cargo door on his SUV quietly. Then he glanced back up at my window before heading inside. It was only when he was inside that I realized I was holding my breath. I pulled air into my lungs and went over what I'd seen, what I thought I'd seen. The thing he carried into his house could have been a person. It certainly could have. A small person. Maybe a teenager or a small woman. But I didn't actually see anyone. I wasn't sure. It was the scrunchie that made me think he'd gone out and kidnapped someone. Maybe even killed them already. Someone who had a pink scrunchie in her hair. I realized I needed proof. I needed to know exactly what I was dealing with before deciding on a further course of action. I couldn't go jumping to conclusions or lobbing accusations. And I knew Percy. Maybe not all that well, but I'd been inside his house. I knew the layout. If there was a woman or a girl in there, like I thought there was, then I had to do something about it. I couldn't let him do something to her, if she was even still alive. I could never live with myself if he did something to her and I let it happen without lifting a finger. And although I was frightened, I knew it was the right thing to do. And that pinch of excitement inside was growing a little bigger. So I pulled off my baseball shirt and pulled a light, black long-sleeve shirt on. I left my dark sweatpants and socks on. I wouldn't need shoes. Better to not have shoes on for sneaking around at night. Putting my phone in my pocket, I went downstairs and headed out the back door, turning my own motion sensor light off before doing so. I didn't want to chance tripping Percy's motion sensor light in case he turned it back on. So I scaled the wooden fence our yards shared and landed softly in the grass in his backyard. The back of his garage was directly to my right, and the rest of his house further on. Clenching my jaw, I tried not to pay close attention to the fact that the grass in his backyard looked healthier than the grass in mine. I moved beyond the garage toward the slightly raised back deck. The shades were all drawn at the back of the house, but I could see light around a couple of the downstairs windows. A shadow moved across a window I knew corresponded to the living room. Then it moved back, stopping. I ran forward as fast and quietly as I could, getting underneath the window just as 2 fingers cracked the wooden blinds and Percy peered out. He certainly was a paranoid one. He dropped the blinds and his shadow moved away. Then he turned off the light. I waited several minutes before moving over to the deck and padding up the stairs to the back door. I was certain it would be locked, but I had to try it anyway. Sure enough, locked. I tried a window next to the door. Locked too. Then I moved back down to the ground and headed over to the garage. There was a back window to the garage, the inside of the pane slightly dusty and featuring a few stringy cobwebs. Before I even pushed on it, I knew it would open. And as I pressed my palms against the cool glass, I felt a thrill of excitement course through me. There was fear there, too, of course. If there was one thing I knew for sure, one thing I'd learned during my lifetime, it was that fear and excitement went together like blood and slaughterhouses. I pushed up with my hands, and the garage window moved, just like I knew it would. Going in through the back door or one of the windows would have been better, but the garage would work just fine. I was sure Percy wouldn't have locked the door between the garage and the house. Lifting the window all the way up, I saw that a low shelf obstructed my path with old cans of paint, varnish, and other typical garage items. Reaching through the window, I moved them, committing their original positions to memory. Percy's prized possession was in the garage, obscured by a car cover. It was a 1979 Dodge Challenger, dark blue with a white racing stripe. It was in pristine condition, and I'd never seen Percy drive it. I climbed through the window, stretching my leg over, feeling the cool concrete floor through my sock. As I brought the other leg in, I pivoted, knocking down a can of Armor All, which clattered loudly against the floor. I winced at the sound, freezing for only a second before snapping out of it and springing into action. When the door to the garage opened, I was underneath the muscle car, lying against the smooth concrete floor and looking toward the wooden steps that lead up to the house. The smell of new oil and the tang of well-tended rubber filled my nostrils. The window was closed, and I was confident that I'd gotten everything back in its place, but I still held my breath, waiting as the long seconds ticked by. I could see that the door to the garage was still open, spilling a thick beam of yellow light down the stairs and over the empty spot in the garage. And in that beam of light, Percy's shadow loomed. He stood there, motionless for so long I thought it was a mannequin or that he'd fallen asleep standing. Soon enough, he stepped back and closed the door, leaving the garage. I forced myself to breathe in slowly, knowing that if Percy was pressed against the other side of the door, he could hear me draw in a gasping breath. After waiting 5 minutes, just to be sure, I slid out from underneath the Challenger, somewhat reluctant to leave the smooth and comfortably cool concrete floor that had pressed against me like a lover. I thought he would have been stupid not to lock the door after that, but when I crept up the wooden steps and turned the knob slowly, I found it was unlocked. I didn't like that, and I realized I had no way of protecting myself from him. Up until then, I could have been a teenager sneaking back into his own house, trying to make sure he didn't wake his parents up. But with that blatantly unlocked door, I sensed the true danger I was courting. I knew there was a girl in there. Deep down, I knew it. I also knew Percy was dangerous. Of course, every man is dangerous. So is every woman. And, to a lesser extent, every child. But some men are more dangerous than others. This I knew very well indeed. I'd lived my life keenly aware of that danger. But where it had seemed abstract as I'd made my way into his yard and then his garage, it now seemed real. I knew Percy, and what I knew about him led me to believe that he was more dangerous than most, capable of more than most. So instead of opening the door to the house, I moved back down the stairs and searched for a weapon. I chose a hatchet that was hanging from a pegboard over a workbench adjacent to the stairs. Its heft was a comfort, its black, rubber grip textured handle feeling right in my hand. Back up the stairs and to the door. I turned the knob slowly with my left hand, feeling the latch bolt slide out of the hole in the strike plate. The whisper of the mechanism hidden within the wood seemed loud in the dark garage. Holding the hatchet up with my right hand, I eased the door open, revealing a laundry room redolent of detergent. Pristine white appliances hunched to my left, gleaming darkly. Moving into the small room, I eased the door shut behind me, keeping one eye on the open doorway ahead. Stepping up beside the doorway, I stood and listened hard for any sign of Percy or the girl. The hallway beyond the laundry room was dark, and I knew that it led to the kitchen, the living room, and the front of the house. Had there been a light on downstairs anywhere, I thought I would have seen some evidence of its illumination. I heard nothing but the silence of an empty house. Only I knew the house wasn't empty. That thrill of excitement was still pulsing through me, putting my senses on edge. It was tinged with more fear than I would have liked, but there was little I could do about that. I had a job to do, a girl to get to. I took a deep breath and stepped into the doorway, looking down the dark hall. About 3 feet ahead and to the left was the doorway to the kitchen, which in turn opened onto the living room. Beyond the kitchen doorway, the hall led to the front of the house, where I knew there was a sitting room and an office. I crept toward the kitchen doorway, hatchet still held up in my right hand. As I craned my head to look into the dark kitchen, I saw a piece of paper hanging from a string affixed to the top of the doorway. I leaned in close to read the words on the paper in the limited light from the kitchen appliance displays. "Hello, Saul," the paper read. The 2 words sent my heart rocketing into my throat. Percy knew I was in the house. A loud pop sounded behind me, followed in quick succession by 2 vicious pinches on my back and then searing pain. My muscles locked up as currents of electricity shocked my body, feeling like thousands of bees had crawled under my skin and all stung me at once. My grip tightened on the hatchet as the muscles in my hand contracted. No longer able to control my legs, I fell sideways, hitting the doorway and then crashing to the kitchen floor face first. Suddenly the pain stopped, but a foot jammed down on my right hand and something sharp pricked the side of my neck. Then Percy sat on my back and wrenched the hatchet out of my hand. Consciousness faded slowly as whatever he'd injected me with took effect. At first, I thought the whimpering sound was coming from me, but as my grogginess cleared in fits and starts, I realized it was coming from the young woman Percy had abducted. I opened my eyes, looking at the unfinished ceiling in Percy's basement. I was strapped to a chair with duct tape, facing the wooden staircase that led upstairs. The walls were covered with sound insulation foam, and there were sheets of plastic hanging here and there. My arms and legs were secured to the wooden chair, but my mouth and head were free of tape. I could hear the girl behind me, but I couldn't turn enough to see her. Percy stepped in front of me, his bright blue eyes looking forlorn.
"Oh, Saul,"
he said in a high-pitched voice that didn't match his body. I had always found it weird. It was almost as if he was doing it on purpose, changing his voice for some reason known only to him.
"What are you doing sneaking into my house?"
My heart slammed around in my chest, but my voice was unwavering when I spoke. "Did you see me in the window?"
"Of course,"
Percy said. I knew he was lying. He was a bad liar.
"Let me go, and nothing will come of this,"
I said.
"Things can go back to normal." "Sure,"
Percy said, waving a hand theatrically.
"And what about her?"
"She leaves with me,"
"But I worked so hard to get her,"
Percy said, cupping an elbow in one hand, the other hand stroking his action star jawline. He pretended to mull it over. I shook my head.
"You don't want to do this." "You're right. I didn't want to do it like this,"
Percy said.
"But you've left me no choice, Saul. But look at it this way. At least you'll get to watch her die before I kill you. Won't that be nice?"
Percy, I'm pleading with you. Don't do this. Let me go, please. From one friend to another. Don't do this.
Percy smiled at me, shoving his big hands into his pockets.
I always knew this was the real you. Pleading for your life like some teenage boy. You put up a good front, but I always saw through it. Pretty sad and horribly unattractive.
He stepped behind me, causing the girl to scream through her rag as he did something to her. Whatever it was, it didn't last long. I figured he was just messing with her to piss me off. He stepped back in front of me and smiled again.
I must get changed,
he said.
It's nearly 3 a.m. already.
Percy walked upstairs to change. As soon as I knew he was gone, I smiled. I wiggled in the seemingly sturdy wooden chair. It had padless wooden armrests and legs. The pads on the seat and back of the chair were dark maroon faux leather. I had sat in the chair many times before. I knew it wasn't part of a set. I increased my side-to-side motion until I felt the joints at the armrests start to loosen and crack. Then I switched to a forward and backward motion, pressing my back hard against the seat back repeatedly until I felt it start to give. Then I stopped moving and listened for footsteps from upstairs. I heard none, which told me that Percy was still up in his bedroom, changing. Inhaling deeply, I flexed every muscle in my body, pushing out with my arms while trying to stand up with my legs. The chair creaked at the joints, then cracked. Then the armrests broke, and I stood up. The wooden armrests still strapped to my arms with tape. I reached back and down, grabbing the seat with both hands and yanking it up. It cracked and broke away, leaving only the legs attached to my calves. Turning around, I saw what he had done with the girl. She was a beautiful young blonde with creamy white skin and wide green eyes. She had on colorful pajama pants and a plain white V-neck t-shirt, and she was fixed to a kind of medical table propped at a 45-degree angle. Her hands, feet, hips, and shoulders were all secured to the heavy-duty table with straps. I whispered, telling her to keep making her distressed noises. She nodded, the hope in her face sending a rush of elation through me. I moved the broken chair into the corner of the wide basement, then grabbed a large knife from a plastic-coated workbench arranged with all kinds of nasty tools and implements. Walking on my toes so the wooden legs wouldn't touch the ground, I stepped underneath the stairwell. It was a skeleton staircase, so I would be able to see Percy's feet as he walked down them. I just had to make my move before his head got low enough to see down into the basement. I waited less than a minute before I heard his footsteps in the hall upstairs. Then I heard the basement door open. His bare feet appeared at eye level on the staircase. I positioned the knife, waiting until he stepped down 2 more stairs. His right foot landed, and I slid the blade along the back of his foot, severing the Achilles tendon. Percy cried out and tried to retreat, but I reached up with my other hand and grabbed his left foot to keep it there. I reached around with the knife and dragged the blade across the tops of his toes. Percy cried out again, and, with both feet injured, collapsed on the staircase. I ran around and up the stairs, easily dodging his ineffectual kick and stabbing him deep in the left thigh with a knife. Grabbing his feet, I yanked him down the rest of the stairs and into the middle of the floor as he blubbered and struggled. He was dressed in frilly white lingerie, his hairy body bulging around the thin articles of clothing. I wiped my bloody hands on my sweatpants as I stood over him. He gripped his leg around the protruding knife, making choking noises and small, high-pitched whines. I quickly grabbed another tool from the workbench, this one a large cleaver, before stepping back over to him.
Ow!
He gasped, his face pale and soaked in sweat.
A few well-placed cuts on the chair, a bit of tampering with your garage door opener, and making sure the garage window was unlocked, I said. You're too predictable.
How did you know I'd go after her?
He said, gesturing at the girl. I looked up at her, a thrill of anticipation running through me, as it had every time I'd looked at her over the last 2 months.
How could you not? I said. I mean, look at her. The minute I brought you along to follow her that day, I knew. You're a terrible liar, Percy.
The girl's eyes were swimming in tears. She whipped her head back and forth, crying and bucking against the table. I looked back down at Percy. and at the brilliant blood flowing out of his wounds.
I told you she was mine. I found her first. But I knew you couldn't resist. I saw it in you.
Why didn't you just stop me then?
He cried.
Why go through all this trouble?
You're joking, right? If you don't know the answer to that, you don't know me at all. And you never have.
I waited, looking into Percy's eyes. He didn't understand.
Oh, for God's sake,
I said.
This is the most fun I've ever had. The risk of being killed or caught, the danger of it all. My God, nothing like it.
I took a deep breath.
Nice job with the note and the taser gun, by the way. I didn't expect such theatrics.
Couldn't help but laugh.
Please, Saul.
Percy said.
Please don't do this. We can share her like we have all the others.
I shook my head.
Too late.
The feeling of the meat cleaver striking Percy's flesh was exquisite. As his insides spilled out in all their intensity, I thought I could see his soul escaping from the flesh, riding on